Doko Ryan is the heavenly destroyer and master of Murim, who fell into chaos. He and his subordinates did terrible things in Murima and felt complete impunity. But one day, under unknown circumstances, the heavenly destroyer suddenly disappeared. No one knew where exactly. Thus, after a few years, his army also collapsed, because it was left without a ruler, and time has affected everything, unceasingly influenced. And thus, this story has reached the present. Some unknown man shouts in rage that he has been betrayed. He looks the best, looking like a homeless person. After that, the unfortunate man remembers all those who betrayed him. Hyolbi was one of those people. Then one more person immediately came to mind, who left him to his own devices, Hui Yong. After that, he remembered another man who always wore a bright mask. This is Mak Safyun, and the last person this unhappy, destitute man remembered was Huang Sa. All of them, without exception, gave him an oath to serve with faith and truth, and they themselves wanted to kill him. But even in his worst dream, he could not imagine that he would remain alive after all this. Traitors were punished. This untidy, and at first glance ugly man told the story to a certain boy, who almost fell asleep from it. A moment later, the man touched his sword and the boy woke up with the sound. This unfortunate grandfather taught this boy everything he knew. So now he must avenge his master and kill all these traitors. Having said this, the black boy turned to his master and asked if he had said everything correctly. He looked at his student in shock. This was the first time they had talked about it, so how could the boy know what he wanted to say? It turns out that the master has told this story many times, but does not remember it. The gray-bearded man looked at his student silently and suspiciously, trying to catch him in a lie. He sighed. When the boy punishes the criminals, he plans to open his dumpling shop and eat giant dumplings every day off. The gray-haired man is determined to reassemble the Sky Destroyers and lead them to the glory they once had. After that, the old man burst into laughter, while his student scratched the back of his head shyly. Suddenly, the man stopped laughing, but just silently looked at his student, as if trying to understand something. A few moments passed like this. It was as if they were playing a game and waiting to see who would speak first. A second later, the bearded man still starts talking and calls Kang Ryong. The man asks if the boy has studied all 12 sacred techniques of heavenly destruction. After that, the grandfather is again going to tell the boy a story about all that hatred and all that pain he carried in his heart. Time continued unabated, and shortly after, his master fell into an eternal sleep. And immediately after that, the young boy went to the Middle Kingdom in order to fulfill the last will of his master. The black boy was full of hatred for those 4 people who had once betrayed his master. Kang Ryong is determined to avenge his master, no matter what the cost. He will calm his angry soul. After some time, the young man comes to some establishment to have a snack, and the waitress tells him that they have long since died. The guy, at first, does not understand who exactly it is about, so he looks at her in surprise and questions. His eyes become the size of chicken eggs when he asks this question. It turns out that the 4 traitorous men Kang Ryong wanted to kill are long gone. When the main destroyer of the Heavenly 100 disappeared, his subordinates killed each other in a struggle for power. Their army also collapsed. This happened long before her birth, but the story of this scandalous event passed through the years and reached her. She sighed. Although the boy is a swordsman, he doesn't seem to know anything at all. One gets the feeling that he spent his whole life in a cave. The black boy is still sitting in a daze, trying to digest the information he just received. It is still incredibly difficult for the main character to believe that all these scoundrels have already died, and he will not be able to fulfill the master's will. Now the boy is in despair and stupor. What to do now? If these men are long dead, then he will not be able to avenge his master and begin his heroic career. The boy was startled by this thought, trying to find a solution to this problem. Unexpectedly, the door to the empty room, in which the boy was sitting in complete solitude, opened with a crack and creak. The voice informed him that he was already free and could finally go out. The guards were worried about the further fate of the young man. One of the men offered to recommend his body as a bodyguard to a noble family, but he refused. After a second, the boy replied that he wasn't going to use his fighting skills anymore. There was desperation in his voice. The men, hearing this, fell into a stupor. For a second, they fell silent, trying to figure out if it was a joke or not. It is strange to believe because this guy himself destroyed the Iron Horse Gang last year. Everything would have been fine with the hero, but government troops came to his aid, which he confused with the enemies and destroyed everyone without exception, because of which he spent a year behind bars. The boy is probably only 20 years old. Martial arts without spiritual training are just weapons for killing. During their lifetime, the guards have seen many such gifted warriors, whose whereabouts are now unknown. I wonder how the fate of this young man will turn out. The black-haired boy did not listen to the guards' advice and gradually began to move away from them. As soon as the boy moved away from the guards, a girl carrying dumplings in a bag ran to meet them. As it turns out, the guards ordered themselves dumplings, as many as 2 baskets. This girl delivered them to customers. Fragments of their conversation reached the boy. They politely thanked each other and ended the conversation. Not paying attention to this, the main character continued on his way, lost in his thoughts. Local dining room. It is located on a small plot among green trees that add to the atmosphere. Our hero also decided to visit this place, to have a little snack, and to distract himself. The boy slowly chewed his food, savoring every bite. There were not many people in the room. The waiters served them politely. Suddenly, the curtains that hung over the entrance to the dining room were pleasantly pushed. A large male hand pushed them away. A second later, several stout men entered the dining room who were immediately greeted politely in the establishment. After a few seconds, the men were already occupying one of the tables, after which the waitress immediately came to take the order. Now they were not going to order anything, but simply asked for water. The company is going to place an order later. The gray-haired woman in the pink kimono sighed heavily and went to get water, fulfilling their request. Meanwhile, the people sitting at the next table put big hats on their heads. It seems they were about to leave. This rustling instantly attracted the attention of the men who had just arrived, and they shifted their gaze to them. And after a second, these unknown people in hats crossed the threshold and left the institution. The burly man gave them a stern look. He had a large scar over his eye. And after one moment, the company of men suddenly jumped up from the table, although the woman had not yet had time to bring them water. A second later, they quickly rushed to the exit. It seems they wanted to catch up with those strangers. But when the men ran out of the room, one of them accidentally touched the main character. Because of this, he dropped his dumpling directly on the floor. Kang Ryong stared at the dumpling that was still lying on the floor instead of in his mouth. The protagonist was enraged by the situation and addressed this stocky man in a very rude tone. The black-haired boy was going to defend the honor of the dumpling, which no one could save. The burly, clean-shaven man turned slightly to look at the one who had dared to speak to him so brazenly. His subordinates immediately got angry and turned their malicious views on our hero. She seemed to burn him with her gaze, but the shaved man did not pay attention to the young man's words, and simply told his subordinates to leave him coins for the spoiled food. The subordinates were shocked by such kindness of their boss, but had to obey him. And then, just a second later, they poured the coins right onto Kang Ryan, who was just sitting there in silence. When they were about to leave the room, they called the boy some very unpleasant words. The young man still remained silent. It was immediately clear from him that he did not want anything now. Meanwhile, the order of that company was already ready. The cook put it on the table. But the customers who ordered this food had already left and did not pick up their order. They didn't know what to do because the order had already been paid for. Just at this time, one of the workers returned to the dining room. Grandma, as soon as she saw that the employee had already returned from the order, gave him a new task. He had to take this order to those men. The young boy immediately got down to business. He took the order and prepared to run. Meanwhile, our hero still continued to eat. A beautiful, breathtaking landscape appears before our eyes. High and mighty mountains stretch for several kilometers beyond the horizon. Drops of hot red liquid, blood, flow to the ground. 3 strangers were cornered by the same stocky men from the dining room. There was no way to retreat. In fact, this man was already about to give up the search, because he had lost hope that she was alive. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. 2 men were protecting a girl who was hiding behind their backs. The men continued to corner them. They had no way to retreat. Now they were going to part with their lives. Unexpectedly, someone's voice was heard, which attracted their attention. Who could it be? As it turned out, it was the employee from the cafeteria who simply brought them their order. Finally, he caught up with them. He didn't care about everything that was happening here. He approached the girl and gave her the order. It seems that the girl was also shocked by such indifference of the young man. But she took the order. Immediately after the boy placed the order, he was about to go back. But his path was blocked. His path was blocked by 2 subordinates, who were also surprised at how indifferent he was to everything that was happening around him. The young and naive boy did not understand why he was stopped, so he just looked at them in surprise. The face of one of the men has changed. An evil smile appeared, and he swung at the unsuspecting boy. But after a second, a gold coin flew into someone's face. She hit someone right in the nose, causing blood to flow. As it turned out, the coin hit the tavern employee in the face, who simply brought the order. The throw was so strong that the young boy fell to the ground and was apparently seriously injured. The main character became a little uncomfortable because of this situation, because he was aiming at the bastard who took out the sword. But he does not feel a strong sense of guilt, because this mistake saved the boy's life. The same terrible man turned his gaze to the uninvited guest who decided to disrupt their plans. Everyone present looked at our hero with interest. Only the worker did not understand anything, because a strong blow to the face made itself felt. The girl just stared in shock at the uninvited guest who so epically broke into their battle. After only a second, our hero continued to amaze and tossed a few more coins with his hand. And after a second, all these coins with a bell flew in the direction of his enemies. It was, so to speak, revenge for dumplings. The enemies knew martial arts, so they managed to dodge the coins. In addition to being able to dodge, they could even repel these coins with their weapons. One of the men wielded his weapon very skillfully and turned it like a propeller in a propeller. Kang Ryong was no joke when he saw that this attack of his didn't work, and he would have to come up with something else. The scoundrels immediately recognized the uninvited guest as the same guy from the cafeteria who had spoken rudely to their boss. Unexpectedly, their boss intervened in this situation. He sighed heavily and rose to his feet. The burly man noticed that the black-haired boy was quite strong for his age, so he decided to deal with him personally. The boy is a little sad that now he will break his oath that he will use martial arts for the last time in his life. After a second, a gambling smile appears on the young man's face, and he asks the enemies not to wait, but to attack all at once. The geeks are not jokingly shocked by the audacity of the young boy, and it clearly quickly drives them crazy. The girl is just watching with interest what will happen now. Her eyes are full of curiosity. The clean-shaven man, hearing such unbearable insolence, also turned wild. But just a moment later, this man received an incredibly strong elbow blow in the stomach. The blow was so lightning fast that the scoundrel didn't even have time to blink, as our hero was right in front of him. Sharp pain instantly covered the whole body, and blood spurted from the mouth. Excruciating pain prevented him from moving. The girl opened her mouth in shock and could not look away from what was happening now. The subordinates of this scoundrel also looked in surprise at their boss, who could not help but admire this boy. Meanwhile, the protagonist continued to strike. The next time he punched him in the jaw while he was still unable to regain consciousness. The blow was so strong that this freak could not hold her head and she woke up back, and blood gushed from her mouth again. In just 2 blows, he was able to put this burly man on the ground. Now he is ready to deal with the next. But, unexpectedly, a large man's hand wrapped around his head. It was so big that the head fit into it completely. As it turns out, this burly man was not finished yet because he was able to stand up and was ready to continue their fight. In fact, he was genuinely impressed with this young boy's fighting skills, so he even praised him. But, after a second, he applied all his strength and began to push our hero into the ground, preventing him from escaping. However, the young man continued to stand firmly on his feet. As difficult as it seemed, he still struggled. After that, the man told the boy a story about a strong warrior, whether the body is stronger than any diamond. As it turns out, this story is about him. He said what it is. He lifted our hero in his arms and pressed hard, after which a crunch was heard. And so, after a second, the boy stopped moving and hung from the hands of this scoundrel like a rag. And then, a second later, the big man threw the young boy's lifeless body straight to the ground like trash. These bastards only laughed at the death of this unfortunate boy, saying that it was his own fault that he died. Unexpectedly, someone's voice was heard, saying how rotten people these scoundrels are after all. This attracted the attention of the men, and they immediately began to look for someone who dared to talk to them so insolently. The shaved man just stood there in silence and listened to what he would say next. As it turned out, it was a cafeteria worker who said that the strong have no right to attack the weak, because it is not a dignified act. That is why the young boy decided to teach these scoundrels so that they know that they should not do this. Suddenly, one of these men naively tapped the boy on the head with his sword, clearly not taking his words seriously. But the young boy was not going to just tolerate it, and a second later, he delivered his first blow. It was so fast that they didn't have time to understand what happened. Everything in the eyes suddenly swam. Men couldn't even do it. And so, after a second, the men were unable to stand on their feet, because severe pain spread throughout their bodies. And after a moment, they completely fell to the ground, unable to get up and fight back against their attacker. Observers were shocked that the young man managed to put these two thieves so quickly. Meanwhile, the burly man who was watching this became enraged. It is difficult for him to believe what he saw. The girl who was watching this was horrified when she saw what happened and looked at the reaction of this big man. This scoundrel was in complete shock that this young man was able to subdue his subordinates with such ease. It seemed unreal. The black-haired boy didn't care what his enemy said. For a second, he thought about something. After a second, he turned to the injured subordinates of the girl, who once again repeated that they had nothing to do with these thieves. Meanwhile, this burly, clean-shaven man ordered his subordinates to kill this brazen kid. He decided to take the opportunity while he was distracted and started talking to the injured people. It was a good chance to kill him. While the young man continued to have a sweet conversation with the strangers, his enemies, who had already drawn their weapons, began to run behind him. But our hero was able to dodge a sword blow with ease. Only a second passed, and he was already gone. These men just hit each other with their swords. It is not clear how, but this amazing boy in an instant found himself behind the backs of his enemies. He realized that it turned out to be a crime scene. And then, after one more moment, he slammed these bastards' heads against each other. They clearly did not expect this. It turns out that these miserable rats planned to kill the unfortunate people, and him too. Which means they should be punished. Thus, already 4 subordinates of this big fat man were disabled and could not do anything. Suddenly, this scoundrel decided to personally attack our hero and tightly wrapped his elbow around his head, preventing him from breathing. You could feel the anger he was feeling right now through his entire body. He squeezes the boy so hard that the bones crunch. The man is going to turn the boy to mush. He must be determined to do it, so he puts all his strength into it. But something seems to have gone wrong. With every passing second, it became harder and harder for him to hold it. Our hero has incredible strength, because he was able to break this big man's grip despite his size advantage. And so, with one successful movement, the boy hit his offender right in the stomach, which he clearly did not expect. From such a strong blow, he twisted, trying to catch his breath, because everything inside hurt and burned. The pain was so strong that the man could barely stay on his feet and crashed into a rock. It seems our hero hit him right in the solar plexus, because his enemy couldn't take a breath, causing him to lose coordination. Meanwhile, the boy mockingly remembered his words about his body being stronger than any diamond. And then, after a second, the young man rushed towards him with lightning speed to deliver the last, decisive blow. The bastard was no joke when he realized that such a young boy had such power. He started screaming out of fear and begged him to stop. Our hero decided to use the heavenly destruction. Reception called the palm that does not tolerate evil. Hearing these words, the girl was shocked. She could not believe what she had just heard. A second later, our hero's hand touched the body of his enemy. Something terrible is about to happen. The impact was so strong that the big man went completely into the rock, leaving a deep dent there. It seems that another enemy has been defeated. This bastard was no longer moving. It's hard to believe, but due to such a strong impact, even the rock cracked into many fragments. After a second, the rock could not withstand such tension and completely collapsed. The stones flew down with a thud. There used to be a big rock here, and now there is nothing left at all. It collapsed from one blow. The stones that fell down forever buried under it a man who also had dreams, hopes, and life, but he turned to the wrong path. The affected people who watched it were too shocked by what they saw to comment in any way. They simply lost their language. If this bastard really has a body stronger than any diamond, then in a few hours he should be as good as new. The guy sincerely hopes that this man will draw at least some conclusion while he is climbing out from under the rubble. The observers are still in complete shock, so they watch our hero's actions in silence. Meanwhile, the girl is very confused by the technique used by this young man. She can't get the technique of heavenly destruction out of her head. Palm that destroys evil. She can't understand how an ordinary guy managed to learn the heavenly destroyer technique. At this time, this mysterious young man approaches the lifeless body of the boy who fought for justice and touches his chest. A second later, he presses his hand hard against his chest as if trying to start his heart. And surprisingly, it seems to work because after a second, the dead guy starts coughing up blood. After that, the main character removes his hands, announcing that he is already finished. When he is about to leave, he says that this fighter for justice will come to his senses in 10 minutes. But before leaving, our hero turns to the guards. Those out of fear immediately respond. He asks them one thing. If they ever visit their dining room again, the landlady must not find out that he has been fighting. The men didn't know how to respond to such a simple request. so they stared at the boy in silence. But after a second, the exhausted guards bow low in gratitude and promise to fulfill this request. Having said everything he wanted, the black boy is about to say goodbye and return, but the girl calls him. The girl really wants to know the name of their savior. In her eyes, you can see admiration and strong interest. But unfortunately, the guy can't say his name. He just awkwardly scratches the back of his head and smiles. A second later, he quickly runs from the scene back to the tavern as the men glare at him. The girl was very interested in this guy, so it stressed her subordinates. They immediately began to calm her and asked her not to be angry that he did not reveal the secret of his name. They were afraid to feel the anger of the landlady. But it seems the girl didn't care. She only remembered his words that he would not reveal the secret of his name. Meanwhile, the main character has already returned to the tavern. Probably they waited for him. The boy quickly found an excuse that he was simply confused and was looking for other ways, which is why he was gone for so long. The gray-haired woman raises her gaze and looks intently at her worker, as if scanning him. After a second, she assumes that he fought, but the boy does not agree with this. However, the woman insists on her point because she sees that the worker's nose is bleeding. The young man excuses himself, saying that he just fell, but the woman is not going to believe this delusion and tells Yurina everything. Hearing this, the girl screams loudly. You can hear her getting angry. A second later, a pretty face of a girl emerges from the kitchen, who sternly asks to confess everything. A year ago, she gave Kong Ryong a job on the condition that he would no longer use his power without her permission. But the boy continues to say that he was just running and fell. Unexpectedly, the girl falls silent. She saw blood from Kang Ryong's nose, so she called him over. The girl felt sorry for the boy, so she told him to go into the kitchen to clean his nose. The swords were sharply grasped in the fight with a loud clang and crack. Tired hands are barely able to hold the weapon. Many lifeless bodies were already lying on the ground, and 3 of those who remained alive were shouting after Mio Cheon. This man seems to have betrayed them, causing great resentment among others who were once his comrades. Unexpectedly, after these words, the man stopped. His eyes sparkled with malice and hatred. A second later, he swung his chain. The man was determined to finish the job. A moment later, the chain whistles towards the men and hits the one in the center. The blow was so strong that it split the man's head into 2 equal parts. Immediately after, the bastard gathers his chain back to continue his attacks. Thus, this scoundrel directs his chain in the direction of another man, who does not even have time to do anything. The last man left alive watches with horror at everything that is happening now. All his comrades died. The man clearly understands that he must act. Otherwise, he too will find himself breathless on the ground. And then, after a second, this man takes his sword and rushes towards the enemy, preparing to kill. He had a great idea to attack this bastard before he even assembled his attack chain. But his enemy notices his attack. But will he be able to protect himself from her? After a moment, several of the outfits fly out of some small tube. It looks like some small needles that fly quickly right into the eyes of the man. The attacker clutches his face in pain. It seems he has now lost his eyes. The man does not have time to do anything and think of how a heavy killer chain ends up behind him. Murderer Mio Cheong always gets his work done. He walks away, leaving many dead bodies behind him. But in addition to good killing skills, the man has other virtues. And his main virtue is absolute ruthlessness. If it is necessary for the case, then this man will destroy anyone, even your friend. Once upon a time, a man married a woman, but then he started cheating on her and deceiving her. But she found out about it and ordered to kill his mistress. The man carefully reads all the details of the order and simply remains silent. Although the killing of women leaves an unpleasant mark on the soul, this man is ready to take up this matter. The woman promises that if he does everything quietly and quickly, she will pay him twice as much. Then the man offers to kill her husband too. He is even ready to make a discount for it, but the woman refuses because she does not want to be a widow. The boy yawns loudly and sweetly. He seems to want to take a nap. Such a sweet yawn even brought tears to my eyes. The other customers thanked the guy for the delicious lunch, and he kindly replied to them and wished them luck. There were many different dishes on the table, which had a very pleasant aroma. Our hero turned to see what was going on. It turns out that one of the plates on which dumplings were placed began to fall. But the black man and the boy quickly resolved this situation and ran up to the plate, after which all the dumplings fell into his mouth. Grandmother was a little angry with the main character, because she had already forbidden him to finish his meal for customers many times. He excused himself that he was just helping Yoren to get rid of leftover food. But because of this, the grandmother had nothing to feed the pigs in the barn. A second later, a girl came out of the kitchen and asked her mother where she was going. The The woman does not reveal all the secrets and simply says that she has to meet someone in the city, and maybe she will stay there for the night. The newlyweds see the grandmother off, but she quarrels because she is called grandmother again. And so, when the woman had already left, Yoren looked at our hero with slight irritation. She asked Kangrion many times to tell her if he wanted to eat and not to follow the customers. If he had said it, now he would not have received a scratch from his grandmother. The girl decided to please the young man and cook him some fat ducks, so she called him to her kitchen. The boy is very happy about this, but suddenly he is distracted by two pigeons flying directly above them. They were carrier pigeons that brought takeout orders for the cafeteria. The girl reads the order and realizes that the roast ducks she promised Kangreon will have to wait. With that said, the girl heads back to the dining room to start preparing a new order. A few hours pass, and the sunny day turns into a warm, pleasant evening. Many people are walking through the streets of the city. Our hero brought an order that their tavern recently received. All orders were delivered to the customer. He already received the money, but he still had 2 extra baskets of food. The young boy looked with appetite at the dumplings, which lay so attractively in the basket and seemed to beckon him. And then, after a second, the boy jumped around the corner so that the grandmother would not see him. After a moment, he completely disappeared between the buildings. After a few minutes, our hero peeked out from around the corner to see what was happening on the street. Not much time passed, and the dark night came. A beautiful estate was located on the water, to which a long bridge led. At that time, a man was praising a beautiful woman. She was really very beautiful, like a work of art. The man admits that the 6 days they did not see each other felt like 6 years. He seems to love this girl infinitely. The man is full of seriousness and honesty in his words. He grabs the girl's hand to prove it. All his life, he crawled in front of his wife and her family. But when he met this girl, his life played with new colors and changed radically. He loved this girl so strongly and desperately that he was ready to run away with her somewhere far away and be her faithful dog all his life. But if he did not ask, the girl does not agree to this and asks to remain friends with him. It turns out that the same man who was supposed to finish off this girl was watching them all this time. The bastard was incredibly annoyed by such sweet things about love and everything like that. He could no longer listen to them. He really wanted to kill this man, but he couldn't because work is work. Therefore, he just silently observed the interaction of this couple. It seems that they were really good with each other. Meanwhile, the thief was deciding how exactly he was going to kill this innocent girl. He didn't want to take out the chain for such an easy task, so he decided to deal with it only with his needles. And then, after a second, he spat them out on the right side of the girl, but someone's hand caught them as soon as they flew out. The man looked shocked at the one who stopped his attack. He was our hero. A second later, a young boy pulls out of this small cone the very needles that were supposed to kill the girl. Kronav and the young man looked angrily at these needles. He knew that this man was an unusual citizen. Kang Ryong immediately knew that this was a suspicious man, a hired killer, because he was oozing with bloodlust. After that, our hero amiably approaches the girl and greets her. As soon as he did that, the thief ran away. He abruptly got up from the table and got into a fighting stance. It seems that something will start now. The man realized that ordinary needles could not be dispensed with, so he decided to use a chain. He was still shocked by this young man's actions. What bothered him the most was that he didn't feel the boy's presence at all, even when he was very close to him. Kang Ryong quietly warned the girl that this man was going to kill her, and asked if she should be protected. But it seems that the girl was very angry and ordered our hero to leave here. Hearing that the girl reacted to it like that, the boy got ready to go home. But it seems it was too late, because the man began to attack. His killer chains were headed straight for the young boy while he had his back turned to them. But the main character managed to repel this attack without even turning to face her. It was really exciting. He did it with one foot. This immediately attracted the attention of all the visitors, and they looked around in fright. Everyone immediately noticed that now there will be a fight. Meanwhile, the man is shocked that this young guy was able to fend off his attack. He was puzzled as to how such a young lad was able to counter him with one of the strongest attacks, capable of developing any depth. The guy saw that the girl and her husband decided to leave the premises after all, realizing that it was not very safe here. The old man could feel the murderousness of aura coming from the girl. It seems that she was very angry that he interrupted their date. Meanwhile, the man did not give up and continued to attack with his chains. He had to hate. The chain was approaching its enemy like lightning. He called, and he looked like an evil viper. But it seems that this did not scare our hero at all, because he stood still and waited for the chain to be closer. As soon as the chain came close to the boy, he easily grabbed it by the end with one hand, and then, after a moment, he pulled the chain on himself with great force. The old man pulled him with such force that the man could not stay on his feet and also flew towards him. The villain was clearly shocked by what was happening now. This is the first time in his life. The black boy was very angry with this scoundrel and looked at him with his murderous gaze. He was angry because now, because of him, he lives from the world. After saying this, he hit him hard on the head. The boy hit him so hard that he immediately fell to the floor with a loud thud. But after a second, the entire floor in the room collapsed and cracked. This is all because of the blow of our hero. Kong Ryong looked embarrassed at what he had done and realized that he seemed to have overdone it a bit. He overdid it so much that after a second the building began to crack, and cracks appeared on its walls. And after a few seconds, it completely collapsed and its fragments fell into the water. No one understood what happened, but it was good that everyone survived. The ship was already here to evacuate people. A ladder was lowered from the ship, on which people who were still in the water climbed. When they got on the ship, they began to cough and get rid of the water that suddenly got into their lungs. Meanwhile, the man could not recognize his beloved, and she only told him to go home today. The girl quickly covered her face with her hands, not wanting anyone to see her. It turns out that it was a grandmother, the owner of their tavern. She lost her set jaw and all her makeup was washed off. She was very angry with her employee because she kept asking him to pretend they were strangers, and he didn't listen. If everything happened like this, and her secret was revealed, she wished her husband to love his wife and live a good life. The man seems to have been completely devastated by this news. It was as if his whole life had gone to waste. Meanwhile, our hero asked the woman not to tell anything to Yorin, but she was too angry and refused this offer. Then the guy offered a bottle of delicious herbal tincture for the woman's silence, and she agreed. Elite sorceresses are an underground collection of trap masters. Unexpectedly, an innocent mouse falls into one of the traps. She just wanted to snack on a grain. Immediately after that, several people run up to the large hole that was disguised to look. The mouse fell straight down and, most likely, died, because the height was very high. This trap was made by Hyokran. All the girls praised her, because even a rat's sense could not detect a trap here. Meanwhile, not far from here was another trap. She was simpler. When the rat went under the bowl, where the delicacy was lying, she immediately covered the animal and did not let it get out. The girl who made this trap noticed that the rat can be caught much easier, with one easy movement. After this phrase, all the girls silently turned their gaze to Hyukran, realizing that it was clearly unnecessary. A second later, the girl ordered the others to tie up the brat. She decided to punish her, and now she will starve. Enwi Dong came to them, and said that he wanted to protect his Golden Dragon Guild, and he himself was draining the last drops of blood from them. Even the professional trappers they hired couldn't handle him. Their failure turned against them. That is why they decided to turn to them. They say that there is nothing to be afraid of with them, even if they do not cope. The girl happily announced that they had come to the right address. They are real masters of arranging unfortunate situations in such a way that no one will understand. And so, as soon as the customers left the premises, the girl broke the table in half out of anger. Its fragments scattered across the room. She was very angry with the customers because she felt disrespect in their words, and it seemed to her that they wanted to humiliate them. The black girl firmly decided that her next target would be the Golden Dragon Guild. They will still regret everything. And so very soon, the girls went to the bridge that stretched across a deep gorge. The girls swept the tracks. It seems they are already getting ready for work. Thus, one trap was already ready. Her students applauded and praised their teacher. From the outside, this bridge looks as if it is capable of supporting an entire army. But she arranged everything in such a way that it collapsed under the weight of even the smallest chipmunk. The girls continue to praise their craftswoman, saying that it is a real work of art. The girl really likes praise. At this time, the girls decide to see where their target is right now. Suddenly, someone appears over the bridge. It was our hero who quickly ran across the bridge. The girls didn't even immediately pay attention to it. But when they noticed that something was brought near them with lightning speed, they were shocked. They couldn't tell if it was true that someone had just crossed the bridge or if they were hallucinating. The girls came to the conclusion that, after all, someone ran across the bridge, but it still remained in place. The girl could not understand how the bridge was still holding, despite the fact that a whole pig ran across it. After a second, she decided to check if everything was attached correctly and if her trap would work. And then, after a moment, as soon as the girl stepped on the edge of the bridge, it began to collapse with a crash. Meanwhile, a man was watching all this. Pink fur hung around his neck. Fortunately, the girl remained alive, although she fell down, but she wrapped herself in a rope for such a situation. The man watched this in silence. His face was full of seriousness and concentration. And so he, still saying nothing, drank something from his bottle. And when he took a few sips, he turned and walked away. He heard fragments of phrases that the girl was now unconscious, and it was necessary to get her out of the gorge as soon as possible. Meanwhile, our hero brought another order for the client. It was the grandfather for whom they always prepared vegetarian dumplings with mushrooms and vegetables. But suddenly, there was a loud knock on the door. Someone was desperately asking for the door to be opened for them. The people who were outside the door think that her grandfather has been with her for several days and want to come in, but he chases them away. It seems that grandfather had a quarrel with someone and now decided to take revenge on them, so that they understand that he too must be respected. After that, he went back to ask the boy what time to expect him tomorrow, but he was gone. Grandfather looked out the window and could not understand how this young man went down so quickly. A lot of people had already gathered under the grandfather's door, who asked to open it. And at that time he broke his head. Our hero is just as interesting. Meanwhile, the girls prepare one more trap for their enemy. Now they are covering their tracks. Fortunately, the girl prepared another trap in his way just in case. Everyone praises her again. Unexpectedly, one of the girls comes up with a brilliant idea. She thinks that it was not a pig, but a Murim master who could have run across the platform. They have a special walking and running technique, and don't even leave footprints in the snow. But Yokran doesn't take this idea seriously. The girl cannot believe that this is true. The girl does not believe in such techniques. In her opinion, they were invented by some bandits to scare people. The girl quarreled with her students. It would be better if instead of thinking about inventions, they started developing new traps. After a second, all the girls stood in front of the master and apologized. Suddenly, our hero ran by the girls again and they looked in his direction with interest. Unexpectedly, Yukran shouted at him and asked him to turn back. The boy stopped and looked in surprise at the strangers who asked him to come. Our hero, without further ado, approached the girls, who were looking at him in shock. When he ran up and stopped in front of them, they were just amazed and silent and looking at him. The head craftswoman could not understand how this was possible. A second later, she dropped a small pebble onto some area of the ground. And a second after that, you turned some stone slabs from under the ground. Our hero was shocked. This is what usually happens when you step here. After a second, you won't even have a wet spot left. The black boy still didn't understand what it was. The girl was very angry about what happened. A second later, she grabbed him and started shaking him, trying to figure out who he was and why the traps weren't working on him. The girl furiously explained that these traps were meant for Nuedon, and he was bypassing them for the second time. Suddenly, someone's voice interrupted Hukran's desperate story, and she looked back at the speaker. A few meters from them was a tall, stocky man. His face was hidden by a shadow. It turns out that it was Nuedong, who had already eaten them and remembered what he saw recently near the destroyed bridge. His eyes filled with rage and blood as he realized they were trying to kill him. The girls were immediately horrified when they realized that this scoundrel had bitten them. Fear gripped the whole body. After a moment, they quickly ran away, leaving our hero alone. But, as it turned out, this bastard was not going to let the girls go. He was going to deal with them on the spot. The girls were very scared, realizing that this threatened their lives. I had to run faster! But the man could not be stopped. A predatory expression appeared on his face as if he were a wild tiger about to catch up with the miserable rabbits. The black boy just looked in surprise at the trail of the girls, who still continued to run and did not look back. Suddenly, the sword almost hit our hero. It swept right in front of him. Our hero politely tried to avoid the conflict and said that the man must have mixed something up. He is not guilty of anything here. But the scoundrel didn't care. He was going to finish everyone off because he thought that Kang Ryong was the person sent by the Golden Dragon Guild. The black boy didn't want to get into a fight, so he only deftly dodged the blows of his sharp sword, at the same time trying to explain the situation. Suddenly, Kang Ryong crashed into the trunk of a tree that was behind him. Now he has nowhere to hide. A second later, the scoundrel came even closer to the young man and was about to deliver the last decisive blow. Our hero quickly blocks his blow and breaks his sword into small pieces with just one touch. After that, he elbows him once in the jaw, but it seems that the blow was too strong and he flew several meters above the ground. At first, the boy himself did not understand what he had done, but when he realized that he had gone a little too far, it was already too late. At first, he did not understand at all where the enemy had gone. But then he raised his head and looked at the sky. And then, a second later, the boy quickly ran away from the scene, hoping that no one saw what he had done. The girls looked out from the bushes with interest and shock, marveling at the boy's great strength. It seems that it was not a pig after all, but a very cool master. The girls were happy that they were saved, but the master did not answer their questions and words. She just watched their savior silently. After a second, the master still managed to open his mouth. The girls did not understand what had happened to her. Hyuk Ran rested her head against a tree. She didn't know what to do now. It seems that Hyuk Ran has truly fallen in love with the savior stranger. Meanwhile, our hero has already returned back to the tavern. Yorin looked at the young man with sweet eyes. The girl watched him greedily eat dumplings. He threw them into his mouth one by one. They had fun spending time together. They joked and laughed a lot with each other. It seems that someone was watching them at this time. These were the same trap-making girls. Hyuk Ran was watching them from behind the bushes. The students were very sad because it seems that this stranger already has a girlfriend. They worried about how their master would feel. But to their surprise, Hyuk Ran suddenly burst out laughing. This stressed the girls. The girl was furious with the stranger. He just flirted with her, and now this guy is with another girl. Out of rage and fury, the girl broke the spyglass. That is why men should be kept on starvation rations. Little children play rock, scissors, paper. One child's hand folds into paper and the other into a stone. These children seem to be very poor. Their hair is dirty and disheveled, and their clothes are full of holes and scratches. What would happen if this little boy won his first ever game of rock, paper, scissors? What if instead of him, his younger brother was sold for his father's great debts, and not him? Would the fate of this little boy have turned out differently? A strong male hand carries him away from his family, but now you can't do anything. It remains only to fantasize and imagine how things would be differently. Of course, everything would be different, not so terrible and cruel. Yes, the little boy has turned into a brave man who is now battered and scarred. A second later, he gets hit hard in the face. Blood comes out of the mouth. Two men beat him hard and mercilessly in the face with sticks. They lack a sense of pity. The unfortunate man did not even have the strength to stand up. The whole body hurt a lot. After that, one of the men, who did not participate in the household, ordered the other two to come. They must not kill this man, because they are going to execute him anyway. And if they have already stopped, they plan to have a short rest. These men in hats seem to have a strong hatred for this unfortunate. One of them spits right in his face, but the man doesn't care anymore. Having done this, the three men go and sit under a tree in the shade, leaving the unfortunate man to bake in the sun. The man just looks at his co-offenders, but he can't do anything and just breathes hard. A big mighty tree hid from the sun. Since that day, the man has never lost at rock, scissors, paper. His eyes are full of rage. He still continues to look at these men who are completely indifferent to him. They drink and eat, debating how much longer they have to go to the castle. If they go at such a pace as now, then God forbid they will reach the dark, unexpectedly. A beaten and exhausted man found the strength to stand on his feet. This attracted the attention of the perpetrators. They were a little shocked that he was able to get back on his feet so quickly. A second later, in a low, trembling voice, he offered these scoundrels to play rock, scissors, paper. He set conditions. If one of them can win it, then he will save all of their lives. Having said this, he slowly walked towards them. None of the men took his words seriously. They just noticed that he was insolent. One of the men headed towards him. He perfectly understood that this unfortunate man's legs must be intact, because he still had to reach the castle. But hands are not necessary. Saying this, a chain appeared from somewhere above. It is not clear where he came from, but he tightly wrapped his arms around the head of this bastard. And then, after a second, some unknown force tore him off the ground and lifted him up. When the other two men looked up, they were shocked by what they saw. As if ghosts appeared above them. The beaten man just complacently watched his offenders die. The serious man did not say a word, but silently watched it. A second later, many other people appeared under the tree. These people freed the wretch from the chains in this trap. It turns out that these were subordinates of this bearded man. They are very happy to see him again. The man said nothing, only looked thoughtfully at his enemies, who were no longer breathing. His subordinates were shocked that only 3 men were sent to catch the boss. They don't seem to take them seriously at all. People were shocked to realize what kind of prisoner they were taking. One of these men who abused their boss, they still left alive. The mustachioed man was badly beaten and exhausted. He was breathing heavily, looking into the man's eyes. The bearded man still did not say anything, but simply looked into the eyes of his abuser. But after a second, he broke into a strange smile that drove away anxiety. After a moment, he leaned closer to his abuser and let out a strange laugh. saying that it would be difficult to keep the three of them alive. He sets conditions. If this wretch can win him some game, then he will let him go with a calm soul. The man was very scared, but asked what game they were going to play. The expression on this man's face made everything inside him shudder. He offered to play rock, scissors, paper. He was full of seriousness that if he won, he would live. His voice was frightening. From this, everything inside stopped. The unfortunate man only looked at the man with a frightened look. After some time, all three men were mercilessly thrown from the cliff. It seems that no one managed to win. After that, the boss asked if there was a tale behind them. Fortunately, there is not. The White Skull is a band of outlaws. They became famous for their cruelty and inhumanity. No other gang could boast of such wild preferences. There were strange rumors that Wang Ok, the leader of the White Skulls, was still tied up in one small village. But when three of them disappeared from his convoy, the rumors suddenly died down. Night fell on the city. The men were in some small huts in the middle of the forest. Voices and loud laughter are heard from this room. At this time, Wang Ok talks about how some girls made him drink. And when he passed out and woke up, he was completely tied up. This time, he miraculously managed to avoid death. He was incredibly lucky. One of the subordinates advises him to take security next time so that this does not happen. The subordinates were very happy that everything was fine with their boss, even though he suffered many unpleasant things. Some still couldn't believe that their boss couldn't give in to such Slovaks. Even though he was drunk, everyone around was discussing the situation. But it seems that the boss was not very happy to hear about it. Everyone seemed to be mocking. Unexpectedly, the man put a bowl of his food on the table. After that, he turned to the lieutenant. He asked how long he had been serving him. The man began to count and came to the conclusion that he had been serving him for about 4 years. This is quite a long time, and he probably had thoughts about becoming a leader. The man did not understand what he was leading to, but then the boss offered to play rock, scissors, paper if he can win, then take his place. The lieutenant just looked at his boss in surprise, not understanding what he meant. Everyone around fell silent, and the atmosphere in the room became tense. It seems that the man was not joking at all, or completely serious. Now, all the circumstances are in favor of the lieutenant, because the boss was tied up for a long time and now he does not obey his fingers. The man laughed embarrassedly, and still did not want to believe it. It seems to have strained him. The boss remained silent, but looked at his subordinate with the same piercing gaze. The blood froze in his veins from this look. The man was sweating profusely from nerves. The lieutenant sensed that something bad was about to happen, so he quickly reached for his sword to defend himself. But to his surprise, the sword was no longer behind his back. It is not clear how, but we have already found ourselves in the hands of the boss, and he praised his sharpness. Unexpectedly, the lieutenant was seized with a sharp pain, and his whole body trembled. He could not say a word, and after a short moment, his body was disintegrated into several parts. A second later, everything around was covered in blood. Everyone looked at it in shock. After that, the boss, as if nothing had happened, put the ball next to him on the table. Everyone stared at him in silence. Then the bearded man took the bowl of food in his hands and continued to taste. After a second, he looked up at his subordinates. And again, as if nothing had happened, he asked if they had found his offender. He hid near the Yellow Dragon Mountain and pretended to be a descendant of an aristocratic family. The man carefully listened to his subordinates and processed all the received information in his head. After a second, the man became very angry that this scoundrel dared to lose the gold he had stolen. The man got so angry that he broke the cup in his hand. The broth spilled all over her. Everyone present just looked at it in silence. They clearly could not recover from what happened. At this time, someone was playing rock, scissors, paper again. Scissors beat paper. They were some men having fun while eating. They were in the tavern where our hero worked. The winner bragged about his victory. One said it was because he was better at martial arts than his opponent, but he couldn't find the logic in his words. The man began to explain that the game of rock, scissors, paper, and martial arts have a lot in common. In this game, the decision about what to throw away must be made instantly, and it is impossible to change your mind. In order to win every time, you need to have not only sharp vision but also a quick reaction. His friend is determined to win this game next time. Meanwhile, our hero goes on a mission again. He needs to deliver the order. Grandmother wonders if Lord Nama made this order again because it is very large. This is exactly the man who has very weak health, because of which he constantly sits at home and does not go out anywhere. The woman is burning with the desire to see this man at least one day, but her daughter does not understand her intentions, because he cannot even go out into the yard. Mother gave the example of chickens. When you eat healthy chickens every day, sometimes you want to visit something radically different. Meanwhile, our hero is running fast along the road through the rocks. A crowd of people who want to ask him for directions is coming towards him. The man displays his weapon and stops the horses. Our hero stops abruptly in front of these men because he will not be able to pass through them. They ask if anyone lives near here, and then they smell a delicious smell. The men surrounded the boy and impudently asked him to give them these dumplings. But our hero is not going to give them dumplings, and explains that this is an order from another customer. Then these men become more serious and insolent, not understanding why he is not afraid of them. Unexpectedly, a man bursts into their conversation and says that he is very surprised. He laughs and says that he likes brave young men, and this peddler sure has some fortitude. Then, the man offers to play rock, scissors, paper for these dumplings. If the black boy can win, he will leave here in peace. But if the bearded man wins, the boy will leave them dumplings and his hand. A second later, they start playing, and to everyone's surprise, our hero wins. Everyone around fell silent and fell into a stupor. No one could ever defeat the boss. A moment later, Kangryong runs on because he urgently needs to deliver an order. Meanwhile, the boss orders his subordinates to quickly bring back this impudent boy. He seems very angry that someone was able to defeat him. All subordinates are going to quickly fulfill his order and run after the boy. Meanwhile, the anger in the veins of the boss buys. The eyes are filled with rage. But unfortunately, the boy couldn't be caught, even though they sent 2 of the fastest men in their gang. The subordinates explained in trembling voices that the forest was very thick and there were many boar roads around. But the bearded man was not going to listen to them because they were simple excuses. The subordinates were very scared because the boss was looking at them with a very angry look. It seemed that he wanted to kill them, but unexpectedly the man softened and thought about something. There is nothing surprising in this because they are not even familiar with the area. After that, he asks his subordinates how they eat his party in rock, scissors, paper. The men clearly did not expect such a question and did not know how to answer it correctly. He lost, but he didn't seem to care. The subordinates did not know how to properly respond to his words in order to stay alive. A second later, the man explained that it was just the first round. In fact, he wanted to play 3 rounds, and he lost the first one specifically because he wanted to tickle his nerves. Everyone present was shocked that the boss wanted to play 3 rounds. Everyone suddenly fell silent. It was a real shame. And if it happened because of these 2 underlings, they should play these 2 rounds with him. The men just looked at their boss in alarm, not understanding what he meant. After a second, a satisfied smile appears on his face. They will play rock, scissors, paper. They will play 1 round each, and if the boss still loses in those 2 rounds, he will admit defeat. The men were horrified when they heard about it. They were afraid to play against their boss. The man did not understand why his subordinates did not want to play with him, and reminded him that in this game everything is decided by luck. Meanwhile, our hero has already run to his destination. It was a beautiful house on the edge of a cliff surrounded by mountains. The man was glad that he had waited for his delicious order. He wanted to eat faster. He had not tried these dumplings for so long that he was ready to sell his soul for them. The boy gave him instructions on how to eat these dumplings. He can eat the upper ones now, and those from the bottom, later, but before that, heat them up for steam. And so, after that, the man hands our hero a string with coins, but there are again more than necessary. The man said that he also gives coins to charity, and asks that they be taken to the Yellow Dragon Temple instead. The boy remarked that the man had already donated so much to the victims of the flood, but he just says that this is his fate. After that, Kang Ryong reached into his pocket to get something, but after a second, he was surrounded by swords that could take off his head at any moment. It was the man's ninja bodyguards who asked to show his hands and what was in them. The man tried to stop his bodyguards because they already know our hero, but it is impossible. A second later, the boy pulls out a piece of paper with something wrapped in it from his inner pocket. It turns out to be the ginseng that Grandpa Juan asked him to hand over. He says it will help restore his health. And so when the guards saw the body inside the piece of paper, they quickly left. Our hero turned around in surprise and wondered how they had disappeared so quickly. The man was very ashamed of them, but he explained that they were simply fulfilling their obligations as bodyguards. But the black boy was not angry at all and calmly handed the gift to the man. But the man does not remember any grandfather and why he gives him such a valuable thing. Our hero conveys that this grandfather considers him a benefactor. The grandfather had a hard time after his wife died and he didn't even have money to bury her. But because the husband gave money to charity, he was able to do it. Although the man does not think that he has done anything important, it was important for the grandfather. Indeed, many would like to thank this good man for all that he has done. and the residents of his settlement often ask about how this man feels and how his health is. Everyone really wants to meet him, so as soon as the man recovers, our hero invites him to come to their village. He said, "What is it?" The black boy is running back to the tavern, because he fulfilled the order. At this time, the man looks at the gift that Grandpa Juan gave him. His look is quite strange. It is said that ginseng root can resurrect even the dead. It seems that the man is not very happy with such a gift, but if he has already been given it, he must eat it. Someone once said that you don't want to share ginseng even with the closest people. The man licked off pieces of the root and was reluctant to chew them. It turns out that this man was quite a hypocrite. He did not treat people well and considered them stupid. The question of where he gets so much money and such generosity will never occur to them. He is sick of all this talk about charity. But then the man realizes that it is only in his hand. He will use his status to seduce peasant girls. He has already spent so many days in this hole that nausea makes him want to climb the walls. The man is thinking about his future plan. A minute later, he is in the field of ginseng root, and it falls to the floor. The man looks at the gift with an indifferent and cold look. It turns out that he is not who he claims to be. He stares at the ginseng root for a few more seconds, trying to forget its horrible taste. After some time, the young boy returned to the tavern, where the grandmother asked why he was gone for so long. While the boy was gone, many new orders came in, but first the boy must enter the temple of the Yellow Dragon. The grandmother immediately realized that the man must have already missed their dumplings very much. It seems that the woman does not really trust this rich benefactor and would like to bring him to light if he were not one of their biggest customers. Meanwhile, the boy reads the order and the address to which it should be delivered. After that, it starts working immediately. Meanwhile, the boss of the White Skull sits in complete silence and thinks. The man bent his palm into a fist. He was completely engrossed in his thoughts. Seriousness seized his mind. He remembered Kong Ryong's actions at the time they were playing the game. First, he straightened his middle and index fingers, while the others were bent. And no matter how many times the man scrolls through this scene in his head, he clearly sees that the boy wanted to show the scissors.
And the man cannot find an answer to his question.
How then was the young man able to show paper instead of scissors? My husband gets furious when I mention this because I just don't understand how this can happen. Strange thoughts come to the man's head, but he immediately dismisses them. He thought the boy was a martial artist, but martial artists aren't that fat. Unexpectedly, one of the subordinates calls out to the boss and snaps him out of his thoughts. A second later, he reports that the sweep is complete. The boss returns to check. In the room on the floor, there are many corpses. Everything is stained with blood. The man looks over each dead body. There are just a lot of them here. All of them are wearing black suits that hide their faces. These unfortunates will never again be able to get up and take a breath. Their lives have stopped. Wang Aka moves through these bodies around the room, getting closer to the main target. A burly man towers over his victim and looks at her with a scary look. The man is wounded and, it seems, cannot defend himself. The bearded man looks at his victim with a condescending look, as if at something pitiful. The subordinates found the hazelnut with gold, but it is half empty. He seems to have spent money on bodyguards. He wasted money on such guards because they are just pathetic. It was necessary to hire more professional people. Unexpectedly, the man calls out for the injured Hyol Pyo. After that, he wants to ask him a question. And then, after a second, their eyes meet, and he asks if he practiced rock, scissors, paper. After hearing this, seriousness and tension appear in the victim's gaze. He recalls that he was the best opponent he ever played with. Once, he almost lost to him. And the boss sets conditions. If he succeeds in defeating him, he will leave him alive and fulfill his one wish. Actually, it makes the battered man laugh a lot. He laughs loudly, even though the swords are aimed at him. With a smile on his eyes and lips, he tells his boss that it's time to grow up. From these words, the man's anger boils more and more, and his eyes become bloodshot again. But just a second later, Wang Aka laughs hard and starts smiling strangely again. But now they are really going to play rock, paper, scissors. This seems to be the best solution for now. After all, it is very difficult to not be in your own skin. All his life, he only did what he tried to survive. He left the gang because he couldn't live like this anymore. He could not find anything better, but still sat and was afraid that one day his comrades would find him ignored. But still, something in his life has changed. The peasants, who had always treated him well, immediately appeared before his eyes. Just the thought of them caused a warm smile, and the man sighed. Hyol Hyo didn't care what would happen to him. This is the best ending for someone like him. The man just wanted to play rock, scissors, paper with him, and he continues to say inexplicably what. He asks him to make a fist to start the game, but he refuses. The boss of the White Skulls is shocked by such impudence and at first does not believe his ears. For the first time in his life, a man feels such relief and does not want to spoil it by some game with a pathetic psychopath. A strong voltage sent the room. It seems the boss wasn't going to leave it at that. A second later, he exploded and shouted loudly for this wretch to raise his fist and play with him. He grabbed his head hard, trying to force him to play with him. He wasn't going to just leave it at that. Meanwhile, our hero is calmly shelling peanuts for children. The children could not open this nut for a long time, but our hero quickly helped them, for which they were very grateful. But when the children reached for the nut, the black boy quickly shook his fist. He wasn't going to give the peanuts away because one of the kids called him fat. The children looked at him in surprise and waited for him to open his hand. She wanted to call him fat again, but stopped in time. The guy clenched his fist with the nut even harder. After a second, the children changed their shoes and simply said that the boy had a broad bone. After that, the young man gently smiled and opened his hand with the nut to them. After that, they started whispering that they had to stand their ground until the end, because he is really fat. The guy was a little angry with the kids, and then one of them called him a cloud hayung. The black-haired boy looked sternly at the children and told them to try to repeat it again and think about their behavior. The children looked at each other, realizing that they would not get peanuts if they did not say this. The boy tried to take a nut from him and called him Fat Hyan, although our hero did not like it, but he was not going to mock the children, so he gave them a peanut. After that, he noticed that the children of the species are real traitors when they grow up. After a few minutes, the mother comes out of the house and calls the children to eat. All the children immediately pounced on the dumplings, like flies on a tent. It is very uncomfortable for the woman to take food from them every time, but the guy says that it is fine, because it is just leftovers. The woman offers her help in the tavern if she is suddenly needed. The guy thanks and leaves. After that, the young boy returns back to the tavern. When the young man approached the room, several men in uniform ran out of it. I immediately understood that these were government troops, but I did not understand why they were here. After a moment, the boy came inside. His grandmother and Yoren were already waiting for him there. It seems that our hero is not yet aware of the events that happened just recently. Bandits broke into Lord Nam's estate. They killed him and his guard, after which they burned the estate. It's hard for the black boy to believe that, because only recently he saw the Lord, he was fine, and now he's dead. Most likely these thugs were from the White Skull gang. Rumor has it that one madman from this gang plays cruel games with people for a living. She shows him a picture of this man. He always offers victims to play rock, scissors, paper. He promises to leave alive those who manage to win. Kang Ryong immediately recognizes the man he played this game with today in the photo. He does not understand why they wanted to kill the Lord. Meanwhile, our hero decided to go directly to the scene of events. Everything here was littered with the ruins of the estate, which was still intact in the morning and people lived in it. And there were already soldiers who were carrying out the burnt bodies of people. Our hero carefully looked at the bodies of people, trying to see if the Lord was really there. Unexpectedly, the main character saw one detail that confused him. The boy immediately became serious when he saw something. It was as if a realization came to him. The boy was not visible at all. He watched everything from a tree. Only his dark silhouette is visible. After a second, the silhouette of the main character disappeared completely. The black-haired boy ran somewhere. It is not known where, but his speed was incredible. He found himself at the foot of some rock, but immediately began to climb it. And after a few seconds, the young man managed to find himself on the mountain. The guy was very high above the mountains, and everything around him was like in the palm of his hand. Unexpectedly, his sharp vision spotted a small cabin in the middle of the forest, and there was even a light on in this hut. She immediately caught his attention, and the young man was even more surprised by the fact that people were even walking outside. Someone is definitely inside. It is not known what the boy wanted to do, but he was incredibly determined and serious. After a moment, he fell on the mountain and was ready to continue his journey. The boy quickly moved from his place in the direction of the house in which the light was on. He, like lightning, quickly passed trees and bushes. He walked a long way to get to the house. It seemed like several kilometers. And so, finally, the main character managed to find the same house. Outside, near the house, two men were walking. I think it was security. After a second, the silhouette of our hero appeared above the high fence. It seems that he was not afraid of anything at all. A second later, the young boy turned to these guards and asked if this was really a gang of White Skulls. The men were not jokingly frightened when they heard that someone was approaching them. Kang Ryong was sure that he had come to the right place because he remembered the faces of these people. The young man wanted to get to their boss, who meanwhile was drinking some kind of broth. Their gang was in the middle of the room. Several bonfires were built, and they sat in groups around them. Unexpectedly, the door to the room opened with a creak, and this attracted the attention of all the men who were there. A young, not tall, slightly overweight young man stood at the door. His eyes were like those of a predator. The boss looked scared and shocked at the uninvited guest. Everyone present immediately turned to see who had come to them. Everyone immediately became confused when they realized that it was a foreigner. They were ready to defend themselves. But the boss calmed them down and told them not to do anything. He ordered his subordinates to come back and reminded them that he was the guy who was delivering the dumplings this morning. Everyone was shocked. But when they heard this news, they immediately calmed down. The boss repeated his order in a more stern tone and told everyone to move back. After a second, all the men quickly retreated, leaving no one and nothing between the guest and the boss. A sly smile immediately appeared on the man's lips. It seems that he was glad of such a meeting. The man asked what brought him here so late. Did he get lost while delivering dumplings? Although the reason is not so important, because the man himself wanted to find it in order to play rock, scissors, paper. The man was very surprised when the boy named this game himself. The old man, with a sincere smile on his face, said that he came to play this game and added that he had never lost. Everyone present was shocked by the impudence of this little guy. They immediately began to humiliate him and call him names. He does not seem to know whom he has challenged. A second later, the boss ordered all his subordinates to shut up. And if they do not obey him, then he will tear out their tongues. After that, everyone immediately closed. After that, the boss laughed quietly and got up from the ground to go to the boy. It turns out that the loss of the boss was not an accident, but the boy admits that he almost did not lose. Our hero miraculously managed to win. The man thinks that he was looking for him because he is not satisfied with the result of the game. They decided to finish the morning game. Our hero will have to win only once, and the boss twice. But the young boy makes a condition that if he wins, then this scoundrel will voluntarily surrender to the government. And if he loses, then he will allow you to try to fight him one-on-one. The guy says he knows a little about martial arts. He spent the whole day thinking about how to set the conditions for the game, because you can't come empty-handed. The men present are simply shocked by the impudence of this little scoundrel and cannot contain their anger. But after a second, they cover their mouths with their palms, remembering that they may be left without tongues. And so, at last, the realization of who he is dealing with comes to this stocky man. Finally, he notices that not a single rotten board creaked under our hero. Then he remembers the morning and realizes that the boy ran away very quickly and quietly. Now he understands that in front of him is a real master of martial arts. From this, the thief's lips are twisted in a cruel and gambling smile. He shows his teeth. And after a second, he seems to become crazy. The man gladly accepts the terms of our hero. And so, they are preparing for the start of the game. The boss snaps his fingers. This time, the man is full of confidence in his victory because the morning trick will not help. And then, after a moment, they already prepared their fists. The man had just begun to say the words of the game, and the young boy had already thrown away the scissors, although he had not yet finished. The scoundrel just shrugged and silently stared at his hand, which was showing the scissors. Everyone present also fell silent and could not take their eyes off the young man. The young man continued to stand motionless with the scissors in his hands until the boss could not move. He leaned closer and looked at his opponent's hand, not understanding what was happening now. A second later, he gets very angry, thinking that the boy is not taking him seriously. It seems that this unknown boy is completely mad, but Kang Ryong continues to stand still and look his opponent straight in the eyes. The man still cannot understand what is happening and does not know how to play further. About that, the black-haired boy continues to confidently look into his eyes, not looking away for a second. No one in the room could understand what was happening. Is this guy really that weird? The boss continued to just stand with his fist in his hand. Unexpectedly, the silhouette of our hero began to blur before the eyes of this scoundrel. The head slowly began to turn into tongues of fire. With every second, this abomination seemed to lose control and reason, and after them, common sense. After a second, he stopped seeing a person in front of him at all, and saw some kind of monster with a terrible face. Such a sight sent chills down my skin. The man is just a joke. Although it was incredibly scary, the scoundrel could not take his eyes off this monster. Cold drops of sweat quickly ran down his face, and his heart was beating frantically, as if it was about to jump out of his chest. The bearded man continued to stand motionless in front of his opponent, but after a second he slowly began to move. It seems he will make his move now. So, after a second, he makes a move. His fist turns into a normal palm that shows the paper. That is, the man deliberately walked with paper, regardless of the fact that the opponent put down scissors. Everyone who watched this was incredibly shocked. They stammered and lost their tongues. The young boy was surprised that his opponent so easily put the paper on his scissors. The boy raised his hand in surprise and realized that he seemed to have won, and yet so easily. After that, he embarrassedly scratched the back of his head, realizing that he had won. The White Skull boss's subordinates did not understand what they should do now. Meanwhile, the main character heads to the exit of the room, because now the boss must fulfill his promise. All subordinates stand without moving, allowing our hero to leave in peace. And then, after a second, the door to the room closes and the guy leaves. Immediately after that, all subordinates rush after him to catch him and prevent him from leaving. But the man, for some reason, cannot speak and move. He can only watch as subordinates run after him. He tries to tell them not to follow him because it is very dangerous. But after a second, he realizes that his voice has disappeared and he is not strong here. Suddenly, the door creaks open. A bright yellow light is visible behind them. It is so bright that it seems capable of blinding a person. The bearded man continues to stand motionless. Everything around begins to make noise and thunder, straining the ears. Cold drops of sweat run down the face from the fear of the future. The man closed his eyes. After a second, the bright light went out. Everything went black again. Only a moment passed, and the door began to open again with a quiet but unpleasant creak. The man approached the door and, despite the fact that he was very afraid, dared to open it. A big tiger appeared in front of him. He roared loudly and looked with his piercing eyes straight into the soul. The tiger was too big, not of natural size. He did not take his eyes off the man. Seeing such a sight, his black hair gradually turned gray from fear. There was a feeling that the heart would stop from fear now. Unexpectedly, the tiger even started talking and called this man by name. Gradually, this animal moved away, and in front of it was our hero, who stood with his back to the man. After a second, the boy asked if the man's name was really Wangak. But this man, scared to death, no longer had the strength to answer. My whole life flashed before my eyes. The black boy looks at him with his eyes, looks straight into his soul and orders him to keep his promise. From his heavy gaze, it felt as if the whole body was melting and flowing. With every passing second, the life seemed to leave this bastard, leaving only a look of horror on his face. The fear was so strong that it did not leave the man until the last second of his life. After a second, the man completely stopped talking. All his hair turned white as death. And then, after a second, the tiger disappeared and the man fell down exhausted. Rumors that the authorities had taken a gang of white skulls into custody quickly spread through the village. Citizens, of course, praised the military because they did not know that all this was the work of our hero. But one of the men said that the military had nothing to do with it because some anonymous person informed them about the location of the gang. And when they arrived, the members had already been severely beaten. When the military captured the leader, he was neither alive nor dead. He was recognized only by a raisin on his forehead. He seems to have lost his mind, and his subordinates constantly insisted that their boss became like this after losing rock, scissors, paper. Everyone thought this was punishment for attacking Lord Nam's estate. The girls in turn also talked about what happened the other day. Grandma thought that her employee was involved in this, but when she heard about the game, she calmed down. Grandma was still very angry with our hero because she was not sure of his innocence and non-involvement in this situation. Kang Ryong heard that the women seemed to be talking about him and moved closer to listen. Yoren told him to ignore it and asked if he brought everything she asked for. After a second, the gray-haired woman turned to her employee. I think she had a question. She asked him, like the worst rock, paper, scissors player, if he had ever won. He nodded with a smile on his face. Once upon a time, there lived a fortune-teller who was famous for her gift, for which she was nicknamed the Holy Virgin of Heaven. Her fame was so strong and great that residents of neighboring villages and distant castles sought to meet her. Before her death, she gathered her closest followers near the deadly odor and ordered to take care of her newborn daughter. But their thirst for prophecies was so strong that they disregarded the Virgin's last will, in which she wanted her daughter to be free. The child of the Heavenly Virgin inherited a wonderful gift from her mother, and gossip and rumors about the child of the Heavenly Virgin adorned her followers, which brought a large number of believers who turned into spring fans. The Lord, embarrassed by this situation, which was getting out of control, ordered the fanatics to return to normal life and declared these actions illegal. But her loyal fans were not going to give up and rebelled. Then the angry Lord summoned the troops. This brutal battle lasted for 8 days, but the uprising was still doomed to failure, and several people who could not come to terms with such a sad end chose to die alive in the fiery temple. But these people did not die alone. With them at that moment was the little daughter of the Heavenly Virgin, who had only recently learned to walk. Yoren, as always, did her work. The girl was serving customers when she suddenly saw a child. Customers also paid attention to this and looked at the girl in surprise. She was still looking at one point. A second later, when she put the dumplings on the table, she headed to the kitchen. At this time, the interested men turned their gaze to the front door, expecting to see something there. There was no one else in the room except for these two customers. All the tables were completely empty. Unexpectedly, a loud cry was heard that there was no child here and no one at all. After a few minutes, the disgruntled customers left the tavern, simultaneously telling each other about their mood. At this time, a gray-haired woman came out of the toilet. She was there for a very long time and she was sick. But nothing helped. When she looked around the room, she saw many uneaten dishes on the table. She was very surprised that the customers left without even touching the dumplings. The woman was surprised and drowned herself in dumplings, as if expecting them to answer all her questions. After a second, she turned to her daughter and asked if she had served customers. The girl said that she served 2 men, and there was also a child with them. The news about the child made the grandmother press hard against the wall. She couldn't believe that there was a child in their tavern, and then she followed those people. The woman was very angry with her daughter because she told her not to go out to the hall to the visitors. But the dumplings were already ready, and the customers were waiting for them, so she had to do it. After a second, the grandmother's stomach rumbled again and became sick. It seems it was all due to nerves. She quickly ran to the toilet. Our hero handed the girl a completely empty tray of dishes. She is very glad that at least someone managed the dumplings before leaving. Suddenly, 3 men enter the tavern, who are going to have a good rest after a hard day. They sit down at one of the tables and order some wine and some kind of light snack. Some time passes after the order was already on the table. The men ate almost everything. And while they ate, of course, they talked about rumors. The conversation turned to the estate of Honnyo. Everyone said it was a haunted house. Meanwhile, they ordered another bottle of wine. The evil spirit that lives in that house is said to be Lord Han himself. He, like a holy sage, lived alone all his life. And after his death, he turned into a terrible ghost and now lives in his house. The worst thing is that the man died and did not have time to voice his last will. It must be something to do with the estate if his soul is still there. There are rumors that this estate hides great riches and the most secret books on martial arts. Then why not visit with a few brave fellows, whether it's true or a myth? All the most famous exorcists and shamans from all over the country who decided to investigate this estate, in the end, quickly fled from it. Men think that this spirit is evil and equal in power to the Demon King, but this should not be believed because it is just a rumor. And what if the spirit of the Lord is looking for a successor? So he is too picky. At such rates, it is known that soon no stone will be left unturned. And there is another myth that anyone who has visited this manor will have urinary incontinence for the rest of his life. What nonsense! Men, I sincerely hope that soon the spirit will find peace and everything will be fine. So in this way, men are already going to go to work. The company of men heads for the exit as our hero bids them a polite farewell. Thus night came. The tavern has already closed. The gray-haired woman goes to the bedroom and tells the workers to wash everything here until it shines. Unfortunately, Grandma had a terrible day today and she needs to sleep. They wish her sweet dreams. And so, when Yoren's mother went into the room, the girl quietly addresses the main character. She wonders if Kang Ryong knows the way to Hong Manor. The guy doesn't want to tell her, because it's very far from here, and the road is very overgrown with grass, but the girl promises a basket of large dumplings for this information. And so the young boy could not resist such a tempting offer and agreed. The guy put the girl on his back so that they could get to the estate faster. He passed by several times but never went inside. Even during the day, there is a very heavy fog, so people try not to go there without a good reason. Yoren asked him to be quiet and she would give him one more basket of dumplings. She needs to focus. Hearing this, the young man easily agreed to remain silent until the very end of their journey. They are almost here. The boy shows a section of the foggy part of the forest. The estate is located there. Suddenly, with a whistle, a sharp arrow flies towards the girl. But luckily, Kang Ryong cleverly catches her with one hand, so she didn't hurt anyone. The man who fired this arrow was shocked when he saw that he had sent the arrow into the people. The guy made a remark about this stranger and asked him to watch where he shoots next time. It seems that the man was very uncomfortable with this situation. The stranger laughs awkwardly and explains that he thought he was going to shoot a deer. As they approach each other, the boy returns the arrow to him. After that, they go on their way. and the man looks after them in surprise. He screams and they want to warn them that there is a scary, haunted house on the other side, but they know. Hearing about this, the stranger is very shocked. In fact, perfumes are very simple. They cannot leave this world because of what was important and valuable to them during life. Sometimes you can help them by simply listening. Our hero is jealous of his girlfriend. A young boy would also very much like to see ghosts. If he could, he would be able to see his master again. A warm smile appeared on his face at the thought of this. The girl looked at her friend with interest and just remained silent. But unfortunately, it still most likely won't work. Due to the fact that the master's enemies are already dead, he probably also left this world. The girl silently watches our hero, who continues to walk forward. A slight smile appears on her face. She seems to have come up with something. At this time, a man tells someone a story about how a stranger caught and stopped an arrow in the air. The man thought they were going to Han's estate to take their loot, so he followed them. It seems that this stranger is quite experienced if he showed up at the estate in such a dead of night. The man, who is most likely the leader of this gang, was very angry at this situation and at the stranger. They almost had a plan ready to attack the estate again, and they weren't going to give up over such a small thing. Therefore, the leader gave the order to immediately go to the estate and take weapons with him. He will not allow anyone to bypass them. Unexpectedly, they heard a loud screeching that scared everyone around. That is why they stopped for a second, listening to what it could be. Everyone began to reassure themselves, saying that it must have been a nightbird. No matter how strong the master was, he still couldn't defeat the spirit from the Han Manor. Therefore, the subordinates did not understand what was the point of going so far just to kill this unknown person, if he himself could not cope. No matter how unfortunate it sounds, the boss understands very well that his subordinates are right. They ask him to return to his place. Better yet, they'll work on perfecting their plan. The man looked very serious and focused. He furrowed his brows. Now they were going to change their underwear. Meanwhile, our hero and Yorin have already arrived at the same terrible estate. They studied him with undisguised curiosity. It was large and looked quite majestic, and above the entrance hung a sign that said it was the estate of Han. Maybe it's an evil spirit, but so far he hasn't hurt anyone, so there's nothing to be afraid of. But if he killed someone, it would be another matter. The girl boldly enters the territory of the estate. The black boy carefully looks after Yorin so as not to lose her. Kang Ryong, you tried to enter the grounds of the estate, but that big sign almost killed him. He stood there slightly shocked as debris flew around him. He has nothing to say. The boy noticed that it seemed to be an attempt to kill him, but the girl did not listen to him at all. She went on and told that the more time passes, the more aggressive the spirits become. The young boy quickly rushed after her so as not to lose her. But, unexpectedly, the ceiling began to collapse, and heavy debris fell directly on our hero. But luckily, the smart guy manages to dodge. It's scary to imagine what would have happened if he hadn't had time to react. He lands on his feet. The boy does not know what to do, because now the path to the estate is covered with debris. He hears that the girl's voice is getting quieter and quieter, which means that she is moving further and further away from him. The guy quickly turns around and rushes to look for the girl, worried about her. Everything around is covered in fog, and Kang Ryong can see absolutely nothing. It just seems impossible. But the protagonist continues to run around and desperately call out for Yorin. The guy does not give up and sincerely hopes that she will hear him. Kang Ryong continues to run around the square looking for the girl. The boy continued to look for the girl, despite the fact that everything around him was trying to kill him. Everything around him was collapsing and trying to kill Kang Ryan, but he didn't care. He continued to look for Yorin. The young man searched for her for a long time and could not understand where she had gone. Did the devils take her away? Meanwhile, he was almost crushed again by the fragments of a stone pillar. The boy continued his search and looked around. Thus, he causes more and more destruction around him. It seems that very soon, nothing will be left of this estate. The boy climbed onto one of the wreckages and sat on it, trying to figure out what to do next. It seems that the boy was tired and wanted to go home, but first he had to find a girl. Suddenly he heard a rumble right behind him and looked around. He saw behind him a strong flow of wind. It all looked quite strange and suspicious. Finally, it got fed up with our hero. A slight smile appeared on his face. Meanwhile, Yorin has already got inside the estate. In addition, she even found a hiding place, which she immediately went to investigate. After some time, the girl got a chest from there. It was very heavy, so when the girl climbed out, they sighed heavily. When she rose to her feet, she was quickly shaking from the dust that had settled on her. And so, when she rose to her feet, she took in her hands an old chest, which was already clearly battered by time. It seems that she was now talking to a spirit and listening to what she should do with this chest. After that, the girl headed for the exit from the estate and promised that she would definitely do it. Suddenly, very loud and strange sounds were heard. The girl stopped and began to look around to understand the source of the commotion. Everything around began to shake and make noise. The girl did not understand what was happening. Suddenly, the ceiling began to collapse, and the debris fell directly onto the floor. And after a second, one of the walls completely broke. It turns out that it was the main character who was desperately looking for a girl. And after all, I found it. He was very happy to see Yoren again. It seems that the girl was not at all surprised by what happened. With her was the same spirit that everyone talks about. At first, the old man did not understand what had just happened and just opened his eyes wide. And after a second, this ghost completely disappeared. The boy couldn't believe his eyes and just kept staring. It was hard for him to believe what he saw, so he decided to wipe his eyes. And when he did that, he looked ahead again. He decided to ask the girl who was next to her. The girl calmly replied that it was the same spirit that everyone was talking about, but now he was gone and would never return. Kang Ryong is very surprised and at the same time happy that ordinary people can see ghosts too. But it's not about abilities at all. He could see the ghost because he was a very powerful spirit. After that, the girl added that according to the spirit, our hero is very scary. Kang Ryong wants to know the reason for this, but the spirit didn't say another word. When they finally got outside, the fog was gone. He just disappeared. After what she saw on the street, the girl's view immediately changed and everything became clear to her. When she saw so much destroyed everything around her, everything fell into place. It became clear why the spirit considered our hero scary, but he excused himself that he barely touched these houses. They are simply very old. People say that vengeful spirits often do bad things to others. Is Yoren not afraid of them at all? The girl explained that not all vengeful spirits stink. Most of the stories about them are just fiction. In half of the cases, frightened people misrepresent their actions and often make an elephant out of a fly, just like now. The boy listened carefully to Yoren, but it seems that he did not take her words seriously. In addition, her mother is always by her side, so no, even the strongest spirit can harm her. The black-haired boy is surprised because he thinks that it is about their landlady. But it is not so. Yoren meant her biological mother, because the landlady is the woman who raised her, and the girl meant her own mother. The main character just looks at the girl with interest, waiting for what she will say next. She was told that her mother was a famous fortune teller. The girl has always felt her presence for as long as she can remember. After that, she wonders if the landlady told him that she is not her own mother. The boy remembers and realizes that his grandmother really told him about it. The main character remembered the day when the woman said that Yoren was not her own daughter. But that day he did not pay much attention to it because he thought that it was her great-granddaughter. This greatly offended the woman, and she punished our hero by pushing his face into the dumpling. After that, she told a story about how, despite the age difference, she is her sister. That is why they decided to pretend to be mother and daughter, and, as it turns out, Yoren is also an older sister. This fictional story then completely turned the boy's life around. He was greatly relieved when he learned that it was a hoax. The girl wondered why they were standing and not moving anywhere. If they are even a little late, she won't have time to steam the dumplings before Mom wakes up. Hearing this, the young boy ran at lightning speed. He could not allow this. And so, when they returned back to the tavern, they immediately began to think about what could be inside the chest. The spirit told the girl that the blacksmith who made this chest died many years ago, and the key was lost. That is, if they had a key, they could easily open this chest, but the girl thinks that it is not important at all. They have another task. The spirit of the Lord asked to hide this chest away from the estate and human eyes. It is best to bury it where no one can get it. Even if the chest falls into the hands of strangers, it is okay, because no one will know where it is from. And while the girl was telling about it, she heard a loud crunch. It seems that our hero did not wait and open this chest. The guy said he got a bar key to the chest, although he probably opened it with his bare hands. But there were no valuables or jewels inside the chest, only books. These appear to be the same manuscripts that customers were talking about. They are talking about martial arts. It tells about the martial arts that men practice together with women. While the boy reads all about it, the girl consults in the kitchen and starts making dumplings. In this book, it is also written that these arts are practiced without clothes. The girl asks the boy to bring the plates if he has already finished milking. The boy does not respond to her request. After that, the girl peeks through the curtains to see what our hero is doing there. Then she hides again behind the curtains and continues to fight in the kitchen. The boy is still silent. After a few minutes, the girl comes out of the kitchen and approaches our hero. A young boy continues to read a book. He seems very interested in what is written in it. And so, finally, the girl approaches the boy to find out why he does not listen to her. The boy jumps up in fright. He was so interested in the book that he did not notice how the girl approached him. He instantly covers the book with him so that the girl does not see what is written there. The boy is as red as a tomato after reading it. His facial expression is as serious as possible. The girl asks him to collect the books and follow her. She doesn't even want to touch them. As it turns out, these weren't martial arts books. It was an ordinary shunga. But the boy didn't know what it was and thought it was something similar to wielding a sword. The young man was in such a hurry after the girl that he did not notice how one of the books fell to the floor. Meanwhile, a grandmother came out of the toilet, who did not understand what they were doing at such a late hour. A gray-haired woman was walking and suffering from severe stomach pains. She did not understand what she could eat today. She went away, but unexpectedly, she still noticed a book lying on the floor. The woman picked her up and took her with her. At this time, young people made a fire. It played with different colors. Joran thought about it for a long time and came to the conclusion that it was really a real shame. For he was a holy sage, and this little trifle turned him into a vengeful spirit that could not leave this world. The girl thought that he bought these books by accident, not knowing about their frank content. And when he did see what was inside, he quickly hid them under the lock. It seems that this really made the main character think, and he fell silent a bit. But after a second he admitted that he did not think so. The boy noticed that these books looked rather shabby, and the pages were muddy from frequent use. But it seems that the girl does not want to listen to it and even believe it. The girl in despair admits the fact that, after all men are the same. The morning comes. The young boy is now busy cleaning the territory of the tavern. But he looks very sleepy and yawns sweetly. The old grandmother was died again, and now looked like a young woman. It seems that they were going to go to the village again. The woman had a premonition that today she would experience something incredible. The young man did not understand what she was talking about, but she explained with a smile that she had found an oracle. It is something like a book of predictions. Her drawings show in detail what will happen in the future. The black-haired boy just looked after her in an inexplicable way, looking away. There were many dead bodies on the ground. All this is the work of only one person. All this was done by only one person. He single-handedly slaughtered all the Shinmu mercenaries, who held all of Murem in fear. And all this was done by only one person. Seojin Hong, the Ruddy Devil Swordsman. He received this nickname when he was only 15 years old. No one still knows why he did it. Perhaps they crossed his path, or perhaps he was carrying out someone's order. But after that incident, this young, talented boy disappeared. No one knew where he was and where he went, and even if he was alive now. This was unknown until one case that happened last year. Then they killed one of the 10 great Tai Chi masters. The killer struck only one blow to a vital point. A real panic began in Murima because no one could think that there would be a master in the country who could kill a real genius with one blow. But unfortunately, they could not find the killer, as well as the organizers. One could only guess about the personalities of these people. An unknown man is walking along the forest road. The news of the death of this genius spread throughout the country quite quickly. But, most likely, there were other victims who were killed in the same way. And again, only one person was to blame for everything. And Seojin Hong was this person again. No doubt he was involved, so if you meet him, it's best to stay away. The man took his time on his way. Suddenly, he began to slow his pace. His expression always seemed to be stony and calm. Finally, the man stopped and just touched his sword. And so, after a second, the man made 2 strong blows symmetrically from him. It turns out that there were hidden murderers who came for his soul. But it didn't work. Because the man was very experienced and attentive, he killed them with one single movement. It would seem that this is the end, but no. You can't lose concentration. And this can start from any side. In this case, they wanted to attack the man from above. A second later, several men in suits jumped out of the trees and surrounded him. It is immediately clear that they are not in a friendly mood. Their views were full of hatred and malice. They all looked at the man. It would seem that he has nowhere to run because he is surrounded, which means that he will lose. But it seems that the man is not going to run away at all. He just stands silently and listens to the sound of the wind. After a few seconds, he opens his eyes and in a calm voice asks if he is really the one they are looking for. But they are sure that they were looking for him. They are mercenaries from Shinmu. After hearing this, everything fell into place, but his expression did not even change. This man attacked their headquarters several years ago while they were on a mission. Their squad tracked him for 3 whole years, so there can be no mistake. Hearing this, a slight smile finally appeared on the mysterious man's lips. These people wasted their time, because if the man knew that any of his blood enemies, the Shinmu, were still alive, he would have killed them himself. And so, very soon, a fight began. The mysterious man uses an unknown projectile weapon, so be careful. After a second, all the men in suits rushed to catch him. The man seemed surprised when he heard about the mental weapon because it wasn't. A second later, his sword rang, and immediately after that bell, several of his enemies died. One of the men still remained alive and rushed at his enemy to kill him. The man stood calmly and motionless in one place while he ran towards him, and after a moment a loud crack was heard. He designed trees. After a second, the mighty trees turned into a small stump. Dust rose around. His assailant could barely stand his eyes. This man killed a whole company of enemies with one move. It happened so fast that no one had time to blink an eye. I was already dead. After saying this, the last man split in half, leaving our hero alone. A black-haired man stands in complete silence, touching the tip of his sword. He realized late that it was necessary to first ask if they still had people left, and only then to kill. But it was already too late to regret anything, so the man went on with his business. At this time, a certain grandfather is chopping firewood in his yard. Suddenly, he hears the gate creak. He turns and sees a man entering his yard. Grandfather gets up and is going to prepare food for him, because he is probably tired from the road. And so, when my grandfather got up, he understood something. The boy passed by him. Grandfather immediately changed his face and became upset and stern. Unfortunately, the guy smells like blood again. The boy had nothing to say to that, so he just remained silent. The man was very upset that the boy was killing people again. He didn't like it very much. The mysterious boy wonders how Grandpa hasn't gotten tired of asking this every time. Every time the grandfather sincerely asks him to stop, because his parents would also like it. It is important to follow only your own path. It is important to follow only your own path. Only in this way will the boy be able to honor the memory of his parents. And if the conversation has already come to this, the grandfather asks to stop meeting with them because they pursue only their own interests, pretending to help him. But the guy doesn't seem to like this idea because he wouldn't be able to do anything without them. And if someone else had said those words, he would have been lying headless for a long time. But maybe that would be even better. Grandpa hands down? The boy just listens to his words in silence, not knowing how to answer. The guy grew up and became a ruthless killer. And all this because he was not raised by his parents but by his grandfather. And perhaps in the next world, the master and mistress would forgive him if he died by the boy's sword. It seems that the guy is not going to answer and react to these words. He steps forward and asks what's for lunch today. Just ignores his words. Fried caterpillars and baked onions for lunch today. The boy was very hungry. The gray-haired grandfather just sighs heavily, realizing that he cannot do anything. A second later, he heads over to make him his favorite baked rabbit after all. Unexpectedly, the door creaked open. Several men were standing at the door. They came to the young man. As they walked forward, grandfather coughed disgustingly. And when they passed him, the grandfather, showing all his disrespect, spat. One of the men got angry, but the other told him not to pay attention to him. Thus, they went inside the room and sat down around the round table. Finally, they managed to establish the identity of the person who ordered the murder of his father. After hearing this information, the boy quickly grabbed a piece of paper and began to read the information. He was the master of lightning and thunder. He was able to become a respected monk. Just seeing his face made the boy completely filled with rage. All he wanted now was to find this old bastard and kill him mercilessly. At this time, this old grandfather turns back because he hears someone calling him. It was our hero who brought him the order again. It seems to be the last day of his fast. A wonderful mountain landscape stretching for several kilometers. It seems that this is where the peaceful life is. People calmly go about their business. One middle-aged man eats a piece of rice. Everyone is looking somewhere. Their eyes are directed somewhere, and their looks express great surprise. The monk finally came out of his house. He went to a large table, near which there were already several people. The old man carefully stroked his long gray beard. Grandpa wanted to drink some water. Meanwhile, our hero noticed him, and already headed towards him. The young boy kindly greeted his grandfather, who looked at him in surprise. Grandfather was very surprised when he met Kang Ryong here. He asked where he was going. It turns out that Grandpa didn't have any route, he just walked from Boguan Temple. The old man was very surprised when he heard about this, because I know that this temple is very far from here. At this time, the same mysterious man with incredible power was heading towards them. He walked slowly. His every step was measured. At the same time, our hero and grandfather finished their conversation, and the boy already had to leave. After a second, he headed away, and this mysterious man, on the contrary, kept getting closer to the grandfather. Not far from here, children were fighting for the right to drink from a bottle first, although their mother taught them to share with each other. Our hero watched this unhappily. And so, happened what had to happen. One of the boys pushed the bottle hard and all the water flew out of it. Unexpectedly, the world seemed to stop for our hero as he heard the words that Zhang Chong will now be punished by Jin Hong's son. Everything around seemed to freeze. Grandfather sat without moving. And then, just a moment later, this incredibly strong boy made a swing with his sword. With lightning speed, he aimed his sword straight at the defenseless man. But suddenly, the blade of the sword stopped right in front of his neck. Someone was holding this mysterious guy's sleeve tightly. Don't let him teach you to strike. The boy was very shocked by the fact that someone stood in his way and interfered. How dare anyone do that? When he turned his gaze to the side, he saw a young short boy holding his sleeve. The boy asked without an iota of shame if it was a hired killer. The boy's eyes instantly filled with anger. How could anyone interfere with him in such an important matter? The main character also looked at his enemy and did not take his eyes off him. And then after a second, this mysterious guy suddenly jumped back, breaking the contact between them. Time began to influence again, as it had before. The water flew out of the bottle and nothing could save it. The black boy looked around, trying to find that mysterious man. The gray-haired man also began to look around to understand what had just happened. At this time, the main character catches sight of the same mysterious boy. He deftly landed on the branch of some thick and old tree. Kang Ri-yong kept his eyes on him. The black-haired boy is still shocked that someone would dare to disrupt his plan. Kang Ri-yong was still staring intently at his enemy, never taking his eyes off him. In turn, this mysterious guy looked at our hero without looking away. The black boy stares at Kang Ryan, as if trying to memorize every detail of his face. And then, after a moment, this unknown person disappeared. Meanwhile, the old monk tried to remember where he had heard anything about Seo Jungwoo before. Our hero noticed that the grandfather was just a hair's breadth away from death, but he doesn't seem to care. It looks like Grandpa is going to be killed, so Kang Ryan asks if he knows the reason for it. Grandpa doesn't understand. The black-haired boy became very embarrassed, because he himself did not know what and why someone might want to kill his grandfather. The main character sincerely asks the old monk to be attentive and careful. It turns out that his hand was slightly cut. The boy realizes that the killer who is chasing the gray-haired grandfather is very strong. You really have to be careful with him. But it seems that grandfather missed all his words through the ears. Who found a job thanks to him, which means that his head is still worth something. The gray-haired man asks the boy not to worry about him, but to hurry up so that the dumplings don't get cold. Our hero is about to leave, but still asked to note his words and take them seriously. At this time, the children were still fighting over the water bottle. The mother tries to calm them down, but it goes very badly. The older brother apologizes to the younger and promises to catch a lizard as a sign of forgiveness. Unexpectedly, a bottle of water appeared on the baby's head. He looked up in surprise. The children were very happy that now they have water again. Our hero left her and quickly ran away. He ran away so quickly that no one noticed him, so the woman thought that it was the spirits who shared the water with them. Someone is watching this from afar. Because of some fat shorty, all plans went awry. They plan to cut off communication with them and lie down. But you can't get rid of your secret weapon because of one jam. If a small crack is not repaired in time, the entire castle may collapse. Some big snake asks the boy to stop killing. This big snake asks the master to follow his own path and not listen to anyone, but he does not want to hear it. A second later, she was punished for such words. The boy chopped her into small pieces. He felt no regret or guilt about it. Blood gushed everywhere. The boy blamed his grandfather for everything, because his endless advice and instructions shook his confidence, which is why his hand shook. The image of a short, fat guy and his piercing, stern gaze were forever etched in my mind. Every time this image popped up in his head, anger engulfed his whole body. But the black-haired boy is not going to listen to excuses that his hand was shaking. The boy tried to throw his image out of his head and crushed it into small particles. Rage completely captured the young man. All he wanted now was revenge. His eyes turned red and he stopped behaving like a human. The boy could not understand how this stranger dared to look at him so brazenly and piercingly. Anger mixed with a thirst for revenge, the boy clenched his teeth tightly and promised that he would turn Kang Ryong into mincemeat. If this stranger is trying to protect Zhang Cheon, it turns out he is with him, so he deserves to die too. Unexpectedly, our hero's eyes are wide open. He looks very confused. He just woke up. However, the boy could not understand what was the reason for his sudden rise. He did not understand where he got the feeling that he had forgotten something important. And so, after a second, the boy realizes that he has forgotten. He didn't eat his dinner! A dark night fell on the settlement. Everyone was asleep for a long time, but only one house had a light on. A human silhouette could be seen on one of the roofs. The raincoat fluttered calmly in the wind, but after a second, the silhouette disappeared, as if it had never been there. The light was still on in one of the rooms. There were many statues of different deities in the room. Inside was an old monk. It seems that he was praying now, or to be precise, he was reciting a mantra. The man was completely engrossed in his thoughts and continued to recite the mantra. Suddenly, the door to the room opened with a soft creak, and a human silhouette appeared on the threshold. It was the same mysterious man whose eyes burned with a thirst for revenge. But Grandfather didn't care. He continued chanting mantras and didn't even notice him. Grandfather continues to play small instruments and recite mantras. This instrument left a pleasant, unusual sound in the air after impact. Unexpectedly, the gray-haired man put this unusual tool in front of him. He continued to sit before the fire, his great shadow spreading across the floor. His killer was already standing behind him. The man's gaze was predatory, like a beast looking at its prey. The boy continued to look at the master's back. It seems that the master felt someone's gaze on him and addressed the boy by name. Grandpa seems to have realized which Seo Jungwon he was talking about and asked if it was true. Hearing his name, the boy was sure that his father died because of this grandfather. No matter how much the grandfather strained his memory, he could not remember anyone else with that name. After a second, he asks if the boy knows the master he was talking about. The boy answers with a smug smile that he knew him. It was his father. It is said that he loved his wife and was overcome with grief when she died during an epidemic. Not a year passed when he was gone. After hearing this story, everything inside the boy turned upside down. After his death, their clan was exterminated by some gang of mercenaries. But this is only a rumor. Suddenly, it dawned on the black-haired boy that it was all a trap. Mr. and Mrs. were poisoned if Shinma had not dared to attack the white fans. The master fought with his last strength, covering the way to retreat. But the poison has already done its job. After that, he died. A smile stretches across the boy's face. The guy doesn't believe it and thinks it's just to stop him. In this case, it would be better to set traps. The gray-haired man just looks at him in silence. Yes, it seems that we are talking about that brave man. There is some truth in grandfather's stories. Saying this, the boy touches his sword. The boy blames his grandfather for the fact that the Shinmu gang, which he commanded, attacked the white fans. There was silence in the room. The man was simply silent and did not know how to react to such accusations. The gray-haired grandfather just strokes his beard and realizes that it seems that the boy really needs someone else. At an early age, he was given to be raised by monks from the Temple of the Yellow Dragon. He was always a monk and knew no other life. Suddenly, a stranger appears and tells him that he killed people. Such words make the guy propose. After a second, the grandfather notices that the boy has the eyes of a man who has committed many murders. It is impossible to count how many lives he took under the cover of this lie. Actually, Grandpa was going to let him go just by talking, but I realized that won't work. The guy immediately tensed up. He watched his every move carefully. In an instant, Grandfather became serious. Their wild eyes met. They kept their eyes on each other. But after a second, the boy starts his movement. He slowly walks towards his grandfather. He admits that he was able to shake his resolve with a few words. A second later, he began to draw his sword and told him to save the notations for his friends in hell. Unexpectedly, the boy is simply chopped into several pieces. He can't understand what just happened. Everything is in the blood. The young man didn't even have time to do and see anything, as he was left with chopped pieces. He didn't know what kind of equipment his grandfather had, but after a second, everything became normal again. When he looked at himself, he was whole. Everything in the boy's head turned upside down from surprise. He silently looked up at his grandfather and just stared at him. At this time, Grandfather sat without moving. His expression froze. The black boy furrowed his brows, thinking that the grandpa was just mocking him. Suddenly, after a moment, a bright blue light played behind him. The guy didn't understand what it was. He had almost drawn his sword and was ready to do so. And then, in the reflection of his sharp sword, he saw a human silhouette. I think it was a boy. His gaze was predatory and determined. He immediately understood that this boy was the source of such a powerful wave behind him. It turns out that it was our hero who was watching it from the roof of a nearby house. Kang Rayong came, just as this assassin expected, although he began to doubt. The main character was very angry that the murderer dared to enter the holy temple, so he wanted to expel him as soon as possible. But the boy's eyes only filled with rage, and he looked at his enemy. Unexpectedly, the voice of the grandfather was heard, ordering to sit down. Now he will make this murderer feel all the murders he has committed on his own body. After a second, the grandfather falls silent and begins to concentrate. But at this time, there is no one left in the room except for the grandfather himself. He looks around and realizes that this guy has decided to do other things. Meanwhile, the boys are quickly brought through the trees and bushes, and so fast that they hear a whistle. Our hero looks at his enemy, who still wants to kill him. And the killer in turn looks at our hero. The killer's eyes again burn with a thirst for cruelty and revenge. This is the only thing he wants now, but he cannot concentrate properly, because his grandfather's words keep popping up in his head. The guy simply cannot believe that Mr. and Mrs. were poisoned. With each phrase he remembers from his grandfather, he starts to get angrier. And after a second, he can't stand such stress on his brain, and screams in desperation and asks him to shut up. And then, after a moment, the guy can't stand it and decides to start an attack. He rushes up to the main character and takes out his sword in one deft move. Fortunately, Kang Ryung was able to quickly dodge his punch and jump up. The boy quickly jumped aside, but the killer is not going to give up, although it annoys him. At this time, our hero stands in a special stand. His enemy continues to strike with his sword, but the nimble boy quickly dodges each one. Parabok continues to deliver lightning strikes at his enemy. The young man still skillfully evades, although it seems very difficult. He jumps and bends from his blows. After a second, the main character will again jump to the side, and his enemy will develop a tree. After that, the black boy leans against the tree and looks at his enemy from top to bottom. This seems to annoy the killer. He looks at him with an annoyed look. Our hero is a very slippery type. No matter how much this guy slashes and stabs, Kang Ryan manages to dodge every time. Now he's confused by the only question, who the hell is he? Where did this guy come from that doesn't even look like a human when the side starts? Unexpectedly, it turns out that the clothes of our hero suffered a little from the blows of the enemy. And so, when he notices it, he understands how serious everything is. He sighs in annoyance and frustration. The young man hoped that he could manage everything without even harming his enemy. But it seems that everything is not so simple. A moment later, a very strong aura begins to emanate from his enemy. Thoughts absorbed the boy. Meanwhile, their fight continues. His enemy jumps out from around the corner. Was the wine in his parents' glasses really poisonous? He thought that the mother mixed poison into the medicine. While the boy is thinking about all this, their fight continues. Grandfather apologizes and explains that he got it wrong because it was a long time ago. At this time, the fight continued. These words are not a joke to stress the guy. He couldn't understand how wine could be confused with medicine. The fight continued. Our hero jumped and continued to dodge his attacks. Then he recalled the words that his grandfather had been under the upbringing of monks since he was a child. At this time, the main character jumped up, preparing to kick, and the boy still continued to think about it. About the grandfather's face when he was accused of the murders. At the same time, the black-haired boy struck. But, unfortunately, his enemy managed to evade, and he only hit a rock, which then almost collapsed. They perfectly understood that this fight will be very long, because they are worthy opponents for each other. Our hero was not going to give up, and after a second ran to the enemy again. The boy grabbed his sword again and began to strike. This fight was like a fight between two lions, and neither of them was going to back down. Unexpectedly, Kang Ryung slowly began to disappear, breaking into pieces. Seeing this, his enemy was shocked, not understanding what was happening. But after a second, the boy appears behind his enemy, and he is immediately felt. They changed the position of the battle. The main character quickly looked around to look at his enemy. He had a pretty good reaction, because he quickly started turning and swinging. He drew his sword and wanted to strike again, but something went wrong. He covered himself with the scabbard of his sword from the blow of our hero. He was too strong, and he could barely stand on his feet. But by the expression on the boy's face, one could understand that this was far from all. And it was his cold facial expression and look that made me afraid. Memories that he wanted to forget came back into his head. He remembered how each time his grandfather asked him to be careful. In his imagination, our hero turned into a nimble lightning shadow. He repeated that the boy could fast Shinmu, and there was no need to even doubt that they were his sworn enemies. Meanwhile, the protagonist continued to move like an elusive shadow, but they were never able to find out who was behind Shinma, so they asked the boy for help. Due to the fact that the boy was constantly distracted by his thoughts, which did not leave his head, the first blood was spilled. He remembered the words of his grandfather, that he should not trust the Brotherhood of Paradise Bushes. Suddenly, the killer jumped away from our hero. But grandfather also taught that you should not take revenge on them because they helped you a lot. It was because of this that the first blood was spilled. The boy was already wounded and could not stand his thoughts. The unfortunate man screamed desperately and asked his grandfather to stop appearing in his head. Just disappear. He will train him and give him advice when their fight is over. It seems that the black boy was on the verge. He shouted loudly. A second later, he launched his attack. He moved like a fish in water. And then, after a moment, he approached our hero and made a blow with his sword. He dodged, but the drops of blood were recognized. The enemy continued to strike endlessly, like lightning, but still could not hit. And then, suddenly, he saw that Kang Ryong had opened up. It was a great opportunity to strike. Then, the boy seemed wild and quickly approached that place. A second later, his A still pierced our hero through the heart, chest, and a little below. But as it turned out, it was not his enemy, but only his clothes. The boy stopped for a second, not understanding what had just happened. In fact, it was a diversionary maneuver from our hero. Now he was at the bottom and close to him. A second later, Kang Ryong got close enough to grab his arm. Then he put his hand to his chest and pressed hard. A crunch was heard. From such a blow, the boy began to cough up blood. But it seems that our hero was not going to stop there. His blow was so powerful that his opponent was thrown several meters back. After a few seconds, he flew out of the forest thicket and into the gorge, as if it were some kind of waste. The boy's whole life flashed before his eyes, but the look still remained predatory. It fell down with the branches and grass. The main character quickly ran after him to make sure everything would be fine. The boy did not see the cliff, but luckily he was able to stop right in front of it. Kang Ryong is very surprised when he sees a cliff here. This was clearly not part of his plans. From below, he sees many rocks in the water hitting them. A young boy jumps down and lands on one of the stones. It was some kind of mountain river, the flow of which was incredibly fast. The black youth began to quickly look around. In fact, he did not plan to kill his enemy. He remembered the moment when he struck and remembered that he had time to cover himself with his sheath. But even this could not prevent internal damage. It turns out, he just ran away. The boy began to scratch his head in irritation because he did not want to lower his opponent. At this time, a frog with yellow eyes appears. She teaches that there will always be someone better, and even the strongest masters have worthy opponents. She reassures, saying that you should not worry about one program battle. The boy is still quite young, so don't try to jump over your head. It will be an experience for him. A tired guy is coughing from water. He is all wet. He climbs out of the river onto the shore. He is all wet, tired, and swallowed water. The boy leans on his sword, agreeing that the frog is right. After a second, he stands up, realizing that the grandfather is telling the truth as always. But sometimes I forget my own words, and then he says something completely different. But now he was wrong, because the boy has not lost yet, because the fight is not over. Especially since they attacked him together. First the monk, and then this fat man. He's still confident he can take them out in one hit. The boy is breathing hard. It can be seen that he is exhausted, but he continues to walk. He promises himself that he will definitely come back for them, but only after he eats a little of his grandfather's strip and rests. The boy walked slowly towards the house. He came and opened the gate. They opened with a familiar creak. The young man stopped for a second, gathering his strength. After a second, he sighed in despair and irritation. He understood that his grandfather would be teaching him that night, so he doubted whether he should go inside after all. But unexpectedly, something catches his eye. There are some people inside the house. They complain that their grandfather never revealed the secret of the hovering blade technique to them. Grandfather was brutally tortured to find out information, but he endured it and did not tell anything. These people are going to quickly clean up here and go away. When suddenly, just behind their backs, there is a crack. When they turn around, they see a boy standing in the doorway and not moving. With his eyes, he finds his grandfather, who was badly disfigured before his death. So strong that it is barely recognizable. The guy cursed. It was as if something had broken inside him. The face showed no emotion. Childhood memories immediately appear in my head, about how he sits among the sedges by the river. His grandfather approaches him and asks if he is thinking about his parents again. The boy sadly admits that he thinks about them, but I can't remember their faces. Grandfather gently laughs and says that there is nothing like that because he was still small then. Grandfather picks him up and says he will tell what they were like. His father, Master Seo Jung-won, was surnamed the Lonely Swordsman. He was a very popular man in Union Castle. The boy remembered a heavy rainy day. The day the heavens wept. There was a heavy downpour. And from this heavy downpour, they hid with their grandfather under the bridge. Grandfather gently pressed him to himself, covering him with his own body, so that he did not get wet and did not get sick. Then he recalls his childhood training. He remembered how he learned to wield a sword on a stuffed animal. He remembered winter evenings when a blizzard ruled the streets. On such cold winter evenings, they sat at home, and the little boy studied. He needed to learn all the moves and know their meaning in order to be able to use them during a fight. And when he can finally master these techniques, he will finally be able to fight against enemies. And the boy listened to him. He continued to study hard. He hardens the body and spirit, no matter how difficult it is. The boy remembered how he was sick, and his grandfather took care of him, and took care of him. He remembered how he trained on the water, how he practiced his skills. The boy remembered how they walked together in the woods, and grandfather told him all kinds of stories. He also mentioned his tiring or training. He remembered those feelings when he got everything right. He remembered the image of his grandfather, which immediately evoked warm memories. He remembered how he always greeted him with a warm smile and called him young sir. Now, his eyes are no longer filled with life. They are empty. Now grandfather will never look at him again, smile and call him young master. There was no emotion on the face. Something broke. The boy just looked at his grandfather in silence. I looked and thought. Meanwhile, the men in black suits were confused by this situation. The boy stood silently in front of his grandfather for some time. After a while, he sat down and put his sword by his side. Those bastards who did all this immediately drew attention to this. They saw that the boy was not looking at his sword now, so they decided to take the opportunity and grabbed him with their tools. After that, they suddenly pulled on themselves. The man was pleased with himself, because now the boy has no sword and is unarmed. Seeing this, everyone immediately relaxed. After that, they took out their weapons, but they directed her in the direction of the broken boy, who sat silently and did not move. These scoundrels say with sarcasm that they are sorry that everything turned out this way. After that, they demand a book on the art of hovering blade from him, but he doesn't have it. As soon as he learned another technique, he would tear out a page and eat it. Hearing this, the bastards were shocked and hated the grandfather even more for his intelligence. Meanwhile, one of the assassins carefully examines the scabbard of the sword, but he is shocked and horrified when he realizes that there is no sword inside. He quickly shouts and tries to warn his brothers that the boy has a sword, but it is already too late. He tears them all apart with one movement. Now there is only one killer left, one traitor. The boy is still silent as blood sprays all around him. The tip of the sword touches the floor and makes an unpleasant sound. There were even more pools of blood on the floor now. The only one who remained was very scared. The guy can't understand only one thing. Why? He quietly says that they should have helped him. They should have been on his side. He couldn't figure out why they did it. Why did they act so cruelly? This bastard tried to take his sword to attack, but it was too late. Blood gushed from him too. While he was trying to get the sword, his leg was already cut off. Strong, unbearable pain gripped the whole body. The guy did it without any feelings. He didn't care. He pointed his sharp sword in his direction. The victim looked very pitiful. The man sat and trembled with fear. The boy was desperate. It seemed that his life was destroyed. Even before the attack on the White Fan clan, the Shinmu made enemies in the form of the Paradise Bush Brotherhood. The Brotherhood did everything possible to help him find and destroy his father's surviving enemies. That's what they told him. And now the boy is only interested in the question of what was true from their words. And was there any truth at all? Is that old monk really his enemy? And all the others whom he killed before were his enemies at all? And in general, were the Shinmu at least once sworn enemies of the Brotherhood of Paradise Bushes? The man was silent and breathing heavily from the pain. The boy towered over him, emanating great fear. The bastard knew that the boy would kill him anyway, no matter what he said. The boy was slowly approaching him, holding a sword in his hand. He promised that he would spare his life if he told the truth. The abomination trembled from fear and pain. He did not believe his words and thought that they were trying to deceive him. The boy was not going to say anything more and somehow prove it. A second later, the victim confesses that Seo Jung-won, the fifth leader of the White Fan clan, had no children. Hearing this, the young man froze on the spot. He looked piercingly at the victim, trying to understand whether it was true or not. At that moment his heart stopped. What? This single grain of truth makes the following questions meaningless. If he does not believe him, then he can go to the native places of White Fans. It will be easy to find out information. The boy digests all the information received, realizing how blind he was. The scoundrel says that he will tell him everything if he wants to. Parubka was deceived. The monk from the Yellow Dragon Temple was never an assassin. In fact, this man was always famous for his good soul, and was called the living embodiment of Buddha. He crossed someone's path, so they were hired to kill him. They, in turn, sent brainwashed weapons to the task. The fact that he was called a brainwashed weapon made his blood run cold. The same can be said about all his victims. They were anything but White Fan killers. Unexpectedly, the bastard felt something strange. He looked up and almost died of fear when he saw the boy's wild face. And then after a second, blood splattered. The boy cut his hand, and he began to writhe miserably in pain. The man tries to get away from him, but it makes no sense. The man whimpered pitifully about the fact that he guessed that the boy would not keep his promise. But it turns out that the boy does not believe that this bastard is telling him the truth. He shouts in despair that he can check it himself. His words are pure truth. Denial will not make the truth any less true than it really is. The guy agrees to keep his word. But before that, he wants to hear the answer to the last question. Where is the headquarters of the Brotherhood of Paradise Bushes? Hearing this question, the man held his breath and tensed. He coughed violently and writhed in pain, but he was not going to reveal their location, and asked to kill him immediately in such a case. The guy looks down on his victim. He warns that he will beg for his death, and he will only stop when he knows the answer to his question. The blood froze in his veins from fear. I have a bad feeling about what will happen next. Between the two rocks was a great chasm filled with thick fog. There was a structure on one of the rocks. Two silhouettes could be seen on this building. It seems that they were observing the situation that was around. Suddenly, they noticed something. It was a flare, a sign that they are back. A second after the rocket took off into the sky, it exploded and flashed a bright light. The guards thought it was the 5th squad of Punishers who came and ordered the others to raise the bridge. After a few minutes, the bridge began to tighten with a loud creak to allow them to enter the headquarters. After some time, the bridge completely rose. This long bridge connected two rocks. And then gradually, someone's silhouette began to appear from the fog. Turns out it was that guy. On his face was the mask of their brotherhood. It was all stained with blood, but it wasn't his blood. It's time for revenge. The guy still managed to get into their headquarters. The ground was full of dead bodies. Everything around was destroyed and cut by his mighty sword. It was hard to believe that one person did it. Corpses lay at every step. There were many of them. And the further you went, the more corpses you saw under your feet. And that was just the yard. Inside the room is even more so. There was not a single meter on which there was no pipe. The corridors were filled with dead bodies, and in the locked room there was a sharp smell of metal from blood. Everywhere you looked, an act of cruelty was visible. It seemed that not a person had visited here but some wild animal. A beast that mercilessly destroyed everyone. Loud screams were heard, after which, as a rule, blood splattered. It is very easy for a boy to clear his way. It seemed that no one and nothing could stop him. There were heavy scratches on the walls, as if from claws, but it was all done by the sword. The young boy was breathing heavily. A sense of revenge clouded his mind. All he wanted now was to kill. He wanted to get rid of this anger, take it out on someone. At this time, a stocky man with a red mask on his face was sitting in one of the empty rooms. He sat and was silent. The man did not understand how this monster got into their headquarters, and what confused him the most was how he was able to do this completely alone. At this time, the boy walks through one of the empty corridors and passes a room in which people are hidden. All of them immediately tensed up, preparing to attack in case of anything. There was dead silence in the room. Everyone was afraid to take another breath. Those present carefully watched the silhouette of the person who committed all these atrocities. The man in red, who seems to be their leader, also tensed up a lot. People were incredibly frightened and trembled with fear. They held their weapons tightly in preparation for defense. At this time, the boy was breathing heavily. There were no thoughts in my head. After a second, he shifted his gaze elsewhere. He turned sharply to face the door, and people saw it from the silhouette they had been watching so closely. A stocky man in a suit was not afraid of this and shouted. After a moment, he ordered his subordinates to attack him and capture him. But strangely enough, they did not even have time to raise their weapons against him, as he had already cut them down. People did not even have time to understand what had happened, and blood was already splashing around. The sword of the Parubka is in the back of absolutely everyone present. This strike caused many more deaths. The main man in the red suit was also hurt. His hand was badly cut. The guy did it without even opening the door. He simply cut them. A second later, the door to the room was gone, as well as the living people. Now everyone was lying on the floor. The black-haired boys slowly walked towards their leader. The man in the red mask was breathing heavily. It felt like he was looking death in the face. In his eyes, the boy looked very majestic as he walked towards him. The man realized that he was a real fool to think that this guy was just like all the other secret weapons. Because this guy is an unusual person. This is a real monster. This is a masterpiece, the best that was created by him. It seems that the man has already come to terms with his death, because now he does not care. He says that all their actions were coordinated with the grandfather, and they agreed to handle all ends in case of defeat. Therefore, if he has any problems, he should deal with his grandfather, not with them. The boy is silent and looks into his eyes with his murderous gaze. A stout man is breathing hard. The guy doesn't believe him because he sent his underlings to kill Grandpa and now he's saying things like that? This scoundrel is deeply mistaken if he thinks he can beg for mercy by brazenly deceiving him. By this, he only made him angrier, and it would have been better to just talk about mercy. The man was surprised that the grandfather was dead. It seems he didn't know that. After a few seconds, it dawned on him why the boy had done all this horror. Now I understood how Grandfather decided to fix everything. The man came to the conclusion that the 5th squad of Punishers was with his grandfather. It seems he bribed or blackmailed them. The boy is still looking at the scoundrel with great disbelief. My husband just can't believe that my grandfather is dead. This simply cannot be. He tells him to go back and see if it really is his grandfather's trumpet. The guy was completely confused. He did not know who to believe and what to do. Everyone around is lying. All this time it was used, and today's situation is no exception. He was deceived again, he believed. The man continues, saying that the boy should not be worried about what is happening here. He has to think about the fact that the old man, with whom he lived all his life, deceived him. But the young guy did not want to listen to this and split his head in half after a second. He did it quickly and without any regrets. He had no desire to listen to this nonsense. Having performed the act of revenge, the boy leaves. After that, he returns back to his grandfather's cabin in which they lived. He approaches a small house that has no door. The guy goes inside and sees that everything here is cleaned. There are no bodies here, not even the body of his grandfather. Parubik cursed. Who did it? He clearly remembers that his grandfather's corpse was next to this wall. But now, he has disappeared without a trace. Not even a drop of blood remained. He clearly remembered that the bodies of his enemies were lying on the floor here. But now everything here is clean to a shine. Lanterns and large pools of blood were lying here. The heart began to beat frantically. It seemed that it was about to jump out of his chest. The boy felt sick. Did he dream all this? Is it not true? Who to believe? Everything swam before the boy's eyes. Breathing quickened. Heart ached. Exhausted, he fell to his knees and leaned on his sword. He no longer understood anything. The old man looked around, breathing heavily. It seems that it was the end. The nerves can't take it anymore. And then, after a second, from exhaustion and stress, he lost consciousness and fell to the floor. Is this someone's evil joke? At this time, the old monk walks and thinks about something important. He stroked his beard. After a while, he mentions that Seo Jung-won doesn't seem to have had any children. He walks slowly about his business and continues to think about it. All this time, someone was watching the old grandfather with folded hands, like binoculars. It was the main character. He watched over his grandfather to protect him in case of anything. It seems that today was quite calm. The guy regrets that he was not able to catch his enemy right away, but now he has to wait for him. After some time, the young boy returns back to the tavern. As soon as he walks in, the women look at him with surprise and interest. Kang Ryong doesn't understand what happened, and the girls, meanwhile, start whispering quietly about him. After a minute, the grandmother asks if anything has been bothering her employee lately. She notices that the new moon looks like walking death. Bruises are visible under his eyes. He looks like he hasn't eaten in days. The girls are worried about him and ask him not to make fun of himself. Kang Ryong is as sad now as he was the day he first came to them. There was a heavy downpour outside. It seemed that the heavens were weeping, mourning someone. Cold drops dripped from the roof. A broken guy sits in an empty room, alone. Complete silence, only the wind whistling. The guy has apathy. I don't want to do absolutely anything. Neither breathe nor live. Memories of how he visited one settlement appeared in his head again. He still decided to find out the truth from people, and everyone insisted that Seo Jung-won had no children. The guy is desperate. It would seem that life has lost its meaning. Unexpectedly, the door to the room opened with an unpleasant creak that broke the silence. 2 men were standing on the threshold, water dripping from their hats. Finding strength in himself, the boy raised his empty gaze and looked at them. They entered the room without permission and stood silently looking at him. Their faces also showed no emotion. They stood in silence and looked at the shattered boy. He did not react to them at all. But, after a second, he told them in a commanding tone to leave while they could. One of the men got angry at this, but the other quickly calmed him down. The mustachioed man explained that they came from the Rice Valley. Most likely he heard about them. Hearing about this, the boy was a little embarrassed. The skill of the guy is very impressive. These men spent a lot of time and effort trying to find out who was behind the Paradise Bush Brotherhood. There is something that they came to ask the young man. The unknown invited him to the Rice Valley with them. He can ask for anything he wants. The boy did not move, but silently listened to their words, although he had no desire to do so. A second later, in an angry voice, he ordered them to get out of here. "You won't do anything." The men just sighed heavily. It seems that now is not the best time to talk. A second later, the man placed a bag of groceries on the floor. The strangers are going to return to him when that train gathers strength. Having said this, they say goodbye. The guy has absolutely no desire to talk. He continues to sit silently and look at one point. The boy again remembers the words of the people he asked about the white fans. All the people were very surprised when the boy asked them about the manager of the white fans. They lived modestly and did not throw money away. They had several subordinates, but they cannot be called managers. Having learned all the important information, the boy left the people without explaining anything. This must be the same guy who asked about the white fans recently. There must be something behind his interest that is not meant for prying ears. The image of his grandfather appeared again and again in his head. The person with whom he lived his whole life. A person who gave him advice and taught him. And this person turned out to be a fake. Who is this old man, really? And who is he really? Rats are busy devouring food, but as soon as they heard a noise, they quickly ran in different directions. These two men again came to the unfortunate boy. They looked at the bag of food that had been torn apart by rats. The food was spoiled by them. The man noticed that, unfortunately, the food remained untouched. He wondered if the boy was alive at all because he hadn't eaten or drunk much. It seems that the boy wanted to ask them something. He quietly mumbled something. After a second he asked, "Did they get rid of the bodies that were here?" The mustachioed man calmly replied that it was not them. But he has a guess as to who might have done it. But before that, the man asks again if he has thought about their proposal. A broken boy ponders the rice valley. There are terrible rumors about her, and they all boil down to the fact that there are a lot of hired killers. He asked if they could even imagine his desire. The mustachioed man had long guessed what the boy wanted. He wants to know who the grandfather who raised him all his life really was. He said this in a very confident voice. Indeed, it turned out to be so, but the unfortunate man did not say a word. He continued to sit motionless, thinking about everything. And anyway, why should he be interested in some dead man? But is he sure that the old man is already dead? Did that corpse really belong to him? His head was spinning from such terrible assumptions. The leader of the paradise bushes tried to tell him the same fable. This brought a smile to the stranger's face. It seems that the leader was not stupid at all. It suddenly emerged that the old man was taking part in all this. Perhaps in this way he decided to sever all ties with the Brotherhood. The boy remembered his words about not associating with this fraternity because they were pursuing their own interests. But does the boy know why everything is like this? It turns out that they exposed him. This was told by informants who followed the Brotherhood. They had already encountered him before, but they did not know that it was the same person. When the old man realized that they had exposed him, he staged his death and disappeared. All this time they were watching him in Shinma. The boy silently listens to his story and does not understand whether to believe it or not. He is very interested in the question of what they managed to learn. But the man has no right to divulge information to outsiders, so if he wants to know more, he must join them. This is his only chance to join them, because they will not come here again. This is a very difficult decision and the boy hesitates. Strangers are not going to put pressure on the guy, but they are ready to answer for their every word. After saying this, they turn and are about to leave, but unexpectedly they remember something important. If the young man ever thought of coming to their valley, he must stay away from the yellow dragon. The boy just looks at them questioningly. The man explained that there was a monster that he had probably met before. They say he checks the area every day and looks for him. I would not like such a master to die from a monster. That was all they wanted to say. A second later, they crossed the threshold. The guy continues to sit in one place. He is very curious about what kind of monster it is. A second later, he grabs his sword. The boy breathes heavily and leans on him to get up. He has unfinished business. At the same time, our hero is busy delivering orders. Customers are constantly amazed at how fast the guy moves. Indeed, the main character had lightning speed. He decided that on the way back, he would have to look into the temple of the yellow dragon. Unexpectedly, the boy notices something in front of him. His gaze immediately becomes more severe. Kang Ryong is shocked when he realizes that this is the same opponent who was able to escape. This time the boy is not going to let him go. His enemy looks at him. His enemy looks at him with a dead look, without any desire. Our hero decided not to waste time and immediately ran to him. A second later he jumps high, preparing to attack. He pulls out a regular stick and swings while the enemy draws a sword. He wasn't going to let him go this time. The black guy is ready to accept his challenge. So, after a second, the guys are engaged in a fierce battle. When the boys collided in a fight, it was immediately heard. Everything started to fall apart when Kang Ryung and Jin Hong started their duel. They got into a fierce fight with each other, but Broken Boy is not going to give up. He wants to see things through. His sword touches the staff of his enemy with which he attacks him. Both boys are exhausted. Despite this, they continue to fight. They are so strong that they seem unable to resist each other, and after a second jump away. Their eyes are burning with thirst for victory. They are already very exhausted, but they are not going to end it. And so, their weapons met again, and everything around them growled. Trees and bushes were completely blown away by such an inhuman force. Two men watched them. They did not expect that the fight would drag on like this. They have started for the 30th time, but they don't even think about finishing. Who would have thought that a hovering blade technique could be so powerful? And it is not known where the grandfather learned this, but this style of wielding a sword is really beautiful, especially considering the fact that it is incredibly difficult to learn martial arts only from a book. He had never seen the hovering blade technique in action before, but I can confidently say that Jin Hong is an excellent swordsman. The mustachioed man ponders his words. They continue to watch as the boys seem to dance in battle. Awesome is not the word to describe the boys' skills. The man looks at his colleague in surprise. Once upon a time, he happened to see the lone swordsman Seo Jung-won, the genius of the floating blade. And now, when he looks at this self-taught man, it's as if he sees him again. They continue to watch their fight. Both guys are unmatched in their skills. They fight so passionately that it is impossible to look away even for a second. Even blink. Jin Hing even surpasses Seo Jung-won in terms of speed and strength. It is simply unsurpassed. The guys continue their brutal fight, not giving each other time to rest. The guy spins with lightning speed, so fast that the wind whistles around. After that, he directs his attack towards our hero. It was a very powerful attack, and Kang Ryong had to be very careful to avoid it. But the main character is also not a failure, so they are preparing to repel this attack. It is as concentrated as possible. And then, after a second, he dodges all the blows, and also repels them with just one stick. Soon, there is another small explosion as they collide in a fight. The man is impressed that the young man has achieved such skills at such an early age, when Seo Jung-won was already an adult. Now he understood why their lady wanted so badly to lure this lad to them. As expected, the monster from the Yellow Dragon Mountain is easily able to counter a first-class master. But the mustachioed man does not think that our hero will fight him easily. He seems confused. He is embarrassed by the fact that for the first time he met a truly worthy opponent. And both of them feel anxiety and impatience, because they cannot defeat each other. They continue to hit each other endlessly, and they continue to deftly dodge each other's blows. I wonder who the forces will leave first. You would very much like to watch this show again, but they don't have time. It seems that the scales have already tipped. But our hero is still full of energy and strength. But the strength of his enemy is leaving him. It's actually a miracle that he can still wield a sword. In such a situation, the slightest stop or doubt can cost him his life. A young boy with a predatory look, like a wild eagle, flies at his enemy. He jumps and strikes his sword hard, driving it into the ground. The blow was very strong, but Jin Hong was able to withstand it, even though his strength was almost gone. Soon, the area of land on which the boy was standing began to collapse from such a strong impact. Because of this, the edge of the cliff on which the boy was standing began to fall down with him. He began to fall, and heavy stones and earth fell on him. The guy could not avoid this situation and grab something, so he just fell. And so, after a moment, the stones fell into the gorge, covering the enemy of our hero with them. One of the men was very embarrassed when he saw that everything had turned like this. Everything seems to have quieted down for a while. Dust and dirt rose here. Jin Hong lay motionless on the rubble. The boy did not move at all. It seems that he no longer had the strength for anything. A second later, our hero went down to him to check his condition. One of the strangers was worried that the boy had died, but the other reassured him because he was sure that it was not so. Kang Ryong stared intently at his enemy, who was still lying motionless. Yes, it seems he is still alive. The young boy did not say anything to him, but still silently watched and observed. He sighed heavily. Very interestingly, it turned out that the sword that cut the rocks was like a carrot. Couldn't break the old stick with which our hero was fighting. The mustachioed man just silently watched what would happen next. After a second, the young man leaned over his enemy and asked if he had fallen asleep. Jin Hong didn't seem to be going to answer that question. Black and the boy continued to watch him in silence. Suddenly, his enemy quickly jumped up to attack him again. Predatory intent was again visible in the eyes. The main character, in turn, quickly jumped to the side. And so, after a few seconds, he landed on the ground. When he landed on the ground, he drove a few meters back. The boy continued to swing his sword desperately. It seems that Kang Reong was very happy that the enemy did not die. A playful smile appeared on his face, but Jin Hong did not react to his words. Our hero carefully looked into his eyes and understood something. It was not a joke that confused the young boy. He realized that the boy was now unconscious, but nevertheless he continued to fight. While he was thinking about this, he got distracted and crashed into a stone. At this time, his enemy did not wait and towered over him with a sword. The face expressed hatred. Men's mouths fell open when they saw such a result of events. Is now the end of our hero? Jin Hong put all his strength into this punch. The sword cut the stone against which our hero leaned. And, unexpectedly for everyone, the blade of the sword was finally able to cut the stick. Kang Reong looked up in confusion. He watched as the sword cut his staff. And then, after a second, the stick was cut in half. And then, after a second, this guy delivered a strong blow and split the stick into 2 equal parts. Soon, blood splattered. Is this the end? The stick fell to the ground with a thud. But surprisingly, our hero was no longer there. Jin Hong could not understand where his enemy had gone so suddenly. Did he run away? At that moment, Kang Reong was already behind the boy and pressed his finger hard on his neck. After pressing on this pain point, the young boy lost consciousness. It seems that the outcome of the battle was already obvious. A second later, the main character's enemy fell down, face straight into the ground. When the young man won, he did not say anything. He just stood and stared at his opponent. The boy sighed heavily, realizing that the fight was finally over. But, after a second, a small thin stream of blood flowed from his head. This seems to be the first time our hero has been so badly injured in battle. Now he was standing and breathing heavily, trying to regulate his breathing. The master said that when he was in power with all the sacred techniques of heavenly destruction, no living soul could defeat him. But if he wants to fight with someone on an equal footing, then those 4 scoundrels will do. But no one will be able to touch a hair on his head. That's what the master said when they were training. Kang Reong remembered how the master liked to talk during training, and he asked him to stop and not distract him. And after that, the master constantly grumbled. He once admitted that he was lonely. He could not even talk and have fun with anyone. Probably, this is the fate of all invincible masters, and soon, our hero will find out for himself. The boy stood over his enemy as he bled. The young man was still breathing heavily and watched him silently. It seems that his master was very mistaken. No one knows how many other incomparable masters there are in the country, like his today's opponent. The men at that time were still standing on a tree branch and watching the development of events. It seems the fight is finally over. Didn't they miss anything? The mustachioed man noticed perfectly the moment he completely lost sight of Kang Ryan. Now they have nothing more to do here. They have to go back. The stranger asked the question, are they just going to dump him here? It will be very bad if such weapons fall into the hands of the authorities. If the guy goes to jail or dies, it will be purely his problems. If he cannot get to the Rice Valley by himself, then he is not suitable for them. The man sighed and smiled, adjusting his hat. The stranger wonders why he tricked him into hiking to the Yellow Dragon Mountain, because the way here is quite far. The man did not think that Jin Hong would respond to such an easy provocation and swallow the bait. And he did this provocation because the boy behaved too brazenly when talking to them. Our hero carried the wounded and exhausted young man to the old monk's house. Due to the fact that the boy did not eat for a long time and starved himself, he lost a lot of weight and became weak. Grandfather was treating the young man's wounds. He has small internal injuries and severe exhaustion. He just needs to rest and eat and he will be good as new again. In fact, our hero wanted to hand him over to the authorities, but his grandfather began to look after him. It was a simple misunderstanding. The boy must have confused him with someone else, saying that he had killed his father. So this boy is not a hired killer? This greatly surprised our hero. Of course he's not a hired killer. Who would come up with the idea of hiring a hitman for a miserable grandfather? In any case, there is nothing to worry about. God willing, he will be able to sit with him in such a state, and he will not be able to do any harm. This boy was so weak from hunger that another person in his place would not have been able to lift a small stick, but he was brandishing a sword. The main character is very shocked when he hears that people in such a condition cannot even lift a stick, but he lifted a sword. Meanwhile, the young boy returned to the tavern. He hid behind the rock and watched what was happening there now. Kang Reong carefully checked his head once more, making sure that there was no blood coming from it. The boy combs his hair, realizing that most likely a scar will remain there. The old man found a stick that was very similar to his old one so that no one would suspect anything. Well, it's time to go to the tavern, he sighs heavily. During this time, while he was gone, many new orders came in, which he will now run to deliver. Meanwhile, the events are transferred to the Rice Valley. Here, in my opinion, on the rock, is the estate of the Lady of the Rice Valley. A fragile female hand takes a small bowl with some food. She listens to the story of her subordinates about this talented Jin Hong. The woman always knew that he was a real diamond. But there is one problem. They lost the old man, and they don't know where to look for him. It is obvious that he went to the bottom. It seems that no news will be heard from him for a long time. She's put nets all over the place, so now all they have to do is wait. The mustachioed man nodded. Having said all he wanted to say, the man is about to leave. But unexpectedly, the woman asks his opinion about this situation. But the subordinate does not quite understand what she is asking about. She reminds him that in the past he was one of the sky destroyers. The woman asks if the guy Jin Hong fought is worthy of being the successor to the supreme ruler. There was silence in the room. The man says he doesn't have enough experience to judge such things. But he can give his opinion. An expression of disgust appeared on his face, and he replied that the boy was very fat, and it was disgusting to even look at him. The woman looks at him with her piercing gaze. Very sorry. After that, she finishes another cup of tea. In this case, they will simply supervise him. Sooner or later, he will be forced to show his true face. These words of the lady made the man a little tense, but he did not answer. At this time, the old monk brought a bowl of warm porridge to feed the exhausted youth. But there was no one in the room, only an open window. It turns out that he ran away, despite such circumstances. Because he had no strength, he was able to escape. Every step was very difficult for him. The boy was breathing heavily. There was severe frost on the body and cold sweat. At the same time, Kang Ryong was busy delivering orders. So when he ran up to the tavern, a strange premonition appeared in his chest. It seems that the boy felt something. An elderly man smiles kindly. But, unexpectedly, after a second, his face changes dramatically. Many people sit and smile sincerely. Suddenly, their faces also change dramatically. They always have the same reaction. People immediately change their faces when they learn about the history of his past. People are seized by panic, fear, and horror. They feel disgust, contempt. A man watches with interest how a spider wraps a butterfly in its web. He hears fragments of a conversation that if the buyer is not satisfied, they will return the money. It seems that some kind of contract is being made at one of the tables, which needs to be sealed. The goods should be delivered within 2 to 3 days. When the deal was concluded, the buyers and sellers said goodbye to each other. After that, they went their separate ways. Men communicate with each other. The man is very embarrassed, but he admits that it was just wonderful. The guys were able to close 3 deals in one morning. It was simply an outstanding result. Then, the man asks if he learned anything new. The man is very embarrassed, but he admits that he has not yet learned something. The man does not argue with him, but on the contrary, tells him not to rush. You have to learn little by little, but every day. These 2 men are merchants, but unlike those traders who sit at fairs, they adhere to a new strategy. Their customers can buy goods without leaving home. This method is called address delivery. This method is based on the active creation of the client's needs. In other words, their job is to convince the buyer that they need to make a purchase. They offer very different goods. Basic necessities such as salt, medicines, or even carts. This strategy was developed when small traders created their own coalition. They always have small samples with them, which they usually show to customers. If the buyer is not thinking of buying something from them, they sign a temporary contract with him. After that, they send it to the product collection point of one of the branches, which through the network of contacts sends its purchase to the client. And the most important thing is that for each transaction, you will receive 10% of the profit. This is the end of the training. The man says to repeat the slogan of their company. And the slogan of their company is quite simple. I will sell my soul. After a second, everyone repeats after him and loudly shouts the same thing. This man has been working here for a month, but unfortunately he could not sell anything. It is difficult for him to communicate with people, so he can hardly introduce anything to them. His manager was very unhappy with the result, so he sent an experienced mentor to help him. The man gets the impression that he will be kicked out very soon if he does not make at least one agreement. Unexpectedly, the mentor asks what this boy's name is. The boy nods awkwardly and says his name is Ubok. It turns out that the man has a wife and 3 children. The mentor advises him to work harder for the sake of his family. The man himself understands this perfectly, and often blames himself for the fact that nothing works out. In fact, men are very concerned about their children and that they are fed. The money he was leaving has probably already run out. At the same time, 3 children run to the tavern and call our hero. Someone's big fat hand sticks out from behind the curtains. The children stopped abruptly, trying to understand who would now appear before them. A second later, a big fat man appears at the door of the tavern, looking intently at the children. Children are immediately afraid of such a greeting. Fear completely gripped the children's minds and the children backed away. Suddenly, from behind this big man, a painfully familiar voice was heard, asking him to visit the tavern again. After a second, our hero peeked out from behind this fat man, who greeted the children with a smile. The children were very scared of this man, so they jumped on the nearest table out of fright. Kang Ryong didn't understand why they froze. A woman heard the cry of children, and it attracted her attention. It turns out it was their mother. She asked the children to wait for her at home, but they did not listen. The children look at this woman in surprise, and cannot recognize her as their mother. And when the children finally realized that it was their mother, they screamed loudly in surprise. The woman laughed hard, seeing the reaction of the children. She explained that it was their mother. Nuna simply painted it. The children didn't believe it anyway, because their mother isn't that pretty, even when she's made up. Men, listening to this, wondered what kind of makeup was such that her own children did not recognize her. The old monk chuckled quietly, saying that the youth now know nothing. He tells about the fact that Nunim has been famous for its skill in the field of makeup for a long time. The men don't understand who they're talking about. And Grandpa wants to say it's Seongcho, but unexpectedly a glass of water breaks on his head. It was an old woman who was now being painted as a young woman. She didn't want anyone to know her secret. A woman and her 3 children just watch this in shock. This will get the blood pumping. After that, the mother sends the children outside, because it is very hot here, but they do not want to. And so, after a few minutes, the children turn to our hero and attract his attention. They say they are very bored, but the guy can't help. After a second, they add that they are very hungry. The boy will now go to negotiate with the cook about an additional portion of food. And so, after a few minutes, there is a large plate with delicious aromatic dumplings on the table. Children are very happy to see such a large portion. They immediately pounce on the dish. Before that, he thanked the girl. Unexpectedly, the girl grabs the protagonist's shoulder and stops him. A second later, she is tugging at his clothes. Although, in fact, it was not clothes at all, but fat that hid under it. The girl looks thoughtfully at the boy and thinks how to deal with this problem. The girl says that from today there will be no more night snacks. They were sitting at the same table, and the children noticed that the boy was not eating. Was it because he was called fat? Unexpectedly, the boy asks if his father visits them often. Unfortunately, he comes late at night and leaves early in the morning. The father promised that he would earn a lot of money and feed them meat. The main character listens to the children with interest. In fact, he wouldn't give up meat now either. Meanwhile, their father and his mentor are on business. Unexpectedly, someone throws cold water on these 2 traders. This was done by a woman who repeatedly told them that she was not going to buy anything from them. The man was very irritated and was about to explode. But the mentor quickly calmed him down and patted him on the chest. The woman threatened that if they came again, she would throw mud at them. And after that, she slams the door shut right in their faces. The man does not understand why they have to endure all this abuse, because selling goods is not a crime. The mentor does not understand why the man still clings to it. But the man does not understand what I mean. As it turned out, his mentor spoke of his pride. The man just looks after him, pondering his words. He understands that his mentor is a very good person. It seems that his sales technique is almost no different from the methods of his colleagues. But all the same, buyers trust him more and smile when shopping. 2 merchants continue their journey and look for new customers. After a few minutes, they approach the men who are sitting and seem to be eating something. After that, they find buyers on the lake and politely call them to the shore. A merchant is interested in telling customers about a product they can buy. But most people still don't want to work with them. A month ago, a man bought this knife from their company. He was promised that he would serve for many years, but he broke down after a month. This impudent man needs to return his money or give a normal knife. However, the dealer is not going to return anything because this knife was not bought from him. This annoys the man very much. His nerves can hardly stand it. The man continues to stand his ground and needs the money back or he will spread bad rumors about them. The man was very angry with such an impudent buyer because he clearly lied to them. This knife had a year's worth of rust on it. Unexpectedly, the trader apologizes and says that he realized his mistake. But unfortunately, the deal wasn't made with him, so he won't be able to pay him back. But the man found another way out of this situation. He sat down and began to wash this knife right in their yard. And here, after some time, the knife was as good as new. The husband and wife carefully looked at the knife from all sides. The merchants were about to leave, when suddenly the man asked them to wait. He really wanted to look at their grindstone. The man kindly shows him the stone, but I explain that it is not for sale. Such whetstones are created by special order of the authorities for the points of weapons. After some time, the men had a break. They are sitting and having lunch. And at this time, my husband is counting how many deals they have made today. Husbands are very surprised when they understand that they made 14 transactions in a day. The teacher thinks that it is very difficult for the man to follow him all day, but the man is glad that he learned something. He is very pleased to see his husband at work. He explains that traders must sell goods regardless of the circumstances. The main thing is to remember this, and everything will work out. The most important thing is not to impose the product on people, because only swindlers do this. It is important to find a common language with buyers and talk to them. This is the beginning of all beginnings. By the way, the mentor was in this village a few days ago and learned something. A family is moving into an empty house not far from here today. They should arrive any minute. That is why they are here now. When the family arrives, the men will help them settle in. It seems he doesn't really understand what's going on. The mentor feels enthusiastic. As long as they help them, they can find out if they need anything. For example, change old furniture. You have to get used to watching what is happening around you. If the neighbors quarrel and hit the dishes at night, you need to remember how many plates were broken in order to sell them new ones in the morning. It seems that it has just reached the man. He is shocked by how many new and useful things he learned today. At this time on the road, a bus is going. It appears to be the same new family that is moving in today. The teacher asks his student to keep the contracts with him for the time being. And at this time, he is already running quickly to meet his new family. The man just looks after him in surprise. But after a second, he sighs and puts these pieces of paper inside his kimono. He runs up to the family and begins to ask how long they have been in these parts. The evening is coming. A family couple listens carefully to the traders. The men were really kind enough to help them move. The merchant handed them samples of all the items they might need. The man says that nothing bad will happen if they don't want to buy anything. They can just look. A family couple looks at the assortment of goods with interest. The man watches with interest how his mentor works. Several hours have passed, and night has come. The children went to bed. The merchants still managed to conclude a contract, and before leaving, they said that the goods would arrive in 2 or 3 days. After that, the men went home. A man follows his mentor and is inspired by the way he works. Unexpectedly, fragments of the couple's words come to him. It turns out they didn't want to buy what they bought. The second trader looked at him so much that the man thought that if he refused, he would blow up their whole house. At first, it seemed to them that they were just good neighbors, but everything turned out to be wrong. The man just silently looked at the house, which was getting further and further away. He seems to have felt lousy after that. Unexpectedly, the man noticed that his mentor was doing something strange. They walked in silence for a long time, until suddenly the mentor first spoke to him. It seemed to the man that he had imposed this purchase on the family. It turned out very badly, and so, after a second, the man begins to spoil and crush this contract. And after a moment, the man throws away this piece of paper altogether. He falls into the grass. The man does not understand such a strange behavior of his mentor. The man asks why they didn't just go back and cancel the contract. If they did, both they and he would feel very uncomfortable. And if the goods are not delivered after a few days, they will understand that they were wrong about their account. And when they meet their colleagues in the future, they will not think of them as bandits. It is important to remember that there can be no coercion in this case. This is the same as selling your conscience. Only if you listen to your conscience, you can wear the title of merchant with honor. The man listened attentively to every word of his mentor. Thereafter, the teacher said that he no longer had anything to teach his student. Here their paths diverge. The mentor goes to the right and the man to the left. Ubak is sincerely grateful to his mentor. He says goodbye to him. The man looks at him with a smile. He remembered an important phrase about the fact that pride can be reconciled, but he must listen to the voice of conscience. In fact, such phrases embarrass him very much. But, be that as it may, from tomorrow he will have to put aside his pride. Suddenly, the man notices many pieces of paper peeking out from his clothes. It turns out that he forgot to give him all the contracts. At this time, the contract that the mentor threw away is all that is lying in the grass. Suddenly, someone's hand lifts him back up. After that, men's hands open this contract again. The man carefully reads the text of the contract. After that, he hides it in his pocket. It was a mentor. Suddenly, he felt someone's gaze on him. It turns out that his former student was watching all this. The man became very uncomfortable. Cold sweat quickly ran down his face from nerves. The man came to give him the contracts. After a second, he hands him a piece of paper. The frustrated man stands motionless as the mentor walks away. He continues walking, leaving the student behind. It seems that Wubok has stopped believing in everything and is just calling. Unexpectedly, the mentor says that his student was right after all. If he made contracts every day, he would soon become a millionaire. He always treated everyone the same, but he barely managed to make even one contract during the day. But today, people seem to have gone mad. They bought absolutely everything, as if it was meaningless. Clutching this piece of paper tightly, he says that conscience is important. But more important for him is his family, which believes in him no matter what. Having said this, he shoves all contracts up his sleeve. Before walking away in disgrace, he says that Bach had nothing to learn from him in the first place. Yes, the mentor moves further and further away from the student. The man just looks after him. He is just silent, thinking about everything that happened today. He looks down. Then he raises his head and looks at the stars. He still thinks that he is still very far from his mentor. A lone man stood on the bridge and looked into the distance. After a while, he turned his gaze to a small house that stood under the bridge. It was Bach. He was silent and looked with his sad eyes. He sighed heavily. A second later, he turned his back to the edge of the bridge. Suddenly in front of him, he saw two big eyes. The man was not jokingly scared. He hadn't expected to see anyone else here at this late hour. The man is very surprised that the boy takes the order so late. Kang Ryong explained that he had just brought his children home. Now his wife works in their tavern. The guy explains that they have already put the children to bed, and his wife, most likely, is still awake. They stood and looked at each other. Our hero wondered why the man wasn't going home yet. He was getting ready soon. Hearing this, the young lad went away on his business, leaving him alone. The man stared at him. It seems he wanted to say something. Unexpectedly, Bach still called the young boy, and he stopped. The man sincerely thanks the young man for everything he has done for him and his family. The boy just turned back but said nothing. He said goodbye and went about his business. Bach continued to look after the boy. Suddenly memories appeared in my head. Memories of their first meeting. When our hero learned the man's story, he didn't even blink. He remembers his look, his eyes at that moment. That day, the man wanted to kill the boy. Anger boiled in his veins. The man is very glad that he did not kill such a wonderful fellow that day. Thus, a new day has dawned. All traders gathered for a meeting before starting a new working day. A second later, all traders raise their fists and loudly shout their slogan. The man stands still and watches all the other traders go to work. He is upset that his mentor, who never missed work without a good reason, didn't show up today. Maybe it's because of yesterday. The man decided to find out where his mentor lives and go to visit him. A small cabin is located through a green forest. The teacher lies on the mattress and does nothing. Unexpectedly, his wife calls him. The woman opens the door and says that her husband has guests. The man does not want to, but he must open his eyes. At the same time, Bach wanders through the forest in search of his sonbei's house. He was told that the house was located at the very edge of the forest, and there were no houses nearby, so he would find it immediately. The man continues to search, and finally he notices something. He seems to have found his sonbei's house. Two stout men are standing in his yard. Bach does not understand what is happening here. The men thought that he would buy a large estate with the stolen money and live a normal life. And he bought a barn. The man looked broken. He persuaded them not to do anything. The husband swore that his wife and children knew nothing and were not involved in anything. This scoundrel silently looks at the man and thinks about how pathetic he is. He doesn't have an iota of compassion because he says work is work. Suddenly the men hear some commotion outside the door. With every second, the clamor is increasing. These screeches and screams attract the attention of freaks. They look around to see what's going on. After a few seconds, the door to the room opens with a loud creak. A man appears on the doorstep. Sunbei stares at him in shock. He doesn't understand that Bach forgot here. As soon as the men saw the stranger, they rushed at him with their fists. But the man quickly dealt with the scoundrels. He threw one of them out into the street and grabbed the other by the throat. He did not understand why they were climbing up to a crazy suicide bomber. The man is ready to punish them for robbing and intimidating the weak. The abomination is shocked by what he sees before his eyes. He runs towards Bach and shouts at him, asking him to stop. The man calls him master and asks him to stop. It turns out that they saw each other several times in the Rice Valley. The man looks at him suspiciously. After a few minutes, these scoundrels went outside. One of them sincerely apologized and promised to fix the situation. Immediately after that, they quickly left. But at last this bastard turned and looked him in the face. In fact, earlier, this man had the nickname Chimera's Hand. It turns out that he was the greatest killer of the Rice Valley. What did he forget in this hole? The man looked after them in silence with his gaze. When they finally leave, the man returns to the sonbei. He explains that he came to visit because he thought he was worried about yesterday. If this is indeed the case, he asks not to worry. But the man, it seems, does not listen to him at all. He looks too scared. This stresses the man a little. He turns his gaze to the woman and children and sees the same facial expression. He immediately understood that they were afraid of him. This facial expression is already familiar to him. Therefore, in order not to disturb them, he's going to leave. The man turns and silently walks away. Meanwhile, our hero eats delicious dumplings and listens to the story that Bok used to work in the rice valley. The guy hears about it for the first time, because the man does not tell anything about himself. Now it became clear why the man does not tell anything about himself. Yoren asked if the boys knew what a rice valley was. At this time, the upset man returns home. In fact, he himself did not notice how his legs themselves brought him home. He decided to take a day off and spend it with his children. Unexpectedly, the man has a strange premonition. A premonition, as if someone is watching him. And then, after a second, he shouts loudly and tells those who are watching him to show themselves. Yes, after a second someone comes out of the house. It was a man in a big hat. It seems that they were already acquainted. If Bok has already given up his business, you should not disturb others and take their bread. Bok's face immediately changes when he recognizes this person as Yang Jongjak. It turns out that the lady of the rice valley ordered his head to be brought. There was a dead silence between the men. The man does not understand what he is talking about, but the man asked him not to fool around. Has he lost his memory? It was just a few hours ago. Suddenly, it dawned on the man what he meant. Bok immediately understood that it was about his son Bai. He remembered how that scoundrel had said he would take care of everything. Turns out he just handed it in. With every second, the man boils with anger. Just the thought that they have somehow harmed them makes one's hair stand on end. But luckily, when they got back to his house, the family was gone. Hearing this, the man relaxed. He is very glad that they will not be able to harm them. The mustachioed man does not understand why he is so naive. According to their law, someone has to suffer the punishment for failure, and Ju Chun decided to pass it. He didn't seem to care at all about it. He stood and was silent. Since they worked together before, he gives him a chance to go and explain everything to the lady of the rice valley in person. Someone's footsteps were heard behind. The man looked around and saw that several people were already standing behind him. It turns out that they tried to surround him so that he would not escape. The lady is cruel only in words, so if he explains everything, everything will be fine. One of the subordinates held a rope in his hands. The two men approached Bok to tie him up just in case, but you could tell by the man's face that he was not going to do it. Just a second later, he hit those two men hard. Mustache simply watched what was happening but did nothing. From such a strong blow, these two flew in different directions. Everyone present watched this in silence and did nothing. The subordinates, as soon as they saw this, were immediately frightened and did not want to interfere with it. Aggression emanated from the man. It was clear that he would not allow himself to be offended. Yang Zhong's sense of self-preservation seems to have completely disappeared since their last meeting. Maybe the man left Murim, but he has his own feeder. That is, they have the right to stick their noses in his feeder. But he cannot push them away? Bok tries to end their conversation peacefully and say goodbye before no one dies. And if the scoundrel still wants to get his head, then let him not be covered by subordinates, but go out into battle himself. All subordinates immediately raised their weapons against the man. They were ready to defend their master. Soon the mustachioed man sighed heavily. It would have been much easier if he had gone with them and told their lady about it. Unexpectedly, the man hears a familiar child's voice. He recognizes him out of 1,000. A second later, a man comes out of the hut holding his son. These scoundrels lied to his family and said they were his father's friends. A moment passes, and the bastard presses a finger against the boy's neck. Yes, after a second he loses consciousness. The man's blood is boiling in his veins. No one dares to touch his family. The bastards began to calm him down, saying that he was just asleep. But it may not be for long. Hearing this, Bok nearly exploded. His enemy's gaze was cold and empty, as if he was not human at all. The man was confused by only one question. He could not understand when the rice valley fell so low. But they only used the most effective method possible in this situation. A second later, the chains are right next to the man's head. Immediately after that, he falls to the ground covered in blood. The bastards surrounded him and just watched. The man was severely beaten and lost consciousness. These bastards had no remorse. They were completely indifferent to the fact that they were destroying human life. At this time, the children and mother sat and trembled inside the house. They had heard that the bastards had decided not to touch them. As soon as they heard that the bastards had left, they immediately ran outside, but unfortunately the father was not there. Only the brother who lay unconscious. The family immediately rushed to him to help. He doesn't seem to be injured. Mom will take him home. The younger sister cried a lot because she was worried about her brother. The eldest son was very worried about his father because he was not here. He took a few steps and saw something that broke his heart. There were many drops of blood on the ground. My heart nearly jumped out of my chest from fear for my own father. Meanwhile, everything was quiet in the tavern. Our hero yawned sweetly from fatigue. The black-haired boy sat and did not worry about anything. It seems he was resting. Suddenly, he saw someone running very fast on the road towards him. This is someone of small stature. Most likely it is a child. A boy runs and stumbles, but despite this, he tries to get up. After that, he continues to run again. And then, when the child raises its head, Kang Ryong sees a crying, dirty face and recognizes Woo-bok's eldest son. Our hero quickly gets up and goes to meet him. The boy sobs and throws a tantrum, telling him everything. Kang Ryong is his last hope. The black-haired boy is shocked by his story. Because of such loud screams, grandmother and Yorin come out. They look at the boy in shock, not understanding what happened. Everyone is shocked. The main character listens carefully to the child, trying to understand his every word. He understood that some scoundrels had kidnapped their father. Rice Valley, this is not a net with fish for you. Our hero will pay a lot if he underestimates his opponents. But Yorin doesn't take everything to heart. The girl is sure that the guy went there only to talk and resolve everything peacefully. But it is obvious that the grandmother does not think so. A second later, she suggests that she bet their last bet. The grandmother's gaze was filled with excitement and confidence. The girl just silently glanced at her mother. The woman offers her daughter to up the ante if she is so confident in the boy, but she refuses. Meanwhile, our hero is looking for a way to the Rice Valley. There is a small building here, which does not inspire confidence because it looks very unreliable. 2 guards were sitting here, making sure that no one ran here. Suddenly, one of the guards opens his eyes and sees someone. He saw a young man stepping onto the bridge. It was the main character. He strode confidently across the bridge. A sharp male voice shouted and ordered him to stop. Civilians can't be here, so he advises him to go home. But Kang Ryong wasn't about to go back. He heard that you can get to the Rice Valley only this way. The man sighed heavily, realizing that someone had once again messed up the secret information. Orders are being placed near those mountains, but Kang Ryong isn't going to order anything. Hearing this, the guards tensed a little. They looked at the stranger in surprise, assessing him with their eyes. The boy bluntly said that he came here because the people from the Rice Valley took his friend away. The guards, hearing this, immediately tensed up. An unpleasant feeling appeared in his chest. It became immediately clear that this mysterious boy did not come with good intentions. After just a few seconds, the guards were already unconscious and lying motionless on the floor. This is all Kang Ryong's handiwork. He comes out of the shadows. At that very moment, 2 arrows whistling towards the young man, but he apparently easily stopped them with one hand. Our hero did not even blink. The young man was carefully looking into the field, in which someone was clearly. Rice Valley will destroy not only the one who dares to challenge it, but also all the people close to him. But the main character does not care about this. He is going to return the father to the children. The boy gritted his teeth hard. This is what a Rice Valley is. A landscape opened before his eyes. A large field and mountains. There is a wooden viewing tower on the edge of the rock. Inside it are 2 men who must monitor the situation around. Suddenly, they hear some strange sound. A giant killer wave appears in front of the tower, ready to demolish everything in its path. The wave is moving right at them. The men do not understand what the hell is going on here, because this has never happened before.
In a few seconds, this wave will crash right into them!
It was too late to do anything, because the destructive wave had already hit the ground. The wave was so powerful that it carried away and destroyed everything in its path. People who were in their huts would not have had time to escape from such a pressure of water. Water destroyed not only homes, but also took human lives with it. The wave passed through local villages and has already reached the forests. If nothing is done, the wave will destroy everything around. It floods the forest with lightning speed. And so, gradually, the killer wave begins to fade. There is no green left here, only damp earth. All this is the work of our hero. The young boy is incredibly angry about what happened. Kang Ryong is breathing hard with rage. The black-haired boy looks around, quickly studying the area. The water begins to flow back to the sea. And the eyes of our hero, meanwhile, are increasingly filled with determination. And then a second later, Kang Ryong quickly starts running, planning to find Woo-bok as soon as possible. At this time, the bastards are in the dungeon. They hear some noise above the ground. They brought the man to prison and threw him to play. They hear a commotion coming over the ground and think it might be an earthquake. The lieutenant looks back and looks at the stolen man. His pulse is getting weaker every minute and he won't last long without help. But it seems the man does not care at all about this. With any luck, he won't die. If they have already finished putting on the handcuffs, let them get out of there quickly. And so, the lieutenant got out of prison. When he saw what happened on the surface, he just froze in place. The man does not understand what the hell happened here. The scoundrel looks over the horizon. He does not understand why there is so much water around. Everything is destroyed. Suddenly, in the distance, he sees someone's silhouette. It is a short young boy who steps straight towards him. The man is confused when he sees him. It seems to be the same monster from Yellow Dragon Mountain. The bastard doesn't understand the only thing that this devil forgot in their lands? Meanwhile, all is relatively well at the Lady of Rice Valley estate. A woman sits in her apartment and calmly drinks tea. But they also hear some strange sounds from the street, and it stresses them out. The woman thinks that something has happened. The sound came from the side of the swamp. Subordinates will do everything as soon as they find out what happened. The woman asks not to distract her because of all sorts of little things. Because she has an important conversation right now. The woman is no joke annoyed by the fact that her subordinates distract her with all sorts of little things. The man just sits silently across from her. The mustachioed man looks at her with his calm, cold eyes. All commanders are ordered to reconnoiter the situation and immediately take the situation under their control. And the units that refuse to carry out the order will be severely punished. Now the whole Rice Valley is on the ears. Everyone is going to confront the force that has so suddenly invaded their lands. People are preparing for the defense of their homeland. Some have already gathered on the edge of the cliff to look at the situation. A familiar guy is sitting in one of the rooms. It was none other than Jin Hong. At the same time, our hero confidently walked towards the enemies. The boy will definitely bring Wubok home. They don't know how many are left. Jin Hong listens carefully, trying to digest the information. That is, the man wants to say that the grandfather has 2 more twin brothers. This is not quite true because they are not twins, but twins. The mustachioed man asks the boy to think carefully now. Is the boy sure that the same person lived next to him during these 20 years? Did the boy never have the feeling that his grandfather had changed? That he had become someone else? The young boy seriously thought about it and seemed to remember something. The image of his grandfather immediately appeared in his memory. From the expression on the boy's face, it was immediately clear that he was doubting. Disbelief was immediately visible in his eyes. If he finds out that they decided to make all this up just to get him to join them, they will pay. Somehow the man had never heard a boy say such things before. Suddenly, another man comes out from behind him and says that it is familiar to him. This voice seems very familiar to Jin Hong, so he immediately cheers him up. But the man remained silent because he did not consider it important. Now everything became clear. After a second, one more man comes out of the shadows, who also says that he did not say such things when he was present. The guy was completely confused when 3 identical men came out to him. It was more like some kind of bad joke. The guy can't tell them apart at all. The boy's nerves can't take it at such a pace. A second later, the man loudly claps his hands, and then someone completely different appears behind them. Now he looks exactly like his missing grandfather. His appearance hasn't changed, but the question is, who is Jin Hong seeing now? The one he is so desperate to find. It seems as if the young man is going mad. Then, after a second, the man snaps his fingers, bringing the unfortunate young man back to reality. For those who know the basic techniques of illusions, it will not be difficult to perform such a trick. It is very easy to fool such a stubborn guy like him with such a trick. The 5 organs of perception are not at all efficient and unimproved. It is impossible to grow a master of this level from a dumb puppet. But a weapon with a bright personality and brainwashed by us is an ideal tool. For example, the Brotherhood of Paradise bushes. Did they have even a drop of self-awareness? All of them were puppets, ready to throw themselves into fire and water at the first call. The old man was surrounded only by meaningless weapons. The young boy is in a stupor and listens silently. As unfortunate as it sounds, but these are the results of their research. The man leaves the boy alone so that he can think about everything and decide what to do next. Having said that, the man leaves the room, leaving him alone. A few hours pass, and another man enters the room and asks how long he is going to sit here. He informs him that a monster from the Yellow Dragon Mountain has visited the Rice Valley. But even when the boy heard about it, he did not move and did not react in any way. The man was waiting for at least some kind of reaction. But it seems that everything was in vain. A second later, he quickly left the room and slammed the door. Everyone was wondering what kind of monster from Yellow Dragon Mountain it was, but it was just their captain's joke. Jin Hong continued to sit still, brooding in his thoughts. At this time, the Rice Valley army was ready to destroy our hero. But it is obvious that they did not succeed. The main character skillfully dodged and removed people from his path. The young boy moved forward without any difficulty. Even such a large crowd could not contain his power. He continued to clear his way, clearing people. It seemed that no one could stop him. With each step, he got closer to his goal. People screamed loudly from pain and from the fact that they were without strength. No one could contain his fury. The black-haired boy left behind only a lot of wreckage and exhausted bodies. The boy was not going to stop. He continued to step confidently forward. Of course, Kang Ryong didn't kill anyone. He only stunned. That is why the people who were lying on the ground moaned unpleasantly in pain. At this time, the men who were near the prison had no idea what was coming. They were afraid to leave these men alone with the prisoner, but they had written orders from the captain. As soon as the men left, strangers entered the prison. They approached the exhausted Woo Bok, who did not look like himself. They towered over him like predators that had trapped a little lamb. The abominations scoffed at how pathetic Woo Bok looked now. One of them suggested that the man looked dead. He shows no signs of life. The man just stares at his body in silence. Even if it is true, it will be better that way. If he met the lady of the Rice Valley and told her how it really was, he would be in awe. Suddenly, the scoundrel took out a well-sharpened weapon to make sure that Woo Bok was dead. Meanwhile, Kang Ryong continues to step forward. When the boy reached the right place, he stopped. His long hair blew in the wind. He only said that it made no sense. If they decide to attack him, they will get a lot of wounded soldiers. And if they want everything to end peacefully, they need to bring Woo Bok, or call the Lady of the Rice Valley. His enemies, who looked down on him, certainly did not take him seriously. The warriors thought they were attacked by a whole army of enemies and were shocked to see only one young man. It is immediately clear that our hero is an unusual person if he has gone this far, but he will not be able to go further. A cruel enemy, I can already imagine how they will break his arms and legs, after which they will throw him to the pigs. The main character is upset that they did not agree to his proposal to resolve everything peacefully. After a second, several men jump out of the trees. After a second, they become several times more. They fly away like birds, and after a few washes, they surround our hero, leaving no way to retreat. The black-haired boy just sighs in annoyance. He was trying to negotiate a good deal with them, so he wasn't going to give in when they rejected his offer. A second later, all the enemies attacked our hero at the same time, but the young man was not worried about it at all. He had everything under control. He mustered all his strength to fight back. The boy used heavenly destruction, which was a furious thunderbolt. It seemed as if one guy was being attacked by at least 100 enemies, but that wasn't a problem. From this blow, everything around trembled and hummed. Well, the enemies almost completely captured the boy. After a moment, they completely covered him with themselves. But after a second, our hero began to emit a bright white light. It was the same mad thunderbolt. Soon, this white destructive wave spread throughout the Rice Valley. It caused a lot of destruction. After a few minutes, everything around was covered with a strange fog. It seems that a real earthquake has begun. People did not know where to hide. The Rice Valley estate also felt such a strong shock. The woman looked frightened at the swinging chandelier. Is this the end of the world? At the same time, Jin Hong was sitting alone in a separate room. Of course, the young boy also paid attention to this noise. After that, he remembered those men's words that a monster from the Yellow Dragon Mountain had come here. It seems that now the enemies of our hero do not look as confident. They can't understand how such a young boy could give in to such things. From such a strong shock, one of the scoundrels falls directly onto Woo Bok's exhausted body. Unexpectedly, the man turned out to be alive. He grabbed his hand. Of course, this bastard did not expect this, so he was not jokingly scared. The beaten and exhausted man finally remembered. He remembered that Ju Chun stepped into the Rice Valley just because you like to kill. These words scared the man very much, and then, after a second, he seemed to go crazy. With shouts, he began to strike the man. At the same time, he cursed him and asked him to die soon. And so, when his nerves calmed down a little, the man fell to the ground. But after a few seconds, he rose to his feet. The man was trembling. His subordinates looked at him in shock, asking if it was all over now. The man did not answer. He only made some strange and incomprehensible sounds. Unexpectedly, the faces of his subordinates changed in 1 second and became frightened. They watched as their master turned into something unknown. A second later, it was as if there was no longer a person standing in front of them, but an unknown creature that screamed loudly. Soon, his once black hair turned white in an instant, and after that, he, as if dried, fell down. A grimace of horror froze on his face. It was a terrible sight. Subordinates who saw all this with their own eyes were shocked. Then they looked up and saw that their enemy was freed from his chains. When the man stood up, it felt as if steam was coming from him. He complained that the energy of such scoundrels was simply terrible. But there is nothing to do, because he needs to renew his strength somehow. And soon the man is going to catch these miserable rats. Now something extremely strange is happening here. Rocks are collapsing. Stones fly straight down. People just watch it in amazement, not understanding how to cause it. Their faces have a rather frightened look. When they look ahead, they see that the ground has changed its shape and become more embossed from someone's attacks. One person was seen in the very center of the disaster, one miserable silhouette. It was none other than Kang Ryong. The man who watched all this could not find an answer to his question. He could not understand why the young boy's roof had been blown off. Could it be that this all happened because of Wubok? The main character stood among the wreckage, which he himself had caused. Everything around was in dust. The old man looked at all these destructions, which he himself had caused. Exhausted people lay everywhere and moaned unpleasantly, but at least they were alive. The young boy stood silently and waited. Is that not enough to make them come here? Does he need to raise the entire valley to the ground? Realizing that no one was going to go to him, our hero went to them himself. At this time, Jin Hong is on his way to meet our hero. The guy looks very alienated. Yes, as if he is now in his own world. Unexpectedly, someone flies past him in a flash. This caused a strong wind and raised his cloak. A second later, even more people began to fly past the boy. They all rushed to the task. The men were focused, so they had a hard fight with the boy because he was standing right on the road. But it seems that the young man was completely indifferent to this. He watched silently as the army of warriors rounded the corner. But immediately after that, something happened behind the rock. There was a loud explosion. It was so strong that the rock cracked into small pieces, and after a second it flew everywhere. The rock exploded right in front of Jin Hong, who was standing there watching it. Due to the fact that the rock collapsed, a strong thick dust rose up around. Suddenly, the young boy noticed something moving in the midst of this fog. He saw a silhouette approaching him. After a few seconds, our hero appeared from the dust. Kang Ryong, seeing his old enemy in front of him, was shocked. In turn, Jin Hong also did not think that he would see him so unexpectedly. The black boy was very shocked when he realized that his enemy had been here all this time. The boy instantly becomes serious. At this time, at the Lady of the Rice Valley's estate, a door opens. Yu Bok enters the room covered in blood. The lady, seeing him, cursed in place, and her subordinate didn't expect to see him here either. Yu Bok knew how to surprise. He notices with a smile on his face that they have not seen each other for a long time. So, the eyes of our hero and his enemy met. They stared at each other in silence for several seconds, until the black-haired boy asked our hero if he really came for him. But the main character did not understand what he was talking about. Jin Hong thought that our hero came here to fight him. The young boy was just silent, looking at him. In fact, there was no need for it if he had done nothing wrong. Suddenly, the worst thoughts began to creep into his head. He began to suspect him of being one of those who kidnapped his friend. Just thinking about it made hatred and anger flare up in his heart. But it seems that the young boy did not even understand what was being said. After a few seconds, he began to unsheath his sword. He does not understand what our hero is talking about, but if he wants to fight, then let him come. Kang Ryong just stood still, watching the boy. His gaze seemed to soften a bit, as he realized the boy was up to no good. But the gaze of his enemy, on the contrary, only tormented. After a second, the protagonist sighed heavily. He wasn't going to fight him right now because he had more important things to do. There was dead silence between the boys again. Unexpectedly, a strange premonition arose in his chest. This premonition appeared not only in our hero, but also in Jin Hong. Suddenly, a commotion was heard behind them. The main character immediately tensed up, realizing that the enemies had come. The black-haired boy did the same and was ready to draw his sword. A second later, someone unknown attacked them, pointing his weapon in their direction. But none of the attacks hit the boys. Their chains only hit the ground and the trees behind them. And a second later, the enemies already pulled them back. Many enemies with chains rose before them. The boys just watched them and their behavior in silence. The enemies recognized almost immediately that our guys are not weak. But news reached the captain that there was only one enemy, and here, there were two of them. Someone in the crowd says that the guy with the sword was recruited by their lady personally. The boys just listened silently to what they say. The captain didn't understand why they just stood there and didn't fight. Then the men began to decide what to do next. Without thinking for a long time, the captain gives the order to take them alive. Our hero is indignant and sarcastically says that there is a sense of camaraderie here. After a second, the black man and the young man say that they are not friends for him. Meanwhile, the captain gives orders to capture these two alive if they can. Our hero immediately concentrates on their situation. Immediately after his order, the squad starts running at their enemies, swinging their weapons. But after just a few seconds, all the enemies of our hero are already lying motionless on the ground, and the boy gradually disappears in the fog. Jin Hong just glances at him. The young boy is silent, thinking about the situation that has just happened. At the same time, Woo-bok visited the lady's estate. Her eyes are wide in shock. It seems that the man was greatly relieved by such a reaction. He likes to watch the woman stutter and run out of words. The woman does not understand where he came from and why he looks so terrible. The man explains to her what happened. Didn't she order his head to be brought? The woman was shocked by this. She instantly became angry with her subordinate who invented this nonsense. But the man was quick to remind her that she had given him permission to do his own thing. Yes, the woman did mention it. Perhaps the subordinate slightly exceeded his capabilities. But what's done is done. The man laughs at how silly it all looks. If it's just a misunderstanding, why don't they end it right here and now? The man thinks that he demands an apology from him. Woo-bok slowly steps towards him. His face gradually fills with anger. If it was only about him, an apology would probably be enough. But this scoundrel threatened his family, so he doesn't get away so easily. The woman hearing about this was shocked. She could not even think. The man exhales calmly, asking what he wants. A second later, he offers him to pay with his own hand. That sounds pretty good. Every time he will remember what he did wrong. Meanwhile, the woman came to her senses when she heard that her subordinate had implicated his family in this. The subordinate, in turn, promises to report on it later. Unexpectedly, the woman screams and asks to stop. But when the mustachioed man looks around, it's too late. At Bok, he jumped at his enemy with all speed and strength. His eyes were filled with rage. But everything could not be so simple. The scoundrel had a weapon with him. So this bastard punched the man several times. Splattered blood splattered on things around. The man is already exhausted and has also received several blows. The man did it without any regrets. The woman screams loudly and orders not to kill him. At this moment, the man stops abruptly because he must obey his lady. But he explains that it is impossible to kill this man with this weapon. It's not that simple. And while he was soothing the lady, Woo-bok's strong hand grabbed his cloak. His grip was quite strong. The bastard, of course, tried to free himself from her. Nothing happened. Then the bastard decided to use his weapon. With all his strength, the man pierced his palm through. Again, he did it without any emotion. But he was shocked that the man could withstand the blow. Woo-bok continued to stare at his enemy with a cold gaze. Unexpectedly, he grabbed him by the neck and squeezed him tightly in his jaws. The man immediately had a bad feeling. And then, after a second, he firmly grabbed his jaws and began to pull him down. It was incredibly painful. The man writhes in pain. Above him tower Woo-bok with a predatory expression on his face. He looks like he could rip his jaw off right now. With every second, life seems to leave the man, and he dries up. The hands become like a skeleton. This is all because Woo-bok is draining his energy. And so, after a few minutes, life completely leaves him. Furious, Woo-bok stares at his body. When the man raises his head, he sees someone else in front of him, and he is very shocked by what he sees in front of him. His eyes cannot lie. It can be read that he is confused. What is Yang Jung-hak doing in front of him now? The man does not understand anything. Suddenly, everything starts to melt before his eyes. Are these hallucinations? His eyes blur strangely in an unnatural way. Woo-bok squints, trying to come to himself, clenching his teeth. Then, he turns his gaze down. Someone's hand reaches out to him from below. A second later, the man screams loudly from nerves. He is lying on the floor, and in front of him, at this time, is a severed hand. Bok is breathing heavily, trying to regain his composure. The man looks at him indifferently. Bok gasps for air, laughing a little. Now he understood on his own skin what the technique of illusions is. He is very curious how long ago he learned this. The man takes it as a compliment on his account. A second later, he pulls out his dagger and asks how much longer he's going to sit there. Does the chimera appear only because of the loss of an arm? All this is watched by a lady who is clearly not happy now. No, the man is not going to give up. Suddenly a lady's voice is heard, ordering them to stop. She tells them to stop in a calm and balanced tone. In turn, she looks at the subordinate with a penetrating look, as if looking into his soul. But it seems that this is not the end. Woo-bok is ready to fight on, and tells him to turn on the illusions some more. The mustachioed man just smiles at such an offer. Well, after a second, the man rushes right at this scoundrel, and he in turn prepares to defend himself. The lady doesn't like that at all. After a second, the woman's nerves run out, and she loudly orders them to stop. After that, the floor under her feet is pushed down. Small fragments of the floor fly to the sides. Very soon, the whole room is covered with dust. A bright white glow emanates from the lady. Woo-bok is sitting on the floor in the middle of a ruined room. He is breathing very hard. Unexpectedly, he notices some changes. The man looks and sees that his hand has reappeared. The man is frightened and cannot understand how it happened. He looks up, trying to find answers to his questions. Was he under the influence of an illusion all this time? The mustachioed man looked at his lady with admiration. This woman was able to dispel all the illusion around her with just the power of her own ki. The woman will not allow them to continue the fight. Ubok watched closely what would happen next. A strict woman addresses her subordinate. She asks if it is true that he dared to use his family for blackmail and intimidation. Yes, it was indeed true. The angry woman almost destroyed him with a look. The man withstood her hard look at himself with dignity. He will have to explain very well everything he did. But a little later, the man bows and says that he will definitely do it. After that, the woman turns to Ubok. He looks up and listens carefully to the lady. The woman planned to contact him in the future, but she could not have imagined that everything would turn out like this. The man was just silent and listened. The woman sees Wubok's blank and cold look, which causes her to tense up a little. She explains that she would never touch his family in her life. The woman mentioned her family. She watched his children play outside. The woman was inconspicuous when she did this. Kang Ryong loved to play with his children. The woman watched them silently, but her eyes showed maximum interest. That guy's face was very well imprinted in my head, only from the realization that her subordinate cheated. He really involved Wubok's family in this and forcibly dragged him to their estate. The room fell silent, but the atmosphere was quite tense. Now everything became clear to her. This is no ordinary anxiety. Now she wanted to find an answer to her question. What kind of monster got into the Rice Valley? Bok does not understand who it is about, and just looks at her questioningly. At this time, our hero continues to bravely fight against enemies. A young boy rushes alone into a crowd of enemies. It seems that the intervention of Lord Dungan is inevitable here. But my husband does not pay attention to it, because he thinks that it is ordinary anxiety. So it was, but the situation got out of control and everything went awry. And where do the 12 Zodiacs look, if such a thing is allowed? The 4 best squads out of 7 have already been broken. Dangan is shocked by this news. But even that didn't make him move. He is too lazy to deal with it. But the people who could deal with this are not here now, because they are on a secret mission. Lord is too lazy to get up and deal with these problems. The Lord wonders what is the number of their opponents, because of which they are suffering such heavy losses. When they tell him that their enemy is one person, he does not believe it. The man looks ahead in disbelief, thinking it's a bad joke. An impregnable rice valley was almost gutted by one man. After hearing about this, the man was still interested and came out of his shelter. He looked around and saw that the valley was indeed almost destroyed. From what he saw, Lord Dangan froze on the spot. How can this be? He saw a fight in the distance. Their men surrounded the enemy, but after a second, they were all lying on the ground. It is difficult for a man to believe his eyes. Our hero continues to crush everything in his path, leaving nothing behind. The man looks at him with admiration and cannot tear his eyes away. The Lord would rather get on the battlefield. There are no enemies nearby yet, so you can relax. But this is not the case at all. Enemies are everywhere. They climb like ants. It seems as if they are endless. Kang Ra-yong sighs in displeasure. He is already tired of it, and they keep climbing and climbing. Suddenly the boy had a strange premonition. He instantly looked up at the sky, and then, after a second, something landed below with a loud explosion. People flocked to see this commotion, and they were shocked by what they saw. Lord Dangan himself decided to enter the battlefield and fight him. Now there will be a brutal one-on-one fight. The muscular man looks around and sees a lot of their soldiers. They are alive, but very stupid. He orders them to get out of here so as not to disturb him. It was Dangan himself, the Black Imperial King. One of the 3 guardians of the Rice Valley came here in person. This shocked everyone present. Now the end will begin because one monster has come to stop another. Of course, the Heavenly Destroyer's pet is a wonderful, unsurpassed master. But a young master can never beat an experienced one in his life. It was necessary to intervene earlier, but he lost the chance. Enemies can only see each other's silhouettes through a thick layer of dust. Our hero is silent. He's as calm as a string. Lord Dangan still can't believe his eyes. Rice Valley was really destroyed by one man. Moreover, this person did not even have the milk on his lips dry. He rushed into the attack. The man attacked, but the protagonist easily dodged it. The blow was very strong, and if it had hit, it would have been very bad. The Lord is shocked that he was able to dodge it, but our hero didn't even put a lot of effort into it. The burly man continues to throw punches, but Kang Ryong blocks all of his attacks. Their fight continues. The eyes of this stout man are filled with rage because he cannot hit his enemy in his own way. Our hero was able to stop this lord's blow with his bare hands. When he drove him to the rock, he stopped his blow without even straining. Of course, this blow was incredibly strong, but our hero coped with it. The man looks at the boy carefully, as if analyzing. Such a strong impact left deep cracks on the rock, and after a second this rock completely collapsed. After this impact, many fragments of stones and trees remained on the ground. The main character flew back a few meters from such a force. The Lord looked at his enemy with anger and interest at the same time. So, a second later, our hero was walking straight towards him. This surprised the man even more. How does this young lad stay on his feet after one of his best attacks? A second later, the boy asks if this man is the leader of the Rice Valley. This question put him in a stupor. Turns out this kid came here for their lady. But does he not even know that the leader of the Rice Valley is a woman? This relieved the man a little, and he laughed. He wanted to understand why the boy was here. The black-haired boy raised his eyes and looked at the enemy. After a second, he admitted that their misunderstanding was entirely his fault. But he's not going to apologize for getting this far because they started it first. Kang Ryong wants only one thing, to get his stolen friend back. Here finally it reaches the man. Finally he understood what the meaning of his visit was. But the Lord will not allow him to leave here without punishment. The man deceives him and says that he has just been executed. And if our hero wants, he can take his body. As soon as the man said this, our hero seemed to have even more strength. The man watched him with admiration. A second later, he asks if he really killed his friend. The man cannot understand where the boy hid such powerful key. The Lord is even sorry to kill this little one because he is very strong. Now nothing could stop our hero. Unexpectedly, blood splatters. Lord did not even blink his eyes. The main character deftly jumped over it, and before going further, the hero said that today the Rice Valley will be wiped off the face of the earth. And all because they killed an innocent father and laughed about it. Thus, a large hole appeared in the man's chest. Unbearable pain covered the whole body, blood splattered. Our hero walked away from here, leaving him to suffer alone, the main character to take revenge on everyone. A second later, the body of this big guy fell to the ground. He no longer showed any signs of life. A black-haired boy with an indifferent expression on his face continues. He moves on, leaving behind the corpse of the Lord. Kang Ryong is serious about avenging his friend. Well, the young boy is about to go to the estate when suddenly he hears a voice behind him. It turns out that was not the end. Lord Dan Gan appears behind him. The battle is just beginning. The man throws a punch, but our hero miraculously dodges it. After only a second, Kang Ryong jumps back. The ground where the Lord hit cracked violently. Despite the extra weight of our hero, he is very agile. Suddenly, the man feels an unbearable sharp pain. And then, after a second, the big man falls to his knees, clutching the ground. He lowers his gaze. Lord Dan Gan sees a waterfall of blood begin to flow from him. The man begins to cough, suffering from pain. Our hero just watches this in silence. Kang Ryong promised some people not to use deadly techniques anymore. Therefore, if the Lord does not want to suffer pain, feeling how his veins twist inside the body, he must not move for a while. All he has to do is sit here and watch the Rice Valley disappear from the face of the earth. The pain is so strong that in order not to scream, one has to clench one's teeth. In pain, the Lord grabs the ground with his fingers, as if it would help him somehow. And now, our hero is about to leave, when he suddenly hears a noise behind him. After that, he immediately looks around. Amazingly, the man was able to endure the pain and stand up. After a few more seconds, Lord Dan Gan was already standing on 2 legs, although he put a lot of effort into it. The man did not want to let Kang Ryong go. And then, after a moment, he ran to him again. But our hero was able to calmly dodge his blow. And a second later, he hit him on the head with his palm. And after that, he rams his head into the ground. Now only his legs stick out. The black-haired boy looked his enemy up and down. When he wakes up and sees the Rice Valley destroyed, it will also bring him a lot of suffering. Having said this, the main character finally went to the estate. The young boy wanted revenge for Wubok. But suddenly the young man felt some quiet vibrations and looked under his feet. Small pebbles quickly bounced up and down. Unexpectedly, a bright white glow appeared behind our hero. The stones flew straight towards Kang Ryong, who didn't understand what was happening. The boy covered his eyes with his palm so as not to be blinded by such brightness. And then, a second later, there was an explosion. Everything around was now incredibly bright and light. The young boy looked at his hand and noticed that there were burns on it. It really shocked him. It turns out that the Lord was not done yet. He got back on his feet. The man chuckled smugly. The man calls our hero a poor craftsman, but the black-haired boy is completely indifferent to his words. In fact, these were all cheap tricks from the Lord to gauge his abilities, and now he's going to finish him off with his real technique. The young master carefully watches his enemy. The man is sure of himself. After that, a lot of energy begins to gather around him. The protagonist notices that the stones under his feet begin to move. Stones move not only underfoot, but also fly into the air. Many fragments of various sizes fly around the Lord. Black-haired and young, I silently observe his technique. A second later, the young boy turns to the Lord. He seems to have a question. Did he decide to destroy the rice valley with his own hands, using such a powerful technique? But the stocky man does not care about his words. The man is unstoppable. The Lord uses a flaming blast of the stone crusher fist. And then, after a second, everything around starts to glow even brighter. A huge sphere of light almost reaches our hero. But the young man is absolutely not afraid of this. On the contrary, he steps towards her. The main character is now very upset, because he didn't learn this technique to use it against such bastards. But if they do not understand well, he will speak to them in their language. And then, after a second, a small lump of energy appears in the hands of our hero. Our hero holds it with his strength, but with every second it increases. He once again uses the celestial decay at the nation, but this time the radiant whirlwinds strike. The sphere increases and everything around becomes even brighter in color. At this time, a woman walks through the corridors of her estate. It is immediately clear from her that she is not in the spirit. At this time, one man runs up to her and says that he is her swordsman and is ready to follow orders. And then, after a second, the woman has a question. She wonders if it is true that there is now a disciple of the Heavenly Destroyer in the valley. The man is surprised and does not understand how the woman knows about this. But he still has to answer, so he tells the truth. When the man heard about the disciple of the Heavenly Destroyer, he thought. After that, his face immediately changed. Suddenly, everything in the room shook. It was not for nothing that the woman began to worry. Everyone looked at each other in fear of what was happening in the city. Jin Hong also paid attention to this. A real mess began. The woman opens the door with one sharp movement, and when she sees what is behind the door, she is shocked. She sees that something terrible is happening on the street, in the middle of the forest. This power destroys everything in its path. And our hero found himself right in the epicenter of this terrible event. A woman can no longer look at this horror. She can't stand it, and after a second quickly rushes to help. Her subordinates did not even blink an eye. There was no stopping her. They can only watch and observe the further development of events. This bright flash destroys everything in its path. Jin Hong is also watching all of this. He decided not to get involved. The boy turns back and looks at what is happening. The flash had almost overtaken him. He can't just ignore it because he might get hurt. That is why the boy covers himself with his sword. All the people are shocked by what is happening in the rice valley. A grimace of horror froze on their faces. It seems that everything is gradually coming to an end. One of the subordinates suggests that it is a flaming blow of a stone crusher fist. Wu Bok listens to all their guesses in amazement, but one of the men immediately rejects this assumption. In fact, it was a Heavenly Destroyer's sacred technique. Is the Black Imperial Scorpion on the rampage? The situation is becoming increasingly comical. The Lady of the Rice Valley stepped on this land. She goes straight to the scene to see with her own eyes what was happening here. All squads were waiting for orders from their mistress, but the woman did not respond to any of them. The soldiers advise the woman not to approach there, but she does not listen to them. She becomes very worried when she realizes that Lord Dan Gan might have been hurt. The woman quickly rushes forward. A woman is trying to find at least someone in this thick dust, and suddenly she notices something. She notices a huge hole that appeared due to some great force. This pit stretches for many kilometers in length, and inside it is another, deeper pit. The woman silently looks at this horror. Her eyes widen at what she saw. Meanwhile, our hero bent his head over his opponent. Lord almost found himself bought by him under stones. It seems that he no longer has the strength to move. The black boy looks at his enemy with an indifferent look. As expected, a woman appears behind him. When he looks back, he sees a female silhouette. It seems to have been the Lady of the Rice Valley. The young boy was glad to finally find her. At the same moment, other enemies rushed towards him. None of those present could believe that the Lord had been defeated so easily. Oh, they don't tell a woman to move away, and they will deal with it themselves. The young boy looks in their direction in surprise. But, unexpectedly, the woman says not to attack the boy and to leave. They don't get it the first time, so the woman repeats it again. When all subordinates obeyed her, she came to the fore. The woman looks at him with a frightened look. The boy had finally found the main person in this valley. The only question that confuses the woman is whether the man with whom he fought is still alive. The young man does not answer, but remains mysteriously silent. The woman seriously says that if this man is dead, she will personally finish him too. Finally, our hero found the main one. The woman starts screaming and asks again if the man is alive. The main character continues to be mysteriously silent. It seems as if the woman is about to explode from nerves. The boy says that no one can survive a direct hit from the sacred heavenly destruction technique. When the guy said this, the woman's life turned completely upside down. Everyone is present for those, thinking that the Lord has already died. The woman was maddened by this news. She didn't understand only why he did it. The woman was not going to be his enemy, but now she must. Unexpectedly, her anger turns to surprise. She sees Lord coming up behind our hero. This immediately calms the soul. The woman at first could not believe her eyes. Everyone around is incredibly happy. And all this is thanks to our hero. At this time, the Lord reaches out his hands to the boy. But after a second, I regret it, because our hero decided to attack him in return. It was just excruciating pain, so the man couldn't say anything. A second later, he spat out a large piece of blood. A moment later, the Lord collapsed again without strength. He just lay on the ground while the others watched. But if the boy hadn't removed his key at the very last moment, the man would be dead by now, and people weaker than him would surely have died 10 times over. Everyone immediately rushed to help the Lord. They were very worried about his condition. One of the men put his fingers to his pulse to feel it. After a second, he reported that the pulse, although weak, was there. We need to send him to the doctor as soon as possible. The man tries to get up, but realizes that he cannot do it. It was as if his whole body had failed. It turns out, not everything is so simple. Not only the man will not be able to go anywhere, no one can leave here. No matter how hard they try, they cannot move. The boy forbade them to go. Our hero and the woman met their eyes. Everyone now felt excruciating pain but tried to move. All their efforts were in vain. It was very painful. The woman continued to stand and look at the young man. She could not understand where the young man had so much strength. A second later, our hero demands that Wu Bok, who was kidnapped by her people, be brought to him. A young boy wants to personally verify whether he is alive or not. The lady of the Rice Valley looks at Kang Ryong in shock. Now everything is clear. All this time, the boy thought that Ubok was dead. The black-haired boy bravely looks at her. The woman is about to tell him that everything is fine with him, but the guy immediately gets angry. A second later, the ground beneath the lady's feet began to crack, and after a while, the woman remained on a separate piece of land. No one could help her anyway. The young boy was no longer going to believe their words. Therefore, the boy told her to order the subordinates from above to bring his friend. And when he sees it with his own eyes, he will decide what to do with them. Hearing such insolence, the woman tensed up. Lady's nerves also began to crack at the seams. She understood that if she did not stop him now, no stone would be left unturned. There was quite a tense atmosphere between them. Is there no other way out? Then the woman squeezes her hand tightly. The young boy was determined to start a fight just in case. Suddenly, the boy heard a rather familiar voice calling his name. Then Kang Ryong lifted his head up. On the rock above, he saw a familiar male silhouette. It was Ubok. He was alive. The man was very worried about Kang Ryong. He could not understand what the boy was doing here and how he got here. Unexpectedly, the expression on the man's face changed a lot. A second later, he grabbed one of his subordinates and started calling him names. The man thought that because of him, they dragged an innocent boy into this. Suddenly, our hero gently called him. The young man sighed with relief, and a slight smile appeared on his face. Parubok said that his wife and children are very worried about him. A second later, Kang Ryong smiled sincerely and gently. It's time for them to go home. Wu Bok looked at him without looking away. The woman also silently observed the situation. Unexpectedly, the realization of everything that happened came to her. Finally, our hero allowed people to move around. One of the subordinates grabbed his throat, trying to normalize his breathing. The Lord was still lying motionless with his face on the ground. Everything ended on such a note. At the same time, the mother put the children to bed. Suddenly, the eldest son began to call his mother loudly. He was shouting and asking her to come outside. Their dad was back. The whole family immediately went outside and ran to their father. The children hung around Ubok's neck while his wife stood by. She watched the children joyfully meet their beloved dad, and this brought tears of joy to my eyes. Their reunion was also watched by the main character. At this time, Wu Bok felt someone's gaze on him and raised his head, but there was no one on the bridge. The man stared at one point on the bridge. Then, the man remembered the words of one of his subordinates about the disciple of the Heavenly Destroyer. That was the name of the monster that almost completely destroyed the Rice Valley to save it. The man thought about it in silence. He guessed that the boy had a rather high level, but he could not even think that he was a student of the Supreme Ruler. The evening came. Our hero calmly returns back to the tavern. There are rumors that the girl is going to go somewhere. Grandma reassures her, saying that the sun is already setting, but it's even better this way. And then, after a second, 2 women come out of the building, Yoren gathered somewhere. Yoren opened her eyes wide when she saw the boy. He, in turn, looked at her, and the grandmother watched all this. Kang Ryong immediately started apologizing for being a little late. He was very uncomfortable in front of girls. At the same time, in the Rice Valley, people are treating their wounds. Almost all of their soldiers are seriously wounded. Therefore, now everyone is provided with medical assistance. Someone is being bandaged, and someone gets acupuncture. It's a dark night outside. Only one house has a light on. The woman looks out the window while her subordinate sits at the table. The lady was very strict with Captain Yang Jung-hak. If he does not give clear answers to what happened today, he will be punished. Namely, he will give his head. The mustachioed man raised his calm gaze at the woman and remained silent. Did he understand that the student of the archival destroyer would do anything? Yes, the man admitted it. Hearing this, the girl was even more shocked. It turns out that he knew from the very beginning that everything would happen this way. And when she received a positive answer, she was almost seething with anger. Many of their people were hurt, and the Rice Valley was almost wiped off the face of the earth. And no one would have stopped him if he had not stopped of his own accord. And all these horrors were brought upon them by their own warrior. Yes, he perfectly recognized everything and agreed with it. The woman was annoyed by his indifference. But everything was not so simple. He did all this on the secret orders of the previous lady of the valley. The woman was shocked when she realized that it was about her mother. Burning houses immediately appeared in the memories. She remembers that terrible day when many people died. Her mother saved this man that day, and he became her right-hand man. Are they still in touch? The woman was very angry. She sat down at the table across from him. She needed a continuation of the story. It turns out that the former lady is very worried about the current situation. The size and glory of the valley has grown, but the contents leave much to be desired. When people think of the Rice Valley, they only remember the victories won by her mother. That is why culling is necessary. A woman is angry with her mother. Did she not realize that this could destroy the valley? But everything was not so clear. The mother was just trying to ensure that the valley was destroyed. Hearing about this, the woman was shocked. When a forest burns, saplings die, but large, deep-rooted trees survive to live for many years to come. During the reign of the mother, the valley was twice as small but more powerful. She didn't want to destroy the valley. She wanted to rekindle her rage. The woman just pursed her lips in displeasure. If something happens, what will be the consequences? No matter how many people you shut up, rumors will still spread. Internal conflicts will break out, and many unnecessary things will leave the valley. And their fate will depend on how the lady in the valley can cope with this. The woman is silent. She feels betrayed. It seems that her mother can be congratulated. Even thousands of kilometers away, she can still decide the fate of the valley with one word. The man is just silent. From a woman, it carries anger and disappointment. Then, she asks the subordinate what his impressions are of the Sky Destroyer's apprentice in battle. Despite all his talk of disappointment and all that nonsense, he must be glad that he has perfected the techniques of the old master. The man wonders what would happen. How would a real heavenly destroyer invade here? Not a single soul would remain in the Rice Valley. The woman is still in shock. One cannot become a supreme ruler just by learning the sacred techniques. His opinion of Kang Ryan hadn't changed at all. He managed to catch the man by surprise, but he only showed his limit. It seems that the woman did not quite understand what he meant. The man reminded that no one died after today's events. All remained alive. Was it really out of pity that he did not use deadly techniques even on those who wanted to kill him? With such a character, it is the right place for him to work in a tavern. If he continues to behave in the same way, sooner or later he will meet his fate. A woman listens carefully to her subordinate. After a second, it boils again, but the man immediately explains that this is all his opinion. But the only person who can find out is Woo-bok. After hearing about this, the woman immediately tenses up, but she still does not agree to this. She will not allow a subordinate to beat him again or somehow blame the family for it. If he cannot convince, then let him look for another way. Of course, the subordinate obeys. The woman's gaze is very harsh and malicious. At this time, Woo-bok went outside to get some fresh air. He raised his gaze and looked at the moon. The man looked up in silence, thinking about something of his own. At this time, our hero was already lying in his bed in his room. The black-haired boy slept sweetly. He had a strange dream. The lady of the Rice Valley appeared before him. She said with confidence that his master's enemy was still alive. The dream was very strange and intense. Because of this, our hero began to frown in his sleep, and after a second, Kang Ryong woke up. At this time, our hero is busy cleaning the area near the tavern. After some time, the tavern opens and customers come to it. This is how this day goes. Night falls and they prepare the tavern for closing. The next morning, everything repeats itself. They prepare the tavern for opening and clean up. Today there was a real backlog of customers. When night falls, the tavern closes again. The next day the grandmother goes on a date, leaving Yoren alone to watch over the tavern. But the girl persuaded her to stay, and unfortunately, there were no visitors that day. Night is coming. The tavern is closing again. The woman yawns sweetly and pulls herself together. She is very sleepy. Suddenly something catches her eye. A female looks at one of the doors. The woman seems to be worried about their employee. It turns out that he has been sleeping for the 4th day. He seems very tired. She complains that the tavern is too much work for the two of them and they need help. What scares them the most is how much the guy will eat after he wakes up. Yoren left him several baskets of dumplings in the kitchen, and he ate them as he went downstairs in a fit of sleepwalking. Suddenly, the black-haired boy suddenly opens his eyes. When he looks around, he sees an owl in his room. The owl carefully looked at the boy. The black-haired young man looks at his guest in surprise and sleepily. A second later, the boy was no longer in the room. Our hero was confidently heading somewhere. A young boy walks straight. Kang Ryong walks into the fog without fear. The boy sees a small building in front of him. Someone's silhouette can be seen on this tower. It seems to be a woman because the silhouette looks very slender. A second later, she begins to remove her hat. Her face is still in shadow. It was the Lady of the Rice Valley. The young boy keeps his eyes on her. After a few minutes, they get into the boat. Ubok looks around. This is the handiwork of a disciple of the Supreme Destroyer. He nearly destroyed the entire valley to pieces trying to save Wu Bok. The valley seems to be very weak if it was almost destroyed by one person. It is very unfair to expose him to such a world. He was an unusual person. The man is angry, because he would definitely not allow such a thing if he lived here. The man is very annoyed by his arrogant expression. Bok is not jokingly annoyed. Who would have thought that this kind boy was a disciple of the Supreme Destroyer? They offered him something, but if the man refused, they would not touch him again. The man will think long and hard about his proposal. He has no desire to accept this offer. But first he will listen to him, and then he will make a decision. Then, the man is going to start his story. At this time, our hero met a woman unknown to him. She seemed to be studying him with her eyes. She asked if he was really the same client looking for the dead. A second later, a girl enters the room. The girl understands that Kang Ryong wants to make sure that they are really dead. If he lied about being a disciple of the Heavenly Destroyer, they would break the contract with him and take a fine. The boy was not warned about this, but he really is his student. The girl was immediately interested after hearing about it. He had heard from the residents that the Rice Valley was taken as a reward for such work. They specialize in the job of finding people, but it costs a lot. There was silence between people. It all depends on how much time it will take and what costs will be required for this. Her name is Karyon. From this day she will be responsible for his case, but they are engaged in murders and kidnappings. But now it is called information trading? Kang Ryong is so outraged by this that he shouts loudly. The girl is not going to back down from her words. She did not claim that their company was exclusively engaged in finding people. Also, the girl asks not to be angry with Ubok because it is just a misunderstanding. If the guy doesn't want to, then he doesn't have to. And she was just about to say that they had found the one he was looking for. Hearing this, everything inside seemed to stop. The black-haired boy gasped in shock. The girl stopped sharply from the boy's hard look. A terrible atmosphere appeared in the room. The girl was seized with fear. Karyon looked back to see what was happening behind her. When she looked around, she saw an angry boy. Just one look at him made the blood freeze in his veins. The old man had to find out who they found. Karyon cursed, seeing the seriousness of his intentions. A young boy is busy cleaning the territory of the tavern. Kang Ryong was completely absorbed in his thoughts. They didn't quite find him. Maybe it really was him. They have found his location, but they can't be sure. The black-haired boy did not understand what she was telling him. They need a little more of the same to learn more details. Kang Ryong isn't going to listen to them anymore because all they do is demand money from him. Now, he won't give them a penny. The girl looked at him displeased. If they want to get money, they have to give him enough information. The girl promises that now they will do so. They are going to talk about the destruction he caused in the Rice Valley. She says he should pay them damages for destroying their forests and fields. She asks if she can send the bill to the tavern. It's manipulation, but Kang Ryong agrees to pay extra. The young boy is annoyed by this. Karyon again deceived him and spoke to him. It was very early. The grandmother had already woken up and was glad to see our hero. She hadn't seen him sweep the yard for a long time, but Kang Ryong thinks that it was only yesterday that he was sweeping the yard. The stony-faced grandmother looks at him and remains silent. Yoren tells her not to touch the boy because he doesn't remember anything anyway. It seems that the boy did not even know how many days he slept. Is Yoren suggesting we just turn a blind eye to it? A second later, Kang Ryong awkwardly begins his conversation. Granny guesses that our hero probably wants to ask for an advance again. The black guy just smiles awkwardly. The Lady of the Rice Valley looks out the window. She seems to have thought about something. She looks after her subordinates who are talking about something outside. She watches one of them carefully. A woman simply cannot take her eyes off them. She remembers the main character. What will our hero do if it really turns out to be him? The black-haired boy really thought about it. But this does not affect the girl at all. It's none of her business. Having said this, he went away with his head proudly held high. The men were talking about something with interest. The woman continued to look after them. The lady could not get the image of our hero out of her head. The woman stood in complete silence, thinking about everything. Meanwhile, Ubok's children were playing in the river, and their parents were sitting at home. The wife meekly looked at her husband, and he in turn looked at her. Unexpectedly, they heard their children shouting and joyfully calling our hero. The main character brought them dumplings. The children joyfully rushed to their father, so that he could also eat dumplings. The father advises the children to share with their mother. At this time, Wubok approaches the boy and asks if he is very busy right now. It seems that the man has a conversation for him. Parabok does not understand what he is leading to. They walk away and the man asks if he really is the disciple of the Supreme Destroyer. Our hero looks at him silently, not understanding what it is all about. The man is waiting for an answer. After a second, he calmly agrees to this, saying that it is true. They noticed that they never talked about frank topics. It turns out that he even told his children about it. He sees nothing of the sort in this because it is not a secret. The man looks at him in surprise. After a second, he laughs loudly, realizing how naive the boy is after all. The boy wonders what he wanted to talk to him about. The man tries to stop laughing. He has to go a long way from here, and possibly for a long time. He does not know when he will return. Therefore, the husband wants to ask him to visit his children sometimes. The old man promises that he will look after his children, and I wish him a speedy return. The man is very glad to have met him. It's time for our hero to go, because he has an order waiting for him. The man watched him silently. Sometimes in life there are moments when you have to make a choice to move on. But what to do in a situation where any choice will lead to dire consequences? In such moments, you just have to step back. Our hero looks after him. The man walks away in silence. The boy must have heard something. Thus the deep night came. The whole family had already gone to bed. Only the man was awake. He opened his eyes sharply. And when he went out into the yard, a man was already there. He seems to have come for him. Ubok had already packed his things and was ready to go. Without waiting long, the men left here. Before leaving completely, the man took one last look at his house. Soon the day came. Someone is shouting loudly in the forest. The man asks for permission to ask a question. He looks at her carefully and waits for an answer. After a second, the girl gives permission to ask. The boy came here because he heard that somewhere there lived a warrior who saved his younger sister. It is said that he possesses legendary martial arts and is also very handsome and wonderful. I ask Yoren if he knows his name. The man says that this warrior's name is Utrudnit. The girl had never heard of it. In the tavern, someone loudly calls our hero. The grandmother looks at the girl in surprise, not understanding why she screams like that. The girl carefully looks around. She is trying to find our hero, but he is currently on back order. The girl sighs heavily, realizing that she will have to go alone. In fact, she herself does not know where she's going. It will be known when it comes. Only she appeared, and let's interfere with her work! The girl quickly left the tavern, strongly arguing with someone. Grandmother just looked after her in fear. At the same time, the man tries to catch up with the lady, but she is already busy, so she asks to hurry. The man asks for help to find the village of the Yellow Dragon. The girl looks at him indifferently. A few minutes passed, and she explained to this stranger how to get to this settlement. If he is in doubt, he can ask for help from strangers. The man is sincerely grateful to the girl and thanks her for her help. The man looks after her. Black woman quickly runs away. He emphasizes that she is quite sweet and kind-hearted, but she lacks manners a little. At the same time, in some manner, 4 people are sitting at a table. It seems to be a couple, and the boy is asking his father for something. It turns out that he asked permission for their marriage, but the father is categorically against it. The mother wants to bless the children because she sees that they really love. The boy cannot even understand the reason why he refuses them. The father shouts that he does not like the girl. After hearing this, she begins to cry. Suddenly, the door to the room opens wide and a girl appears on the threshold. She's looking for Master Kim Moongun's estate and asks if she has come to the right place. The man is shocked by the impudence of this stranger. The girl is very glad that she came to the right address. She came here because the spirit of a woman named Yang Sol Hua asked to give him a message. It turns out that was the name of the girl's mother. If we believe the words of the deceased woman, then this man is the real father of the girl. Hearing such unexpected news, everyone is shocked.
This simply cannot be, because they wanted to get married.
The woman is not going to believe this stranger. Yoren calmly explains that she only came here to deliver a message. Obviously, but no one is going to believe the girl. Unexpectedly, the man gets sick and screams loudly. It seems that the girl is beginning to believe these strangers a little, and her mother always told her that her father died in an accident. A second later, the man admits that he is indeed her father. And after a second, he starts crying and admits that love is her mother. Unable to bear it, the girl quickly runs away. The girl runs away. Now it becomes clear why the father was so against their wedding. It's all because they are brother and sister. Suddenly, the girl says that they can get married. The girl says in the voice of the spirit of the woman says that Master Kim's wife is his own mother, but Master Kim himself is not his own father. This means that they are not connected by blood in any way. It was this information that the spirit of the woman wanted to convey, and if the wife says that it is not true, she will name the name of the husband's real father. A woman believes in everything. The girl fulfilled the task of the spirit. She began to look around and saw that the spirit had already disappeared. With that, she finished and was about to go home. Because of this information, everyone in the family quarreled. Now he no longer thought of himself as this boy's father. The girl walked away, hearing how they began to quarrel. Now the girl felt guilty because she had created problems in a peaceful family. But on the other hand, now young people will be able to get married. Maybe now they are quarreling, but it will definitely pass. Suddenly, a voice was heard again in the forest. Yoren looked around because someone called her. Standing before her was the man she had met this morning. They stood and looked at each other in silence. The man seemed to live in her gaze. He didn't recognize her, but he thought she looked a lot like the girl he met that morning. The man asked again to help him find his way to the Yellow Dragon settlement. And so, the girl began to explain to him for the second time how to get to the right place. The man thanks her and says that he will never forget. The girl quickly runs home. At this time, the man looks at her. The girl continues on her way, but unexpectedly she stops. And then, after a second, she turns back. Yoren comes to the same place. It seems that she wanted to see the warrior. But when she came, he was already gone. She already knew not to worry about him. But unexpectedly, someone's voice was heard from behind. It seems that it was the same man who started looking around. Got lost again and didn't know where to go. Suddenly, he saw a girl. After a second, he started screaming at her and asking for help. The girl was very annoyed by this, and said that she would take him to the village herself. A pigeon flies over the tavern. He brought the order again. This is an order from my grandfather. He enters the tavern and says that he is back, but Kang Ryan is surprised when he doesn't see Yoren here. Grandmother herself does not know where the girl went. At the same time, customers came to the tavern. Kang Ryong began to receive them graciously. Unexpectedly, the pigeon on his shoulder began to coo, but the grandmother is not going to fulfill the order of the grandfather. Until Yoren returns to the tavern, all takeout orders are cancelled. Someone is again trying to feed the old monk during his fast. They ask him not to be angry. Grandpa yells loudly at his students for not listening to him. After this phrase, all the men fell silent, but the students did not go anywhere, but still began to quietly whisper among themselves. After a second, the grandfather shouted loudly and chased them away. They still do not give up trying to feed him, but he is against it. After a second, the grandfather sighs heavily. He cannot even imagine how he will leave his affairs to them after death. Unexpectedly, grandfather hears a pigeon behind him. When grandfather returns, he sees a beautiful white dove on his windowsill. Grandpa looks at him suspiciously. The pigeon had a letter for him. Grandfather read it carefully and was very shocked by the contents. In fact, grandfather really wanted to eat. Then he started shouting to his students and said that this time he could make an exception to the rules and eat, but everyone had already left. At this time, the girl and the stranger were walking through the forest. Finally, they almost reached the right place. They were already tired and breathing hard because they were climbing the mountain. The man very much wants to thank the girl and asks her name, but unexpectedly, she shouts at him and tells him to watch the road because he almost fell into a ravine. Unexpectedly, the girl hears a familiar voice in the middle of the forest. When she looks away, she sees a familiar silhouette. Turns out it was Grandpa Huang. They had not seen each other for a long time, and it was quite an unexpected meeting. Grandfather explained that he had gone out to collect ginseng roots, and so, after a few minutes, the man had to leave. The girl asked the stranger to follow her clearly and not turn anywhere, and finally they came. The girl is about to go home, but the man stops her. The girl looks at him suspiciously, thinking that he will not make it without her. But really, he just wanted to thank her with dinner for that. There was silence between them, which was filled by the grumbling of the girl's stomach. The guy really wanted to go to lunch with the girl, and so, in the end, the girl agrees to it. At this time, men are having lunch in the tavern. They are very noisy. The company eats and drinks, talking loudly about something. Our hero and grandmother listen to what the visitors are talking about. They talk about a mad girl who broke into the estate. They speculate that it could very well be their urine. This means that she left there already in the morning, which means that she should have already returned. But then why hasn't she come yet? The grandmother thought that she could walk and admire the flowers. At this time, new acquaintances have already come to a local cafe. They were talking about the boyfriend this guy was looking for. There were many different dishes on the table. The girl knows only one person who fits the description of this guy, but he has a completely different name. The man tastes and looks at the girl. He looks at how gracefully she drinks the tea. This causes a blush to appear on the cheeks. He realizes that he cannot take his eyes off her. The guy wants to tell the girl something strange, and he doesn't know how she will react to it because they just met today. Dugayon is very shy, but after a second he admits that he has fallen in love with the girl. Immediately after that, the girl spits out all the tea she just took into her mouth. The boy is no joke scared when he sees such a predatory look of a girl. After a second, he decides to put it all down to the fact that it was a joke. But the girl did not spit out the tea because of his confession. She realized that something strange had been mixed into the food. And then, after a second, she fell off the chair. The man immediately rushed to help her. But, unexpectedly, everything also floated before his eyes. He instantly lost his coordination. Everything floated and he could no longer stand on his feet. There was a feeling that everything around was an unreal world. A second later, the boy fell to his knees. He fell to the floor and was shaking. And after a second, he also lost consciousness. At this time, the wind picked up outside. He was very strong and strange. Our hero had very strange premonitions, and his premonition was not only strange, but very bad. At this time, some men approached those who had lost consciousness. They looked at defenseless people. Meanwhile, something terrible is happening in the cafe. Unknown men entered the cafe and surrounded the unconscious people. They look at the girl, who is not moving at all because she is lying unconscious. The men, looking at the defenseless girl, began to lick each other. But a stout man grabbed their heads and told them to remove unnecessary thoughts, because they don't need this girl. They are here to capture this man. The man approaches him and looks at him. A second later, he gives the order to turn it over. Subordinates obediently carry out the order. Then, the big man opens a piece of paper with a man drawn on it. He compares the picture and the boy, realizing that this is exactly the one they need. He ordered his subordinates to tie up Do-hyum because they would take him with them. The subordinates ask what they should do with the girl. The man orders to get rid of her. The subordinates do not understand whether they should really kill the girl. Usually, when a woman is captured by them, they do not lose the opportunity to make fun of her. The captain yells because they don't have time for that now. Suddenly, all the men fell to the ground. Something happened. Most of them lost consciousness. Their captain immediately began to look around. As it turned out, this man, whom they were going to take prisoner, stood up. The man was shocked when he saw this. Everyone present cursed on the spot. The man was breathing heavily, and his voice was shaking. His eyes were full of rage, just at the thought that these bastards would touch a girl. Maybe one day she will become a lady of the Brotherhood of Wind and Dust. The man could barely stand on his feet and swayed a lot. A second later, he almost fell again, holding on to the table. He started vomiting. And then, after a second, the man vomited directly on the floor. Those present only watched this with disgust and disgust. The commander did not understand why everyone froze and ordered them to grab him. It's a wonder the guy's still up, because they mixed a lot of sleeping pills into his beer. They think that you can just wait a little until he falls asleep himself. Unexpectedly, Dugyam had a premonition. A spirit appeared behind him, but he asked him not to show himself. And then, after a second, the scoundrels began to attack the boy. They beat him with sticks. One stick hit him hard near the neck, and the other got into the side. But Do-hyum suddenly grabbed the sticks with which he was hit, and after a moment he sharply pulled them on himself. The men just watched the fight in silence. A second later, the boy screams loudly, gathering all his will into a fist. He uses a lot of force to lift the sticks, and with them his attackers. And after a second, he hits one scoundrel against another. They fall to the floor and writhe in pain. The boy is breathing hard. He says they're too few to overcome him. If they wanted to capture him, they had to bring at least 24 people. The shaved man just looks at the young man in shock, and then, after a second, one of the subordinates whistles loudly. And after a moment, loud steps were heard on the street. Many men with weapons were on their way to the facility. Very soon they filled the room. The boy was breathing hard. He did not have the strength to fight. And in fact, it was a bluff about 24 opponents. But if it has already happened, there is nothing you can do. He will have to fight them. But before they start a fight, the boy wants to ask them something. He had heard that there were gangs in these parts that called themselves the Bana of the Echo and the Sun. Is it them? The shaved man remains shocked and silent. He doesn't answer. Instead, orders his subordinates to capture the boy. After a second, everyone rushed to him like hungry dogs for meat. The man was ready to take the blow. At this time, our hero kindly sees off the next customers. The boy quietly hums a song and enters the tavern. He sees how the grandmother cleans up a whole plate of dumplings. She feels sorry for people who order so many dumplings even though they are not going to eat them. Looks like their pigs are going to have a belly fest today. The guy noticing this gets very tense. He sees that the food is completely untouched. Kang Ryong is very worried because he realizes that this is a stupid sign. Chains and fragments of sticks and drops of blood are lying on the floor. Absolutely everything around is covered in blood. Many lifeless bodies lay on the floor. The two men peered out from behind the table in fear. Fortunately, everything was fine with the girl. The exhausted hero also lay unconscious. They did not understand how he could do such a thing after a whole dose of sleeping pills. It's scary to imagine what would have happened to them if they hadn't given him beer before. The commander says to call for help. They will tie him and the girl and take them to the fortress. At this time, someone is drinking water. It was the same grandfather they met on the way in the forest. He seems to be resting now. Unexpectedly, he heard some noise and commotion. And so when he looked around, he was horrified. He saw a gang of big men carrying civilians on their shoulders. Grandfather was very scared for their lives. And he became even more angry when he saw a familiar figure. He saw that those bastards had captured Yoren. Anger boiled in his veins from this. Grandfather understood that it was necessary to act. The gray-haired man quickly ran back to his things. It was necessary to call for help. He ran down the slope. After that, Grandfather climbed the mountain for a very long time. He had a very strong shortness of breath. And then suddenly, he stepped on an unstable stone surface and his foot fell down. Because of this, he flew off the mountain. It appears to have been life-threatening. At this time, the unconscious heroes were taken somewhere far away in the mountains. Here, on the slope, there was a small estate. After a second, the door to the room opened. The subordinate reported the news that the business trip had returned from the assignment. He wondered if this was really the master they were looking for. This was accurate information, because the appearance matched the portrait, and he himself confirmed it. A second later, the man walked up and handed the captain the weapon of their enemy. The man carefully examines the weapon. He is shocked that this scoundrel really came here alone. The subordinate reported that the man was not quite alone. There was a girl with him, but it is not yet known who she is. He called her his daughter-in-law. Hearing about this, the commander thought. At this time, someone quietly eavesdropped on them, standing behind the wall. Their people brought her here too, but now I don't know what to do with her. The man ordered to put them in different cells and wait for his orders. A second later, the door closes. The man drinks and ponders whether she is really his daughter-in-law. The voice behind the wall does not seem to believe in this delusion. The guy is not engaged to anyone. Maybe they met him on the way. The less people involved in this matter, the better, so we need to get rid of the girl. And it is desirable not to make the same mistakes as before. Memories from childhood appear in my head. He remembers two small children shaking with terror. They saw a real wild boar. He was looking at them with his predatory gaze, as if he was ready to tear right now. The boy was very afraid, but nevertheless looked fear in the eyes. And then suddenly the boar still ran at the children. The boy pointed a big stick at him. After that, they closed their eyes tightly and shouted loudly at the same time. The boy was preparing for the worst. But, unexpectedly, warm blood splashed on his face. The boy slowly opened one eye. The boar was already lying dead in front of them. A healthy pig lay dead in a pool of its own blood. Behind him stood some unknown person with a sword. This man asked the children not to follow him because it is too dangerous here. The children calmed down and felt relieved when they saw their young. The young man smiled fondly and sighed. After that, he smiled widely, emphasizing that they never believe him. The little boy sighs in relief. Suddenly, his facial expression changes dramatically. A thin stream of blood flows from his Hyun's head. After that, Hyung loses his image. Now he's an eyeless guy with blood all over his face. Is the baby satisfied that everything ended like this? He looks at him with his holes instead of eyes and waits for an answer. The boy was speechless from fear. Unexpectedly, the boy opens his eyes, breathing heavily. He found himself chained in some empty room. He was lying face down on the ground, but managed to look up. He saw a large iron door. Most likely, he is now in prison. The girl is still unconscious. They have already received an order that they must get rid of her. Soon they head to the cell in which the girl is locked. A second later, the lock clicks. Two men stand on the threshold of a dark chamber. The girl is still lying unconscious. Her hands are tied. Men look at a defenseless girl and clearly think about something lustful. The girl looks too tempting for these animals. The man looks at her with a predatory look and realizes that the boss did not say exactly how she should die. At this time, someone comes to the tavern, despite the fact that it is closed. It seems it was the same grandfather. He was limping and barely alive, but he kept walking. At this time, they were cleaning inside. Suddenly, they heard a small, trembling voice. A barely alive grandfather stood on the threshold. He spasmodically repeated Yoren's name. Grandma and our hero immediately tensed up. The grandmother turned and looked at the threshold of their tavern, where someone was standing. This unknown person looked scarier than a zombie, and kept repeating the name Yoren. Terrified, the grandmother grabbed a large bench and threw it at him. This bench nailed him on the head directly to the floor. The woman was very scared. She thought she was seeing ghosts now too. The black-haired boy calmly approached the guest and looked at him. The boy immediately understood that it was not a ghost. The gray-haired woman was surprised. This is an ordinary grandfather, the same one who collects ginseng. Grandma was very surprised to hear that it was Grandpa Huang. Things are bad. Grandfather's pulse is gradually weakening. Grandma doesn't understand why he looks so beat up. This is probably due to the fact that someone put a bench against the floor. Grandma looks away in embarrassment. At this time, the boy is still in his cell. He gradually comes to himself, hearing the click of locks. In the distance, he hears men's voices. The Lord wants to see the young man urgently. And then, after a second, the door gradually opens. The man breathes heavily, bracing himself for the worst. But unexpectedly, a commotion begins outside the door. There is some uproar, noise, and shouts. The boy does not understand what is happening there. In the gap, he sees someone already lying on the floor. And a second later, a man's foot steps on the threshold. A male figure with a sword in his hands is standing on the threshold. The man asks if Do-geum is here. The boy is surprised when he hears a familiar voice and looks up. He is incredibly happy when he sees a joshi in front of him. The man immediately tries to free his friend from the chains. Unfortunately, he did not have the opportunity to contact Golem. And then, after a second, the chains fall to the floor with a loud clatter. The man will explain everything later. First, they need to get out of here. At this time, wild men tower over the defenseless girl. They carefully examine her, as if they were hungry dogs for meat. They can't wait to start the most interesting part. The scoundrel already imagines the dirtiest in his head. He did not delay long, but immediately grabbed her clothes, intending to tear them. Such people often keep all their money and valuables under their clothes. And so, after a second, they turn the unfortunate woman's clothes into rags. A necklace of some kind is visible under her clothes. Men do not understand what it is. It looks more like letters than values. Perhaps these are some kind of amulets. They don't understand why a grown man would wear such a thing, so they quickly throw it away. The scoundrels are going to check the sleeves and the belt, because that's where valuables are most often hidden. At this time, the grandmother sits indoors and thinks about what happened. Our hero is also very focused. They gave grandfather first aid. Unexpectedly, the grandmother gets up from her seat. She found out that Yoren is in the Yellow Rock settlement. Kang Ryong quickly ran there. At this time, the grandmother is very worried because they may already be dead. Grandfather just sits silently. The woman understands that a gang of echoes and sons is operating in this settlement. But if that happened, then this is their fate. Upon hearing this, the grandfather immediately begins to cry. He blames himself for not going and saving Yoren, even at the cost of his own life. Although she is not her own mother. But she should have at least a little compassion. The grandfather cries bitterly, thinking that the girl may be dead. Grandma is sure that everything is fine with them, because Kang Ryong will solve everything. Hearing this, the man calms down a little. Grandpa is so worried because he doesn't know what kind of girl Yoren is. Kang Ryong did not go to save her, but only to bring her back. If anyone needs to be saved, it is those who kidnapped her. There was silence in the room. Grandpa seems a little confused. The grandmother asked again if Yoren was really kidnapped. Grandfather does not understand what she is leading to. The woman cannot understand how this happened without any consequences. In any case, it is necessary to return her from there before it is too late. The main character quickly moved to the right place. A single guard stands in an empty corridor. The tied hands prevent the search of the girl. That is why, after a second, the scoundrels cut the rope that bound her hands. The man thanked. When he raised his head, he was startled by what he saw. A girl appeared in front of him and asked if he was going to save this girl. The man was very frightened and fell back from surprise. The girl, more like a ghost, looked questioningly at the man. She studied him carefully with a look that inspired fear and horror. If a man does not save this girl, does he want to harm her? The man gave a loud cry of fear. After a second, he took his weapon and decided to fight back against this monster. Blood splattered. But after a moment, something went wrong. The scoundrel ended up in an unknown place. Everything around was white. He began to look around, trying to understand. Where is he? Suddenly, the man saw something terrible in front of him. Something was approaching him. It laughed and giggled. A second later, many pairs of hands pounced on the bastard. and after a second, these ugly hands capture the man. They mercilessly tear his skin, causing severe pain. Gradually, they began to pull him down. At the end of the day, nothing is left of the scoundrel. The man watches his partner, who for some reason hovered over the girl. It seems to him that he has found something valuable in her. Suddenly, behind his back, the scoundrel hears some unpleasant and scary laughter. The frightened man looked back to see what those voices were. And a second later, a loud scream was heard. The guard did not understand what had happened to them, and so, as soon as the man opened the door, he shuddered with fear. Many monsters appeared in front of him, looking at him with greedy eyes. He could not move. Their red eyes were directed at him. After a second, a loud scream was heard. This cry reached the street. Unexpectedly, the weather changed dramatically. A strong wind arose. These ugly hands were climbing the wall. The man looked down and saw many pairs of hands reaching for him. These were some real monsters. There were many of them. They screamed and opened their mouths. They didn't understand what the hell was going on here. But after a second, these monsters climbed up and attacked the man. Meanwhile, our hero hastened to the estate. The young boy noticed how the weather changed dramatically. It was a bad sign. The boy was very worried about being late. After that, he jumps high to get to the place faster. His eyes are full of determination. Something extremely strange is happening at the estate. One of the men woke up to a loud noise. He scolded the guards for making noise. But, unexpectedly, he woke up the captain. He said that he shouts louder than them. The man felt uncomfortable and smiled embarrassedly. Everyone woke up from this commotion. If he wants to sleep, let him close his ears and sleep. The man covers himself with a blanket and is going to bed. Unexpectedly, he hears the door lock click. After that, the door opens with a loud bang. Someone is standing at the door. Sleepy men rub their eyes. They can't make out who is standing in front of them from sleep. A man with red eyes is standing at the door. This immediately confused the scoundrels. Some shouts and commotion are heard in the room. But, despite this, the commander continues to lie down, although it annoys him. A second later, he explodes and screams loudly. He lost his temper because his subordinates did not let him sleep. But when he got up, he immediately fell silent. A large mountain of corpses lies on the doorstep. The shaved man does not understand what is happening here. An unknown man is sitting over the corpses. Suddenly, all the corpses start moving and their eyes glow red. The man was not joking. And so, after a moment, these monsters pounced on the unarmed scoundrel. All the corridors were empty, and the doors were broken. Suddenly, people started coming out of the rooms. But were they really people? They all had red eyes, predatory look. At this time, Yoren was still unconscious. A spirit girl was leaning over her and singing her a lullaby. She lulled the girl. The spirit sang in its soft, pleasant voice. She raised her head, a smile appeared on her lips. Meanwhile, 2 men are on the run from this treacherous estate. It turns out that the Brotherhood of Wind and Dust has been attacked. You have to be very careful, because they probably already noticed the boy's disappearance. The boy is very worried about his father, but Ajosi quickly reassures him. It was very difficult, but they were able to escape to the vault on Mount Sodo. Some girl was crying and sad that there is no Hyung around now. But probably it is even better that he does not see these horrors. And so, when Ajosi did not find the boy at the meeting place, he went to the settlement of the Yellow Rock. The boy is interested in who led the attack. It was very dark, and the attackers were wearing masks, so it was difficult to see them. But without a doubt, they were sent by the Murim Alliance. Hearing this, Duhiam gasped, not believing his ears. Is this really the work of the Murim Alliance? But why should they attack them, if the Brotherhood of Wind and Dust is also part of the Alliance? And so the man begins the story. His father didn't want the boy to find out until he officially became a Brotherhood Master. He says that the Murim Alliance adopted the Brotherhood of Wind and Dust about 40 years ago. Up to this point, they were considered badass assassins who possessed great wealth. It is difficult for the boy to believe this story. The bearded man pauses before continuing. In those days, Murim was caught up in a terrible war. Pagans from the north fought with Murim masters. To confront the enemy, the Murim Alliance united in a huge coalition, and the long bloody war ended with the defeat of the cult. But the victory tore the alliance to pieces. 8 of the 10 warriors fell. Most of the survivors also turned their backs on the Murim. Over time, several small factions formed their own new alliance of just brotherhoods. In their attempts to expand, they took in many independent groups. Under the new order, Murim seemed to have restored stability, but the peace lasted only 20 years. The Heavenly Destroyer and Heavenly Ruler established a base in the south. The High Lord terrorized the wall and took most of it in just 3 years. If they had not disintegrated, the Heavenly Destroyers would have united Murim for many years. Then the problem appeared. More than half of the independent factions have gone over to the side of the Sky Destroyer. It was because of this that the Sky Destroyers disbanded. But since then, the attitude of the Alliance towards independent groups has changed. At first, they were simply oppressed, but each time the contempt grew. And any group that showed their displeasure was immediately punished. His father couldn't take it anymore, so he went to meet the leaders of the Alliance. You said they would leave the Alliance if the oppression didn't stop. The leaders of the Alliance were shocked by such insolent behavior. At that moment, they didn't know how to react to it. But as a result, the discrimination stopped. Although the conflict between the parties did not disappear. But it wasn't because his father's words made them think. He assured that his father was like a bone in his throat for them. They simply could not ignore him, because without financial support, everything would go to pieces. If they could, they would immediately seize their wealth. But the influence of their brotherhood on other groups prevented them from doing so. In fact, the boy was shocked by the information he had just received. But what do they have today? His father has been unconscious for about a year due to some illness, and the boy's skills have not yet grown to such a level that he could claim the title of Iron Lion. So they probably had no choice but to make their move now. It was clear that the boy was confused by such a sudden news. The man perfectly understood the boy's feelings now. Unexpectedly, two scoundrels ran out from around the corner. They have spotted them and are preparing to attack. A second later, blood splattered. But fortunately, it was not the blood of our heroes. It seems that now they have been noticed, and it is necessary to run urgently. The man looked at the boy, hoping that he would be able to run. But just by his facial expression, I understood that he would not be able to run. Looks like it's going to be very difficult for both of them to get out of here. But no matter what happens, the boy must remember that he must protect it at all costs. He must protect the seal, which for several generations has been handed down only to heirs. Suddenly, someone's white blurred silhouette appears in front of my eyes. The boy looks in front of him in surprise. Soon, a smile appears on the creature's face. It turns out that the boy knew about it, because his father told him. Then the man sighs with relief. He is very happy. This is a very important thing for his future and the future of their brotherhood. No one should know about it. The man is going to distract the enemies so that the boy can escape. The boy does not want to let his friend go. He looks at him desperately. Du Yi himself is not sure that he will be able to get out of here alive, so he wants to tell him something. The man froze, listening carefully to him. The boy wants to tell where the seal is. The man's expression instantly changes. After a few seconds, a Joshi comes out and stands in front of an army of enemies. They all look at him expectantly. The bearded man pauses. After a second, he shows them with his finger the direction in which to move. They obediently carry out the order. Enemies are heading for Doshkiyom. Only then does the boy realize that a Joshi betrayed him. The bearded man says that he still cannot decide to raise his hand against his relative. The boy is completely exhausted and can barely stand. The white creature notes that this was very silly, but the boy is not up to it now. This information was the only thing that kept him alive. The guy understood it perfectly, so he got angry with himself. And this white monster was only mocked. At this time, the enemies had already caught up with him and were behind him. The boy looked up and realized that it was too late to run away. There were already a lot of enemies behind, and this white creature only added fuel to the fire. The boy is simply driven into a dead end. I remind the creature once again that he was never wrong. The guy doesn't care about his words. He has another problem now. And then, after a second, the enemies rush to the barracks. He does not know what to do at all. He grabs his head. His nerves can't stand it, and he shouts loudly at this white monster. He will fall to the ground from exhaustion. Everything floats before the eyes. Suddenly, a second later, a loud scream is heard. Swords fly up. Duhim sits on her knees and tries to regulate her breathing. Many corpses are scattered around him. But despite this, the enemies continue to advance. Although the enemies are very scary, where did the guy get such strength? A second later, our hero reaches for his sword again. The boy leans on him and rises to his feet. He looks at his enemies with a murderous gaze. They are not going to back down. Suddenly, somewhere behind, a sharp sword flew. This sword hit him right in the stomach. Such a strong attack about shocked him through. The boy clearly did not expect this. It seems that no one expected this at all. It turns out that a Joshi did it. The boy looked into his eyes for the last time. After that, he threw his head back. The man did it without an iota of compassion. He shouted at his subordinates to finish with the boy as soon as possible. Yes, after a second, the enemies rushed at the boy. The man looked at him indifferently. After that, he turned around and headed in the other direction. Someone is standing over our hero. How many times had this creature told him not to believe him? And that's what his pride and unwillingness to listen to advice turned into. The guy is still lying in shock. He raises his blank gaze to whoever is saying this. A second later, something shines in front of my eyes. The young man is not going to give up so easily. He grabs his sword. Everyone around is shocked that he has powers. The old man grabs the sword sticking out of his stomach. And then, after a second, he leans on it to stand up. He makes it look so easy it hurts to watch. The enemies are clearly shocked. How is the guy still alive if he was pierced through? Unexpectedly, the boy began to sniff. Enemies immediately rushed to him. They have already pointed their weapons in his direction. Meanwhile, the boy inhaled the raw smell of the cave and sour notes of sweat. A second later, the boy grabbed his sword and began to attack. He moved his sword quickly as he worked out their weapons. After a few seconds, there was nothing left of their swords. A second later, blood splattered. Despite the pain, the boy confidently stood on his feet. He could smell the pleasant smell of blood. Such words sent chills down the skin of the enemies. No one understood where such a terrible feeling came from. An hour ago, the boy could barely move, but now he confidently swings his sword. Now, our hero behaved completely differently. He himself approached his enemies. The guy offers to arrange a real meat grinder. His enemies cursed with fear. Now they look very funny and pathetic. Are they afraid to attack him? But after a second, the scoundrels rush at him in a whole crowd. It just brings a smile to the guy's face. Enemies attack him, but he deftly dodges. The boy dodges absolutely all of their attacks. Enemies are frightened by Du Hyam's confident demeanor. A second later, blood splattered. Again. At the same time, a Jossi comes out of the cave. But suddenly, he stops right at the exit. He had a strange premonition and looked around. Unexpectedly, he heard a scream. This immediately caught his attention. He saw that something was being destroyed in the distance. The estate began to crumble. Screams came from there. The bearded man did not understand what was the matter. He had to find out what was going on there. At this time, the monsters filled the entire room. A lord was sitting in one of the rooms. He was very calm. At the same time, in the cave, the battle continued. More precisely, it has already ended. Victory to Dugioma. He licks himself greedily and is going to kill anyone who gets in his way. A group of armed men race through the middle of the street, their faces tense and ready for action. The thought did not leave them. A riot, an attack. What the hell is going on here? One of them was staring intently into the long street, trying to see something ahead. And suddenly, at the very end of it, a silhouette began to appear, which quickly attracted attention. The men immediately grabbed their weapons, ready for any danger. But it wasn't people who came out from around the corner. Completely different creatures. A dark, cold energy emanated from them, palpable to the bones. Weapons in hand, the group anxiously awaited the next movement of the creatures. Someone clutched a spear in their hands, squeezing it until the bones crunched. The others held the hilts of their swords confidently, ready for battle. But the horror intensified when spirits began to emerge from just under their feet. Shadows crawled and grabbed the living, turning them into a part of this darkness. One of the men fell to his knees, breathing heavily. His strength seemed to leave him. He tried to get up, still not recovering from what he saw a few minutes ago. The bodies of his comrades lay behind him, and the thick air squeezed his chest, preventing him from breathing. Whose work is this? He asked himself, looking at the approaching red-eyed spirits. Thinking that his comrades were still alive behind him, he ordered to prepare and keep calm. He added, "No mercy. No one should get out of here alive." Suddenly, a sword covered in blood came out with a whistle, reminding of danger. The old man opened his eyes wide, feeling a cold pain run through his body. Looking down, he saw a sword piercing his body, as if squeezing the last of his strength. Looking back, the man realized that his men were no longer behind him. Anyone captured by the shadows was turned into a mindless killing machine. He barely had time to turn around and swing his sword, cutting down several attackers. In his rage, he considered them traitors and without hesitation destroyed each one. He longed to exterminate them all, no matter how many remained. But the number of enemies was constantly growing. They were becoming more and more. However, the man continued furiously splattering their blood on the surrounding walls. The red eyes of the creatures gradually began to sink downwards. One of them in human form held his breath, as if thinking of something. He slowly lowered his burning eyes down as if remembering something important. A picture appeared before his inner vision, a little boy holding a girl in his arms. The girl was incredibly beautiful. Her appearance evoked warmth and memories. She sat on her husband's shoulders, and they laughed and joked cheerfully. But suddenly the man found himself alone, and a white wasteland spread around him. He shook his head, trying to see something in the void. He had to look ahead, and there he saw something unexpected. A huge tree with a rope that was tied around the neck of a silhouette hanging from a branch. The silhouette was barely visible, but its presence caused a heavy feeling. Looking closely, you could see long, graceful eyelashes that gave him a strange humanity. At that moment, it dawns on him who this person is, and shock takes over his soul. Not even a minute had passed when armed men, controlled by a dark force, appeared near the girl. Their faces, though they seemed like dark shadows, expressed a sly and sinister smile. There was no choice. He clenched his sword tightly in his hand, ready to act. Realizing who was hanging from the tree, he rushed towards the attackers with fury. Swinging his sword, he rushed forward, ready to deal with his enemies. Landing, he sliced through their flesh without hesitation or pause. One by one, the enemies fell, and he repeated this process without stopping. Letting out all his rage, he screamed without holding back his voice. The walls were covered in blood, and he continued his bloody mission. All this happened near the wall under which this terrible story was born. Only sharp spears remained as witnesses, indicating the dismembered bodies. A crowd of people gathered around, staring at the ground, not daring to raise their eyes. But when they looked back, their eyes were as red as those of demons. The crowd began to move in the opposite direction, as if guided by an invisible force. The old man sat with a cup in his hands, reflecting on the events. He questioned the other man about the words spoken by the young master, but it was difficult to understand the location because it was happening too far away. Taking another gulp of his drink, my lord acknowledged this as a great loss. In any case, he praised the man, emphasizing his efforts. At the moment when the lord was praising the interlocutor, another man suddenly ran in and reported. An uprising had broken out in the city. The people had risen to riot. My lord, pouring himself alcohol, froze, considering what he heard. Meanwhile, a lone shadow walked slowly through the dark cave, disappearing into the twilight. On her head was a large hood that hid her face. Suddenly he heard something behind him and turned sharply. But there was only an empty earthen dungeon with lanterns hanging here and there. He stared into the darkness for a few seconds, searching for something. But in the end, he turned his head back and continued his way to the wooden door. The door creaked open, letting him in. He went further and, closing the door with a bang, moved forward. His path led to a certain room he was looking for. Opening the curtain, he entered the room, where he was greeted by luxurious courtiers. In the next room stood my lord in the company of two men. One of them emotionally reported that many of them lost their nerve, lost control, and destroyed everything around them. My lord watched the chaos in the streets in silence. There was only one thought in his head. What kind of witchcraft is this? Through the window, he saw how the streets were covered with the bodies of the dead. But the carnage did not stop, and the madmen continued their savagery. There were more and more corpses, their mountains were growing right in front of our eyes. If you looked closely, you could see red specks in each of their eyes. The armed man, who had not yet been captured, skillfully dealt with enemies, swinging his sword with lightning-fast accuracy. Next to him, 3 more people were desperately fighting off the crowd of enemies. My lord gritted his teeth, barely holding back his anger as he observed the situation. He ordered to gather the elite warriors in the main hall, because it was necessary to leave this place immediately, assess the situation, and make further decisions. One of his men tried to object, saying that it was wrong because their men were risking their lives below. To this, my lord replied, "I will not stop you if the sense of comradeship compels you to go to their aid." After these words, everyone fell silent, having understood his point. And my lord, having given orders, went to his room. Entering there, he opened his eyes a little wider when he saw the man who had just been in the tunnel. My lord feigned surprise and asked, "When did you get back?" All he heard in response was a cold question. "Do you have any problems?" My lord began to explain that there was nothing to worry about. He added that he had already planned certain actions, and this incident only pushed him to implement his plan. The man in the black hood listened to my lord's explanation in silence. Finally, he just said, "I'm glad to hear that," and left. Meanwhile, the boy looked back and finally breathed a sigh of relief at having achieved his goal. On the way to this place, he had no idea how big the valley around Yellow Rock Village was, and he didn't know what trials awaited him ahead. On the high, steep slope of the mountain stood a majestic house, the architecture of which captivated with its beauty. Armed men gathered inside this house, ready for action. These were the warriors that my lord had ordered to assemble in the main hall, where he stood with 2 sharp axes on his back. He immediately gave the order to leave the place as quickly as possible, using the passage. The commander, who was assigned to lead the squad, had to take into account that the passage was very narrow, so my lord ordered to move in 2s. Forming a formation, the commander lined up people in pairs and prepared to lead them forward. At this time, a man in a black hood was silently observing all this action. He was ready to express his opinion to the lord about what he had seen. "It looks like a miserable escape under cover of night," he said with disdain. He sarcastically added that he hoped that one important person would not be disappointed by such a decision. My lord sharply replied that he was responsible for everything that happened on his lands, and warned him not to interfere. The hooded man exhaled and explained that those were just thoughts spoken out loud. My lord gritted his teeth again, holding back his anger. The man in the black hood looked at him with contempt. A lurking snake, a bloodthirsty warrior, he described the lord in his thoughts. A ghostly martial artist that even the valley shuns. Ruthless, cruel by nature, capable of sticking a knife in the back if it benefits. Meanwhile, the commander was already leading people to the exit. But as soon as the door opened, a silhouette appeared in front of them. Just a black shadow and teeth glinting in the light. The commander, with a scar on his face, opened his eyes wide when he saw this vision. And at the same moment, the air was cut by the whistling of metal approaching with incredible speed. Drops of blood flew in different directions, leaving red marks on the floor. The armed men did not stop. Their goal was one: to go further forward. My lord Blood Warrior and the black hooded man heard these terrible sounds. Looking inside, they saw what was happening behind the walls. Fragments of bones lay underfoot, and the crunch of them was heard with every step. Entering, the boy mockingly asked, "Why are you all gathered here? Was a solemn meeting being prepared for me?" My lord was amazed, not expecting to see him here at all. The man in the hood also did not hide his surprise, and the boy, on the contrary, cheerfully greeted his dear Uncle Jossie. My lord could not stand it and thrust his sharp like-a-blade axe into the wall with a swing. The blade stuck into the beam right behind the head of the boy, Kang Ryong, who was nearly hit. "Did you almost cut your brother's body in half?" replied the boy jokingly, dodging gracefully. But the second axe was already in the hands of the bloody warrior. He threw it in a direct trajectory, but the boy deflected the blow with his weapon, changing the direction of flight. This was not the end of the surprises, as the axes were attached to the chains. The hooded man was still under the impression. He tried to remember where else he had seen such an unusual manner of movements. An image of a white-haired man appeared in his memory. And then he realized that his guesses were correct. Meanwhile, Kang Ryong had already stated in a different tone that it was better to die in battle than to be killed in a shameful escape. My lord took these words as a mockery of himself and decided to prove to the boy who was the boss here. My lord stood motionless, as if collecting his thoughts as more and more warriors approached him. The blood warrior froze, his gaze betraying surprise and surprise. Each fighter's eyes were wide open, and only fear could be clearly read in them. The same panic was reflected on the face of the man in the black hood, but not on the face of the young man, who was burning with a thirst for battle and was not afraid of anything. Suddenly, the fighter saw a sword breaking through the thick layer of flesh. Blood splattered everywhere, staining the walls and floor. In a few swift movements, the young man dealt with almost all the enemies. His sharp sword even cut the blood warrior in half. The young man seemed to use only one way to explain to his enemies where they were: through force. At this moment, the man in the black hood began to slowly stand up. Turning around, he rushed to run away, trying to save himself. Fate has given him a chance at a new life. But will she allow him to escape? The boy did not hold back, enjoying the fight and the bloodshed. One of the blood warrior's henchmen hid behind and timidly watched the chaos. But he saw nothing but blood. Horror reigned all around. An incredible number of people died in this place that night. Wandering among the corpses and observing their condition, the young man received a kind of pleasure. A sense of triumph filled him. The enemy was dead, and the plan was accomplished. But suddenly, looking down from the balcony, he noticed a group of people running away. Their cries could be heard even from afar. "Where did this monster come from?" The young man stood motionless, only watching those who ran. The cloaked man, full of determination, overtook one, then the second, and then the third. Kang Ryong's gaze, from top to bottom on them, remained cold and unwavering. The Black Hood surged forward, becoming the leader of those fleeing. Meanwhile, the blood from Kang Ryong's sword had not yet managed to drain, reminding of the battle he had just experienced. The boy wondered if there would be anyone in this life with whom he could fight seriously. At least a few rounds. Why wasn't I born during the time of those legendary warriors called the Heaven Breakers? He thought sadly. Suddenly there was a sound behind him that made him look around. He turned his head and saw behind him a stately building illuminated by the glow from the windows. In the light of the windows, strange incisions similar to some symbols could be seen. Intrigued, Kang Ryong began to take a closer look. His silhouette suddenly disappeared into the darkness, as if he had plunged into another dimension. In this gloom there was nothing but a heavy atmosphere around. Beneath his feet lay many corpses, the boundless gloom of death. A few minutes passed, and armed men began to emerge from the darkness. He felt their presence behind him, and saw familiar figures ahead. These were the same warriors with red eyes that inspired terror. His thoughts hung on a strange regularity. Before, people only fought each other, but never mass murders. Why is everything different now? Turning his head back again, he tried to estimate the number of those approaching. He wanted to ask these creatures why they had condemned themselves to such a fate, and to add, if so, then they should not blame someone else for their death. Kang Ryong crossed his arms in front of him and concentrated as if gathering energy. The tension in the air grew, and the energy became more and more. All this power seemed to press on the monsters that were moving towards him. He prepared to show them where they belonged, and gathered all his strength. His palm, as if tearing through space, was preparing for a powerful attack. At first it seemed that nothing had happened. The creatures continued to move forward. But suddenly, a bright glow burst out from the center and filled everything around. This glow created a shock wave that swept through the entire village with force. At the same moment, the second wave flew far over the mountains, disturbing everything around. The mountains began to tremble from the power of the waves, and stones fell down. Kang Ryong, who had caused many deaths in this place, also felt this air jolt. But where this incredible energy came from, he still could not understand. Meanwhile, the little girl lay with her eyes closed, as if in a deep sleep. But in the next moment, one of her eyes began to slowly open, as if responding to the events. These creatures felt an unbearable pressure that covered them like an invisible press. The force was so great that it ruptured their eardrums, and blood flowed from their noses and mouths. The crimson eyes of these monstrosities began to fade gradually, fading along with their power. The glow that illuminated everything around slowly turned into thick darkness. The boy unleashed all his inner desire to destroy his enemies, leaving them no chance. Along with them, their weapons broke. Everything was smashed in half. Their remains scattered around like fragments of small stones. Only weak moans could be heard from the bodies lying on the ground. Kang Ryong lowered his head and saw one still holding on, although he was trembling. He knew that these creatures wouldn't die from it, but they definitely wouldn't be able to move anytime soon. All he had to do was leave them lying motionless until their weakness wore off. The girl who appeared had bright red lips that contrasted with her white skin. She looked annoyed at what she saw. Always meddlesome! The girl was just lying at her feet, as if waking up from a long sleep. Opening her eyes, she expected to see only her mother. But, starting to come to her senses, the image around her gradually dissipated. Finding strength, she got up and moved forward. She noticed some strange stickers on the floor that caught her attention. Her curiosity made her come closer and see what it was. When she bent down to examine them more closely, she took one in her hands and began to examine it. On one of the stickers was written, "Amulet that restrains the demonic Rakshasa." That's what the man-eating demon is called. Now the girl understood that what is happening around is a real mess. She decided to look at the corner of the ceiling and saw something really strange. It seemed that some energy had just hid in the crack, as if it had merged with her. Strange sensations overwhelmed her, telling her to run away as soon as possible. Wasting no time, the girl ran to the exit, listening to her inner voice. The exit from the cave was very close, but the gate closing it was broken. It was obvious that something small could not destroy them. It was the work of something powerful. When she was above the horizon of the village, she saw a thick fire that covered the roofs of the houses. If this fire is not extinguished, it will burn everything in its path. Only now the girl was able to assess the scale of this disaster. Meanwhile, the armed young man moved on, without haste. Glancing at the horizon, he saw the same flame that the girl had noticed. He thought silently that his imagination must have been a little wild. But it turned out that he turned around not in vain. When his gaze fell down, he noticed people still alive there. The young man was amused by the way they ran away like frightened cockroaches. There was nothing to do in this place, and he jumped down, leaving it. At that moment, a group of people who were fleeing ran as hard as they could to escape. Their speed was such that they seemed to cut through the air with their bodies. Their teeth were shaking in fear, and the man in the black cloak rushed ahead of everyone, trying to escape. Either he was wet from sweat from running or from terror, most likely the second. He could not understand where this fool Gyum got such incredible strength. Every now and then he looked back to see the rest of the people fleeing. But turning once again, he heard an explosion right behind the group. It was the same fool that my uncle called Gyum. Right in front of his eyes, Hyum smashed everyone who stood in his way. His deadly silhouette was fast approaching, inspiring terror. With just one blow, he easily destroyed entire groups of people. Ruthless in his power, he did not leave them any chance of life. Blood flooded those who were nearby, and there was no way to escape. The group was forced to stop and retrieve their weapons in preparation for battle. They decided together, if they are going to die, then with honor, and not while running away. Their plan was one, to cut Gyum to pieces without sparing his own life. But for Goem, it was only a relief of the task. Now he could just swing his sword without chasing enemies. One blow, a second, a third, a fourth, and almost half of the men flew to the side. The man in the black hood coldly assessed the situation, realizing that it was a complete collapse. It wasn't the same Hyom he had known before. In his eyes, Yom now seemed something completely different, almost superhuman. A ruthless monster that does not hesitate to destroy everything in its path. His sinister smile was terrifying. The speed and precision with which he acted amazed even experienced fighters. The man in the black hood realized that it was his time to defend himself. But even he knew, if Hyom had wanted to, there would have been no trace of him a long time ago. "I am pleasantly surprised. Didn't think you were hiding such fighting skills," the black hood said. He added that these movements and skill with weapons resembled his late brother's style. But in response, Hyom only coldly said that it was insulting. "I am Hyom, your own nephew, whom you poisoned, you scoundrel," he replied angrily.
"Yes, you! It's as if he's been hiding behind that black hood all his life, traitor!"
Guillaume was not going to kill quickly. Instead, he pushed him away disdainfully, like a rat. After that, he began to wind up the power for the next attack with his weapon. But the hood turned out to be quite agile and successfully deflected blows with his sword. Can he sustain this pace for long? It seems not. One of the subsequent blows left a deep scar that ran right across his face. The atmosphere around became thicker and more intense, as if before a storm. Hyam pushed the man down the high stairs so that he would come to his senses a little. It was a clear sign. Hume was trying to let him know where he belonged. Going down the stairs, he coldly explained that this scumbag had poured poison on him, which turned his organs into bloody pulp, and now he was rehearsing because of the scratch. The man covered his face with his hand, which was dripping with blood, trying to control its flow. Guillaume had not a single drop of respect for this scum. He crawled on the ground, muttering something under his breath and clutching his sword. A few minutes passed before Golem heard the following. "You pathetic fool! Your blood is the Iron Lion's trail to Guan. That's why I tried to destroy you, fearing your hidden abilities. But if I knew you were crazy, I wouldn't be in a hurry. Those abilities I feared only manifest in the days of the madness of the Brotherhood of Wind and Dust." The hood continued to mutter, but these words didn't mean anything to Guillaume. He was only interested in one thing. Was it true or not? He had waited a whole 10 years to take revenge, and now he demanded more effort from his uncle. The Black Hood, not holding back, called him a crazy bastard. But in the end, he himself begged to be killed, admitting his betrayal of the family. Hom raised his spear above the Hood's head, ready to deliver the final blow. But he was stopped by a loud voice shouting in their direction. The little boy was standing on the roof and clearly heard the word, "Stop!" He turned at the sound and saw 2 people standing over a third person who was kneeling. At that moment, Guillaume's face lit up with a joyful smile. He found what he was looking for. Meanwhile, the atmosphere near the exit of the cave only heated up. Hyom stopped his attack when he heard a woman's voice. It was the same girl with frightened eyes who said, "Stop." She looked as if she had never hurt anyone in her life. Gathering her courage, she decided to approach the guy with the gun. Her steps were careful but firmly aimed at Golem. But Guillaume did not hold back and tried to attack his uncle again. However, a girl appeared again on his path, holding out her hand in front of her. She asked him to stop again and asked, "Why do you want to kill someone who doesn't even want to fight?" From the words of this scumbag, she understood that he was her own uncle. "Die, village monster!" he sharply threw at her with hatred. But she could already see the blade steadily approaching her, getting closer and closer. The girl had no choice but to call this boy a pathetic creature. Hyom still did not understand how to perceive her words, considering them nonsense. But at the same moment, one of her eyes began to change, taking on a strange pattern. The blade of the sword swept straight across her neck. Blood splattered at the point of impact, flying in different directions. Blood dripped from her neck, soaking her clothes in dark red marks. But the boy saw not at all what he expected. Her neck began to regenerate, and what looked like tentacles sprouted from it. They resembled long hair, but were made of human flesh. With these tentacles, she grabbed one of the enemies. Splashing the liquid around, it swept away everything in its path. The same thing happened to the boy who began to immerse himself in this endless stream of liquid. The liquid became more and more, and he sank lower and lower. When he regained consciousness, he opened his eyes sharply and tried to breathe, but there was no air. "What the hell? Where am I now?" He had no idea what was happening. At that moment, a girl intervened in this situation, slowly descending into the liquid. She was also completely submerged in the liquid, but seemed calm. Her eyes began to change, taking on a completely different look. By appearance, she recognized the boy as someone she had seen during the day, but did not find anything special. But now he looked completely different, and she began to think that he might have been possessed by a spirit. It was her attempt to seal away the spirit that seemed to have taken over the boy's body. At that moment, she turned her head back, feeling something unusual. There she saw a boy standing on the roof of a building waving to her. He ran to her with a joyful smile, energetically waving his arms. When he came a little closer, she recognized him, but not immediately. Meanwhile, Goem was still in the mysterious liquid. The girl decided to stop controlling this liquid for now. The liquid flew in different directions, disappearing as quickly as it appeared. The boy fell to his knees, finally managing to clear his throat, gasping for air. Unusual, strange sensations permeated him to the very bones. His neck ached excruciatingly, and he realized it was an illusion technique. When did she manage to use such a technique? He thought furiously. The very fact that the girl dared to mess with his head drove him mad. Meanwhile, the little boy, waving his hands, continued to run to the girl. But suddenly he stopped, his eyes strange and wary. He saw something on the roof where he was running from jump down quickly. So fast that it was almost imperceptible. He shouted to the girl, warning, "Be careful!" The girl just had time to turn back and notice movement out of the corner of her eye. Her chin was slightly caught by something that flew by with incredible speed. And the next moment, she felt a cold blade on her neck. A strong hand held a spear, and not one, but two. One belonged to Doc, the other to the little one who rushed to save the girl. Together, they parried the attack, preventing the blade from touching her throat. Their intervention was timely, otherwise the girl could have died. She did not expect such a development of events. Her gaze darted, first in one direction, then in another. She looked from the baby to Doc in disbelief. Assessing the situation, the boy abruptly threw the spear aside, away from the girl. However, he remained at her defense, standing confidently in front of her. The black-haired man froze, hesitating whether to continue his attack. The little one did not wait for him to decide, and was the first to rush into the offensive. His left hand struck directly into the enemy's solar plexus. The girl, full of fear, continued to scream, begging them to stop. The black-haired man felt the full force of the blow, which literally knocked the air out of him. "Well, good luck to you today," said the little one sarcastically. The black-haired man was thrown back with such force that he first hit the stairs, breaking them, and then flew away. The speed of the impact was so great that his body seemed to flatten the stone surface with his back. Fragments of stones flew in different directions as he rolled even further. The little one's hair was blowing from the fast movement and energy that was raging around. But at the same moment, a thick fog began to descend on the scene. The boy did not hear the last words that the girl said before that. The girl clearly understood that Hyom was beginning to change, and this alarmed her. She decided to check it out herself, asking him to step back a bit. "It's okay, you don't have to. Just trust me," he replied, trying to calm her down. After his words, she agreed, admitting that he was right. But hearing an unfamiliar sound, the boy sharply focused his attention on it. He turned his head back, trying to figure out where the noise was coming from. And of course, the martial arts master Du reappeared on the battlefield. Swinging his weapon with all his might, he charged at them. The impact was so powerful that it easily destroyed the rock they were standing on. It is said that after this attack, the mountain changed its appearance forever. The little boy barely managed to pick up the girl and start running away. Du made more and more efforts, trying to destroy them. Ryan held the girl in his arms, saving her from inevitable death. He managed to get far enough away to avoid this terrifying attack. He stepped on the ground in front of him, trying to find his footing. But the land turned out to be one of the fragments that began to collapse. The stones could not support the weight and began to fall, splitting just under their feet. It was a real trap, where stone fragments flew instead of knives. Along with these fragments, Ryan and the girl in his arms flew down. Meanwhile, Du remained standing at the top, watching what was happening. The huge rock on which they had recently stood was now completely destroyed. At the scene of the battle, only clouds of dust remained, which gradually descended to the bottom. Du was satisfied with his technique that belonged to his family, the special technique of the shattering hurricane spear. He was sure that there was no way they could avoid this attack, especially from a frontal blow. Just to think, he used crushing hurricane against two. But suddenly a passage caught his attention. He turned sharply in his direction. It was an entrance through a gate under which a small river flowed. Behind the gates lay many corpses like a field after a battle. The street was literally littered with the bodies of the dead. A moment later, Du was already walking down this street, surrounded by destroyed houses. Another man also happened to be in the same place, attracting his attention. Seeing him, Du smiled sincerely, as if he recognized an old acquaintance. He thought about the chances he once gave this man. But now everything had changed. Suddenly, something flew past Du's head, causing him to freeze. He did not take a single step to the side, only directed his gaze downwards. There he saw the stones begin to crack under his feet. A large boulder that seemed immovable began to shift. And Ryan appeared from under this boulder. And a woman's moan could be heard from the other side. A dialogue started from the girl's side. "I think I hurt my ankle." To this, Ryan replied, "Then just sit here and wait. I'm fast." The girl then asked him not to kill Doe. Ryan now had one task, not to kill Doe. He set out to meet his enemy. The kid slowly descended the mountain, holding his weapon tightly and not having any intention of joking. His enemy stood opposite, also ready to engage, waiting for his next move. At that moment, something made him laugh. It was funny that the little one got out of the situation without a single scratch. I didn't understand how he managed such tricks, but I thought it was quite strange. Suddenly, the boy began to change. His body took on a white hue. Doe perfectly understood that the situation was taking a new turn. A loud crash was heard in front of him. It was a child's hand that hit the ground with incredible force. The impact was so strong that the stones underfoot flew into pieces. The blast wave pushed the enemy far back, about 20 steps to departures. The girl next to her continued to remind. She begged the little one not to kill Doe, stressing that. The kid just shrugged his shoulders, answering that he just decided to scare him a little. However, Doe also displayed impressive skill with the spear. But the speed of the little one was much greater. He moved like lightning. The girl watching this sighed, realizing the obvious. She guessed that the little one wasn't going to joke anymore. His speed exceeded all limits. He jumped up and attacked Doe from behind. Small, confident in his actions, pressed the point on the opponent's neck. But he did not feel anything, remaining motionless and firmly holding the weapon in his hands. Then the little boy decided to make a U-turn and kick the turntable. But even here, his plan failed. Doe put the handle of his spear, blocking the blow. From the collision, both jumped in different directions, separated for a moment. They found themselves on the steep ledges of rocks protruding from the mountain, balancing on them. At that moment, Doe suddenly disappeared from view. The girl, watching them, looked already exhausted from this confrontation. Doe appeared on the ledge where the little one was standing, moving with lightning speed. His serious look spoke for itself. He intended to act decisively. He gripped the top of the spear with one hand, the bottom with the other, preparing for the next attack. Spiral dance of wind and dust? That's why he grabbed his weapon. He began swinging his spear, creating waves that prevented even movement. The flow of energy was directed only in one direction, to where the little one was standing. It seemed that this flow could destroy everything in its path, if viewed from the side. But this time it was different. Ryan grabbed the blade of his spear directly. With a powerful movement, he pulled the weapon towards him, directing his body straight at the enemy. It flew straight to Doe's face, which was showing fierce confidence, and using all his speed, struck a powerful blow. The blow was so strong that the opponent turned several times in the air. After such a blow, Doe had to count his teeth, because several of them fell out while he was flying in the air. The blow was so strong that it broke his confidence, along with his teeth. The little one looked carefully at him, until he fell into a mountain of corpses. But looking at this mountain, he realized how many bodies there were. Did I beat them all? A thought flashed through his head. It was not possible to think for a long time. Suddenly a cough was heard. It was Doe who not only survived, but rose, holding his weapon tightly. The little boy was genuinely surprised. How was he even able to get up after such a blow? After all, this blow was supposed to disable him for at least half a day. Doe put his palm to the wound, his eyes shooting with anger, and yet he remained on his feet. "I was taken by surprise, but I haven't laid down my weapon yet," he said through gritted teeth. He asked himself if he was a fool to let Guillaume go this far. Meanwhile, the uncle apparently had already run away, leaving him alone with the child. Doe glanced at the boy, debating whether or not to waste his time on him. Is it better to leave it for later and focus on uncle? He thought. The little one was silent, only looking intently at his opponent, as if waiting for the next move. "Are you the same worthy enemy I've been waiting to meet all my life?" asked Doe. The little one just scratched behind his ear, not understanding what kind of nonsense he was talking about. But in the next moment, he came sharply closer to Doe, reducing the distance to a minimum. His intentions were serious. This time he was going to cut down the enemy precisely. Did Kay expect such a development? And when the little one hit him with his hand, was he ready for it? The bottom line is that it wasn't Doe who flew into the rock, but the little guy himself. It happened at the moment of impact, when the situation suddenly changed. The little one saw above him how Doe, turning over, evaded the attack. The boy's blow went straight into the air. Doe rotated on its axis like a spinning top, deftly avoiding the attack. And at the same moment, he launched a counterattack with lightning speed. His blows left deep cuts right in the ground. But the little one quickly repeated the same trick, rising into the air. While flying, he even gave a compliment. "You move well." Du turned sharply to keep the boy in sight. However, the little one was so fast that he dodged the blow again. Du began to spin his spear around himself, creating a powerful protective barrier. He hoped that these spins would help repel the attack of the little one. But when the boy flew away a little further, Du decided to go on the offensive. He made 4 quick slashes with his blade forward. The little one, like jelly, dissolved in the stream, avoiding every blow. He managed to find a safe distance, dodging all the attacks. This allowed him to breathe and prepare for the next step. Taking a full chest of air, the little boy tried to keep his balance, although the enemy relentlessly attacked, giving no time to rest. Avoiding hits was important, but it wasn't enough. It was even more important to maintain balance by combining deflections and counterattacks. At some point, blood splattered in the air. Du managed to catch the little one during his swings, showing skill. The little one was right under the opponent's feet. What will happen next? A powerful knee strike that Du put all his strength into. But the little man managed to put his hand up, blocking the attack. Moreover, he managed to throw Du to the ground and grab his leg. After that, the boy gathered all his strength, spinning for a counterattack. His blow was aimed straight at the heart of the opponent, accurate and merciless. The force of the impact was so great that the bones of his ribs cracked, and the rock behind Du cracked. Stones from the rock, which stood unchanged for many years, were scattered to pieces. The culprit of this destruction was a small one. After the powerful blow, it seemed that he had gone a little overboard, but he still controlled his powers and inflicted only non-fatal wounds. The little one wished the opponent sweet dreams and was going to say goodbye to him. No longer feeling threatened, he decided to just leave, but unfortunately he heard strange noises behind him. Could he get up? This thought flashed through his head instantly. Turning around, he saw a razor-sharp blade flying straight at him. Du struck with such speed that it even cut the ground. He was sure that this time everything was over, and the little one had died. But the little one, not understanding how Du came to his senses, already flew behind him. Du, turning around, saw only a leg that was flying straight at him. Only a quick reaction saved Du from complete collapse, but he was unable to complete his attack. The boy went on the offensive and began to strike hard. He used various techniques, breaking Du's stance and holding him in his grip. Grabbing him better, the little boy hit his head against the rock several times. Maybe these stones will help him breathe better, thought the little one sarcastically. And after that, he delivered a powerful blow with his hand, which completed the combination. This blow was so strong that it could literally turn the insides of the opponent. Is this enough? Du was lying face down in the stones, his spear lying next to him. It seemed that this time he was completely cut down, with no chance of continuation. The little one was sure that everything was over, and decided that it was time to move on. But as soon as he took a few steps forward, he heard the crunch of a tree on the ground. At the same moment, he realized that it was the enemy's weapon that had been activated again. Like lightning, the little one ducked, avoiding the attack as if making a bow. "That's it again, what the hell?" he thought with irritation. Du's silhouette reappeared from the cloud of dust like an inescapable curse. And again he attacked so fast that the little one had to dodge and jump back. The little one still could not understand exactly how this opponent moves. Du explained coldly, "The world is definitely an interesting place." He added that he had been desperately searching for a worthy opponent all his life. But before I've only met pathetic weaklings with undeserved fame. Du could not even imagine that a master of this level would be found in this forgotten hole. He pointed the spear at the boy and warned seriously, "You better take me seriously. If not, you will regret it." Concluding his speech, Du asked not to think about fighting at half strength. "I've been waiting 10 damn years for this," he exclaimed passionately. His main goal was to kill everyone and give them a taste of the hell he himself went through. "Give me more inspiration, baby," he said, channeling his energy with insane confidence. When Du tried to stop him, the boy didn't even pay attention to his words. He clearly showed that he does not care who is in front of him. "If you want to remain a martial artist, I simply advise you not to move for a while," the little one said coldly. Tu did not understand the meaning of these words and considered them only mockery. All that remained in his power was to call the child a fool. But even with his taunts, Du began to take steps forward, slowly, one step at a time. But the pain that hit his body was not slow at all. A sharp pain shot through his legs, and he fell to his knees, losing his balance. He lowered his head, not understanding what was happening to him. Drops of blood began to fall right between his knees. Blood was pouring from his nose, adding even more anxiety. The little one, looking at him, only said sarcastically, "Fool!" The boomerang effect worked. The reason for this was that the little one had unbalanced the key points in the opponent's body with his blow. If you continue the fight in this state, all the broken life points could literally explode. Your full recovery will take time, and when you do it, it's better to run away in all directions," added the little one, who could not come to terms with his defeat. With bloody hands, he began to rake the ground under him, as if trying to find strength. But suddenly the boy heard a familiar sound behind him, which made him wary. This time the attack was directed directly in front of him. Swinging his spear, Du tried to strike again, full of rage and desperation. The shot went a few meters to the right of the little one, completely missing the target. Although Do was shaking, his arm was completely broken, and protruding veins pierced his body, but he was still plotting something. However, it was clear that his attempts to move only resulted in chaotic movements. It seems that no matter how hard he tries, he won't be able to climb it. But Du, in spite of everything, decided to go ahead, against all the rules. Somehow, he found the strength to launch another attack. Rushing like lightning, he hit all the points of the little one's body. However, after flying a little further, Du was overcome with surprise. The little one stood completely intact and unharmed. It was just an illusion. He thought he was attacking the little one's body. But in reality, he just left marks on the ground around him. What to do now? Flashed through his mind as he realized that he was in a complete mess. His arms and legs swung powerlessly in different directions, and he simply fell to the ground. In this state, there was nothing to talk about. The little one exhaled, once again looking at the defeated opponent. But Du was still trying to scramble to get off the ground. Even after everything, he continued to move, as if invincible. It became clear to the boy. In front of him is an opponent with an insane damage zone and an unusual way of moving. His muscle structure and joint function were not like those of ordinary people, which was why the 5-ring punch did not work. No matter what, Du kept trying to get up. He even declared that the little one should not think of running away because, "I will still get you from under the ground." Before dealing with the boy, Du decided to finish off the girl first. He ominously stated that he would do it slowly and painfully. The little one did not expect to hear such words at this moment. Before his eyes, Du gradually rose, and his legs no longer looked injured. Standing up, Du charged forward again with his spear, aiming to attack. The spear went right under the boy's left arm. Either Du missed, or the little one dodged in time. However, the little one remained completely whole and unharmed. Du could not understand why the little one would risk his life so much for such a senseless cause. In his opinion, it was obvious how this attack would end. Mei Li, meanwhile, decided to deprive Du of the opportunity to master martial arts for the rest of his life. All he had to do was complete this blow. The impact was so strong that Do's head was noticeably rocked back, and the little one remained standing in place, motionless in his fighting stance. The impact was so strong that it transported Du to a memory of his childhood, when he, still a young boy, was found badly injured. Then he was brought to the doctor to somehow stabilize his condition because his body was extremely weakened. It was at that moment that the doctor first detected a shift in his Kai. This rare physiological feature is that the flow of Ki, which connects different points of the body, moves in the opposite direction, unlike in ordinary people. However, a high-ranking man present at the time impatiently asked the doctor to speak more clearly. The doctor explained that Do's body was unable to perform techniques based on internal Ki energy. It was a clear diagnosis, and the situation looked just like that. But what happens if he does try to use these techniques? The doctor noted that with a certain zeal in training, he can master some techniques. But the more often he will turn to them, the more the resistance to the flow of Ki will increase. Eventually, the backflow of Ki can become entangled and cause serious internal damage. Simply put, his worst enemy is himself. The doctor added that there would be no problems with weaker opponents. But what if the young master meets an equal or even stronger opponent? What happens if this enemy overwhelms him with both internal and external Ki energy? That's exactly what happened. He faced a worthy opponent on the battlefield. The opponent made his back crash into the stones. Blood flowed from Do's mouth, and his body was experiencing a frenzied energy overload. In the worst case, this could lead to a serious energy crisis. But the worst thing that can happen is his own death. The guy continued to impress with his powerful punches. These blows not only cut the ground, but also plunged the opponent's body deep into the rocks. Each attack seemed final, forcing the enemy to surrender. The kid was sure that he managed to reverse the flow of his opponent's Kai. However, he was careful not to touch the vital organs, leaving him a chance for a normal life if he was careful. Before that, he warned, "I probably shouldn't have touched me." Du remained lying under a pile of stones, almost motionless. His gaze was lost in the fog, unsuccessfully searching for a solution. In his past memories, there was a tall lord asking the doctor, "What now?" "Is there a cure? Is there any way to get his body back to normal?" Pan asked anxiously. The doctor replied that as far as he knew, This ailment was incurable. However, he remembered a story he had heard a long time ago. It was about a person with similar symptoms who managed to become normal. But that method was pure improvisation and required tremendous luck. The doctor warned that it is almost impossible to repeat it. Despite the skeptical warning, Pan shouted, ordering to tell everything to the smallest detail. The doctor began to explain. Kai needs to be brought to a state of overload. This was the first thing he reported, emphasizing the risks. Pan heard this and immediately called the method absurd. The doctor replied that it was because of this that he advised taking this idea with caution. However, Pan decided to listen to him to the end. First, all the tangled key points in his body had to be destroyed. However, 9 vital points were to remain intact. After that, the flow of ki connecting the 12 Wen ki and the 8 stray channels was supposed to reverse, causing an explosion of overloaded energy. And at that moment, lying in the rocks, Do's body began to explode from the inside. He opened his eyes sharply, wide feeling the wave of pain that overwhelmed him. His bloody teeth gnashed, revealing all his inner pain and anger. The flow of wind around him grew stronger and stronger, creating a dangerous atmosphere. The kid heard a crunch and a crack right behind him, which was getting louder. The sound made him turn his head back to see what was going on. But looking back, he saw almost nothing. Only the shadow of a body that began to squirm. Do squirmed in unnatural movements, as if competing with himself. I'll watch a little more, thought the little one, keeping his distance. He watched this terrible scene with an unpleasant feeling. What was happening to Do caused horror and disgust. It was really creepy to watch, because his body was changing before our eyes. The veins began to swell, became larger and spread over the entire face. They gradually took over the whole body, causing him excruciating pain. You could feel that pain as he squeezed the stones so hard that they crumbled into dust. Won't it kill him? What will happen to him next? Thought the little one, watching. From the outside, it looked like imminent death. But there is one but. Even in the midst of all this blood and destruction, only 1 in 10,000 can be blessed by heaven and come back to life. The boy did not know this, so he decided to go in the other direction. But suddenly, a huge cliff appeared in front of him. This cliff was formed because of their battle when they crushed all the rocks here. But it seemed that this was not the end. The stones began to rise up. It flew higher and higher, gradually surrounding the child from all sides. Turning forward, he immediately understood who was behind it. Do stood in the middle of the flying stones that rose up in his wake. The kid looked at him carefully, perceiving the opponent in a completely different way. Before him stood someone who had chosen a path that was like a double-edged sword that had already destroyed countless martial artists who sought absolute power through self-destruction. But now the little one began to feel anger, and he is unlikely to restrain himself further. At that moment, the protagonist saw a familiar figure in front of him. But it was no longer the former Do. He had changed, finding himself in a new body. The little one even doubted whether it was a dream or whether it was all real. Standing before him was a white-haired man with long hair who looked majestic and menacing. His weapon lay on the ground next to him. He put his foot on the handle and in one movement lifted it into the air. It looked incredible. Without even making an effort, he began to spin the weapon in the air. And in an instant, like a swift wind, the weapon stopped as he grasped it in his hand. Lightning fast. The little one barely managed to track this movement with his eye. The white-haired man stood silently, as if studying his opponent's every step. But his silence concealed his intention to strike, this time from behind. Everything was decided by a second. The little one had to look around to see a bright flash. That flash instantly cut the rock in half with incredible precision. One move by Do looked like it was cutting through butter, not super hard rock. And this was no ordinary rock. Its rock was incredibly hard. The little one barely managed to jump in time, avoiding falling with the broken stones. He was lucky enough to bounce back so hard that he ended up behind Do. But Do felt every movement of the opponent as if he saw it with his own eyes. Another attempt to attack from behind failed again. Do dodged easily, and at the same second, he made a lightning counterattack. Fortunately, the flexibility of the little one was at a height which allowed him to successfully maneuver. If he hadn't maneuvered, everything would have ended the same as with that rock. Complete destruction. The giant hole from one blow to Ko looked incredible. The speed of his movements, similar to light, was the opponent's next trump card. He flew like an arrow along a well-honed trajectory, leaving no room for error. The little one dodged with the same precision as he readied his counterattack. But in order to strike, it was necessary to break through these lightning-fast movements of the spear. And this spear, by the way, had a point as sharp as a blade at the end. The main character almost found himself on the verge of being caught by it. The damage zone from Ko's blows was huge. They cut through even giant stones. The stones were left with deep holes from every movement. Taking a look at it, the boy understood the scale of the enemy's strength. Du, for his part, began to think that Kang Ryong was running around like a frightened mouse. He launched another attack, prompting the hero to dodge once more. This time it was a spiral dance of the wind. Du twirled the spear with incredible speed in different directions. These rotations created a huge tunnel in the stone, which the boy saw with wide eyes. Surprise overwhelmed him, but he did not stop preparing for a new maneuver. Gaining energy, the little one remained ready for any turn of events. A bright glow suddenly appeared in front of him, as if a harbinger of a new attack. Meanwhile, the whirlwind from the spear rose upward, shattering everything in its path in spiraling motions. A loud roar echoed around, and the lines of air created by the spear swept past the rocks. They crushed the stones as if a bird had flown through cotton wool. Under this powerful wind that he himself created, Du stood calmly and confidently. He was satisfied with his spiral dance, thinking that everything had turned out perfectly. At some distance from him, on his lap, sat the main character. That he managed to survive was a real miracle. To save himself, he had to create an energy barrier, because it was impossible to block such a blow with his bare hands. Even the bones of the little one hurt, and every movement was given with great difficulty. There was a distance of about 100 meters between them due to a huge chasm formed after the battle. On one side stood Do, with an incredibly strong body and long white hair that gave him confidence. However, even in this situation, he did not lose interest in watching the little one. He was curious to see how much longer this boy, who had proven so persistent, could last. Du carefully followed his every move, even remotely admiring his endurance. But at the same time, a slight feeling of regret began to appear in him. He thought, if I had known how things would turn out, I would have listened to the words of the master. Meanwhile, the little girl's little feet scraped slowly over the stones. She limped over an injured leg and walked, leaning on a rock for support. It was extremely uncomfortable and difficult for her to walk. At one point she stopped and turned her head back. Something large was rolling from there, and the sound of a vibrating rock made her wary. At some point, the girl was overcome by strange sounds that seemed to surround and absorb her. She couldn't help but be offended by the main character who didn't come back as soon as he promised. Deep down, she began to realize that this young master was much stronger than she had imagined. Gathering her strength, she moved on through an incredibly difficult and dangerous road. There were so many holes in the walls around that it was hard to even count them. The mountains were cut open by the powerful attacks that took place here, leaving chaos behind. This place looked as if giant alien creatures had landed here, destroying everything in their path. Even houses built of strong materials were blown apart by the impact. At that moment, a loud explosion rang out behind one of these buildings. The two fighters stood facing each other, ready for another attack. It was they who caused all this chaos, leaving behind ruins. The main character competed with Do, and their fight reached incredible proportions. Their backlanding alone destroyed everything in its path. They smashed houses with their bodies, leaving new scars from each blow. Du even found time to mock the hero, demonstrating his superiority. Du even applauded, admiring how long the main character lasted. He began to ask about which brotherhood the little one belonged to. "How many warriors do you have that are superior to you?" asked Do. He promised that he would let the boy go if he would just tell the truth, but the hero remained silent, trembling a little. Du repeated his question, as if trying to provoke some kind of reaction. He didn't expect to hear anything special or even see any movement in response. But the main character began to stand up, scattering fragments of stones and rubble around him. He calmly explained, "The more powerful the opponent, the more difficult it is to fight him without killing. Especially if he's grown in strength so suddenly," he added. Biting his finger to the point of blood, the hero coldly suggested, "Let's start. This time I will show you my true power." Du grimaced, completely not expecting to hear such words and see such a challenge. Du wanted to ask the little one a question, but he himself did not fully understand how to formulate it. He was also going to admit that he wasn't fighting at full strength. "You held back from killing me because you wanted to know what fraternity I was in, right?" asked the main character. But this time he asked Do, "Show what you're really capable of." And hinting, he added, "Fight with all your might, don't hide anything." Du seemed to see something humiliating in this challenge, as if the kid was looking down on him. Du realized that he had just missed his last chance for salvation. "If you so desire death, I will grant your wish," he declared with rage. The little one just stood, calmly waiting for what the opponent would show. Around the white-haired man, the wind began to swirl like a hurricane. Forming a dense layer of air, Du was ready to pulverize the little one. The wind was so strong that even standing nearby became difficult. Despite the powerful current, the main character did not move. Although the wind destroyed even the tree behind him, which was part of the roof, the flow of wind only increased, blowing and raising Du's long hair. He swirled the air into one point, concentrating all his power around the layer. The hurricane grew larger and more powerful, displaying all of Du's power. Sharp spikes began to appear on the surface of the air layer. These spikes were ready to destroy everything in their path. And their first target was the main character. The little one raised his hand up, then brought it down sharply, clenching his fist in readiness for action. The little one put his left hand forward with an open palm, and pulled his right far back, preparing for a powerful blow. His fist, strong as steel, hit the hard surface with a loud crack. The force of the impact was so great that everything around began to fly to pieces. Nothing could withstand this destructive wave. It looked like a lightning bolt that attacked, slicing through everything in its path. After the impact, large holes remained, from where light air blew. The ease of this destruction seemed almost unreal, considering the hardness of the rock. It is difficult to even imagine what power is hidden behind these blows. The flash gradually began to fade, enveloping everything around in darkness. The outlines became more and more clear, and the space was filled with an oppressive silence. Soon everything remained immersed in thick darkness. The white-haired man, concentrating, continued to observe only broken mountains and ruins in front of him. Mal managed to parry his devastating attack, almost inhuman in strength. It seemed incredible, but it was a reality. The blonde looked at what was left, the center where the vacuum had begun to form. The powerful force was pulling everything towards it. Even his legs began to lose their stability. It was extremely difficult to stand on this shaky surface. Eventually, the white-haired man began to be sucked into the center of this vacuum. It was beginning to resemble a real black hole that was sucking in everything around it. The vacuum controlled by the main character was created by his power, the power of the small, which now captured the entire space. The kid was ready to launch an attack he called Heavenly Destruction. Dark Maelstrom Strike, this technique held an incredible threat capable of destroying everything. The white-haired man understood that he had to be careful when he was in the damage radius. Looking carefully at the hero, he realized that in front of him was the technique of Heavenly Destruction. "Damn it, you're using the Heaven Breaker martial art," he exclaimed, hurt. His body was already beginning to be drawn into the dark vortex created by the little one. But even at this moment, he continued to consider the hero only rejected from his era. Annoyed, the white-haired man gathered his strength to strike back. He applied his wind and dust cross-carving technique. Their two attacks collided, creating a shockwave that shook the ground. If even one of the attacks went out of control, it would destroy several mountains in its path. Their power was so incredible that the surrounding landscape continued to crumble. It looked like an incredible art. The art of mastering destructive technology. This art required complete fusion with technology and its absolute control. Feeling it on himself, the white-haired man froze for a moment in delight. But this pause did not last long. He immediately began to act, trying to pierce the child with his spear. However, his attempt proved futile. The spear began to distort as it entered the dark circle that surrounded the hero. The dark energy absorbed the weapon, destroying its structure. At this moment, the white-haired man just stared wide-eyed in shock. And then he felt incredible power when the protagonist's hands appeared right next to his head. The hero's hand, capable of tearing apart space, struck with incredible force. The impact made the white-haired man's head ring as if an explosion had gone off inside his skull. At the same moment, he saw the world in thousands of blurry pictures. The surrounding mountains seemed endless, absorbing his gaze, and the black hole created by their battle continued to suck everything around. She tore to shreds anything that came within her range of influence. Its destructive power only grew, absorbing more and more space. Solid wooden structures were scattered into small pieces, as if they were paper. These were only the initial stages of her strength. Soon she began to climb high into the mountains. Everything that happened in her path was swept away without pity, even the smallest details. Hundreds of meters above the ground, the air began to swirl into a powerful vortex. The limping girl walked some distance and raised her head, observing this phenomenon. She tried to understand what was happening there, but was shocked by what she saw. "Looks like they're having fun in there," she thought as she turned back to the entrance in front of her. The entrance was covered with dust. The consequences of the battle were colossal. In the deepest point of the hole dug by their struggle lay a blonde, buried in the earth, and above him stood the main character. Words did not appear, thoughts did not come to the white-haired man. He just lay there, exhausted and powerless. His white face barely moved, and his breathing was almost imperceptible. But suddenly he opened his eyes wide, as if trying to gather the remaining strength. His gaze seemed to float into the distance, moving further and further. A bright blue sky spread out before him, cloudless and endless. This man was once his hero, a genius, who already surpassed his father in skill by the age of 15. But despite all his power, he was not arrogant, but on the contrary, he was kind and sensitive to everyone. He could joke and keep the atmosphere cheerful, even in tense moments. In those days, he was his father's pride and hope, a symbol of the brotherhood of wind and dust. Constant training honed his shots, bringing them to perfection. Walking hand in hand with the family gave peace and harmony. But everything changed when Hyun went crazy. The beginning was the murder of the mother during a bandit attack, although this could only be one of the reasons. It was after this incident that he turned into a mad and bloodthirsty killer. At first, his rage fell on a band of robbers who terrorized the district. However, he gradually moved away from home, destroying even virtuous martial arts masters and Murim warriors. He often shed blood, leaving behind a bloody trail. The ground was covered with the bodies of those who stood in his way. A serial killer appeared who attacked everyone indiscriminately, causing terror among the Murim residents. The killing spree only stopped when the killer's identity was revealed. At that moment, a hooded man appeared, landing next to the milord. Their eyes met and tension hung in the air. A moment later, blood was already running down the sword, testifying to the ruthlessness of this moment. Hyun's hands were covered in blood, and his appearance was horrible. His entire head, face, and even his hood were smeared with blood. At that moment, his father caught him at the scene of the crime, and without hesitation subjected him to the death sentence. Milord had no regrets because for him it was betrayal. He threw Hyun into the dungeon, where he stayed for a long time. After years in prison, he became thin and emaciated, almost lifeless. Later, the young man found himself in front of the milord sitting across from him. Milord looked down on him, displaying his power. Hyun would kneel, bow, rise, and bow before him again. After his imprisonment, he changed, leaving his old self behind. At that moment, the older brother turned to him, urging him to be strong. He revealed the truth to him. Charity and justice are just empty words. You must do everything you can, use any means to become strong for the good of what you protect. Despite his young age, Hyun remembered those words forever. That night he stayed with his older brother. One of them was sitting at the table, and the other was already lying in bed, resting. The little fell asleep, but a soft muttering began to disturb him. These incomprehensible sounds made him open his eyes. The words sounded strange. Why do you hesitate? Kill him, shut up, I can't. Shut up, the black-haired man said loudly, as if talking to himself. And under these sounds, the little one started to get out of bed. He saw his brother in the room arguing with himself, saying that he had tied the knot and would kill no more. The black-haired man continued, as if addressing someone. Go to hell! But almost immediately his voice changes, and he strangely asks, What are you talking about? He was your target from the very beginning. He was the one who left his mother to die because he was busy with nonsense like charity or thinking about what people would say. As long as he is alive, we will not see freedom. Kill him, my friend, and we'll go back to the exciting life we once had. The good old days, the black-haired man said, but he suddenly speaks quietly, as if in a difficult conversation with himself. Quiet. The little boy, having witnessed this, was very frightened by what he saw. In his fright, he accidentally made a sound as he pressed his hand to his face, causing the black-haired man to turn sharply. But as soon as he turned his head, the little boy quickly went back to bed, pretending that nothing had happened. It turned out that they were all wrong in their expectations. After prison, the brother became even more crazy. His madness was aimed at confronting everyone, even himself. He craved permission to learn the basics of the family's spearmanship, and he personally addressed this request to his father, bowing before him. With this, he showed his respect and loyalty, but his gaze remained heavy and worried. The father listened to his request, looking thoughtfully at his son. In response, he only asked to be informed when a day would be chosen for the start of training. At that moment, the black-haired man tilted his head with a sly smile, as if he had been waiting for these words. The little one who was next to him felt something disturbing, but he couldn't explain it. The kid couldn't think about anything else, except that his brother had finally lost his mind. But he also reflected that perhaps he needed to become stronger himself. There was a sound in the room as a cup with a drink fell to the floor and broke, spilling its contents outside. Hyun died on the eve of a practice fight, poisoned by a deadly poison. This poisonous drink was prepared by the uncle, knowing that his victim would die of massive bleeding. It was then that they discussed their insidious plan. Uncle took a small bottle of poison in his hands and carefully carried it. Little, hiding behind the window, watched it. The uncle poisoned his brother, whom he considered an obstacle on his way, and the only one who knew about it was the little one. The same bottle stood for a long time among the others as if nothing had happened. But one day someone came up to him and took him away. Soon the poison was already mixed into the drink. The boy saw it with his own eyes. But he was told that it was just a memory that did not belong to him. The white-haired boy he saw now held out a cup of drink. Holding it tightly, he raised the cup to his lips and drank the contents. He took several large gulps without looking away. The drink seemed so pleasant to him that he even smiled. "Everything is fine. I was waiting for this." "You tried your best to stop me," said the white-haired man. "Don't beat yourself up," he added as blood appeared on his smiling face. It flowed from the nose, flowing to the lips, and fell in drops on the chin. The cup with the drink fell out of his hands and broke, spilling its contents on the ground. In front of the child's eyes lay his brother, motionless and cold. This caused bitter tears to flow down his childish cheeks. When the father found him, many people gathered around the body, all looking at the broken cup and the dead young man.
That's not true!
The father repeated to himself, trying not to believe what he saw. He wanted to erase these thoughts, convincing himself that it was just a figment. Meanwhile, in Do's mind, the picture began to unravel, revealing the true story. It was clear his uncle killed his brother, perceiving him as an obstacle. The poison became his tool to get rid of the young man. These memories brought not only pain, but also an understanding of the true picture of events. Suddenly, a bright flash flashed before Do's eyes. The white-haired boy began to breathe heavily, chest as if trying to come back to life. His eye opened wider, his gaze became sharper. A slight vibration went through his hands, causing his body to come alive again. "You always knew you killed your older brother," said the voice in his head. "You just couldn't accept it," continued the same voice embodied in the figure before him. This figure was over the body of the white-haired boy, as if extracting the true essence from him. It turned out that he was the white-haired one, his true self sitting inside that body. The figure took on the form of his brother because that was what he himself wanted. Everything that was hidden inside, along with his upbringing and memories, merged into this essence, revealing his true nature. Whether he accepts it or not, this truth will always be with him. He remained lying in this place, as if devastated by everything that had happened. His body was covered with a slight tremor, as if from an internal cold. The only thing he could do was clutch the mud mixed with stone fragments in his hands. Tears appeared in his eyes and slowly ran down his face. The ruins left after the battle stretched around like silent witnesses. Meanwhile, the main character turned around and began to move on. He looked back only once at what he left behind, but suddenly he heard loud screams coming from where he came from. "Hear nothing, know nothing," he whispered to himself. Grabbing Aaron's hand, he said, "Let's just go home," and ran forward, leaving everything behind. The girl calmly burned the seal, holding it in her hands. As soon as she turned to ashes, the dust scattered in all directions, but suddenly a strong wind arose in that place. The energy spread, covering all the surrounding streets. The eyes of the dead began to glow dimly again, but in a moment they faded, returning to their pale state. However, the number of corpses did not decrease at all. Broken swords and weapons were lying around, and in the center of the chaos stood a girl. The strange and crazy aura around her disappeared. The protagonist, noticing this, approached her from behind. The girl asked if he had any other business here. She pointed out to him the dead people lying around. For some reason, she considered it her fault. The hero understandingly offered her some time to recover, but agreeing with him, she said that it was better to just move on. The bald man looked weak. His whole body was shaking. He struggled to his feet and took a few steps among the corpses. The man could not understand whether the world had gone mad. He was confused as to how and why everything had gone awry here. Hearing a strange sound, he immediately rushed to finish. Not a single living soul was supposed to remain in this place. At that time, the white-haired boy began to stand up. He barely had enough strength to even sit still. There was not enough strength and restraint. He could not hold back tears. The sun broke through the sharp peaks of the mountains. His beam illuminated everything that had remained in the shadows until now. In a narrow gorge, under thick trees, there was a small courtyard with several buildings. The girl looked in front of her with tears in her eyes. A white-haired young man stood in front of her. While she was gone, a lot had changed in the Brotherhood of Wind and Dust. The changes did not escape her. The young man knelt before his father. The brother's words about the decline of the Brotherhood, unfortunately, turned out to be true. But he still hasn't found out if the Roman alliance is really behind it. What was true and what was just fiction? Only one thing was known for sure, and this is what my uncle had a hand in. Then the boy approached one of the figurines and felt that the seal had disappeared. Together with the girl, he went down the stairs. They entered a luxurious room where everything was tossed and strewn about. They moved slowly forward through this battered room. All the dishes that were here lay broken on the floor. The cabinets were turned upside down. The boy silently surveyed the consequences of this chaos, deep in thought. Suddenly, a young man appeared behind him and shouted, "You fool, I warned you!" He recalled how many times he had told him not to tell him about it and what he was. But the white-haired man insisted. He had to find out what he needed to know and go for it. His brother thought it was a mistake, but the boy was convinced that he had misjudged. He charged that the ancestral wealth accumulated over the ages was lost to curiosity. However, at this moment, the boy firmly declared, whether to restore the brotherhood or destroy it is his choice. He warned him not to mess around with him, a young black man, again. He disappeared as quickly as he appeared, and a girl came out behind the boy. She turned to him, but heard only silence in response. Then, as if he had just noticed her, he finally turned his attention to her. What does he think? He stands for so long as if deep in thought. The boy only pretended to be uncomfortable. After making sure that everything was inspected here, he offered to go further. She didn't understand what this place was, but he promised to explain later. Meanwhile, the mountains shuddered and dust flew down in clumps. Together with the dust, the trees were crushed by the force of this chaos. A spear was firmly held in his hands. Behind him stood dozens of people ready for battle. They gripped their swords so hard that their fingers almost turned white. But this fear was the cause of their tension. The little girl was smiling widely, as if she had forgotten about the danger. The boy with the scars carefully examined his hand. He looked down, thinking that his strength was now a mere shadow of its former power. But with each step, his recovery became faster, forcing him to clench his fist. But suddenly everything around began to plunge into darkness. His brother appeared again, saying, "Just think, the guy with the heavenly destruction technique has become your savior." Although he was rude, it was thanks to him that he managed to overcome the cursed physiology. The white-haired man once again imagined this boy and that girl. He thought that the word savior here takes on a completely new meaning. Then the brother explained that you have to pay for any service. Biting his lip, the white-haired man reluctantly agreed. He always paid for good or evil, regardless of the circumstances. But there was one but. When he returned to this house, he came back with the intention of telling something important. In the dining room, a grandmother was sitting at the table, and a little girl was standing in front of her. They had a conversation that was interrupted by a long pause. It was raining heavily in the mountains, through which a man was walking. The downpour was so powerful that it was impossible to see anything further than a few meters away. After taking a few steps forward, he noticed the man's body lying on the ground. Out of surprise, he jumped up, almost stepping on him. Frightened, the man even fell to the ground. Gray hair was visible from under the hat that protected him from the rain. The stranger's body was twisted and mutilated. Numerous cuts, bruises, and blood were visible on him. The man approached cautiously to get a better look. Out of curiosity, he decided to check the pulse. Is he alive? Surprisingly, the stranger turned out to be alive, albeit in a terrible condition. He picked it up, putting it on his shoulder, and moved forward. Meanwhile, in the forest, among the trees wet from the rain, a group of people was hiding. They were all armed to the teeth. Their clothing consisted of a black cloak and an equally dark uniform. One of them pointed a finger in a certain direction. Despite the poor visibility, he saw a small fire in the distance. The man they were looking for didn't stay in the same place anymore, even though he was asked to. It was another adventure for him. Suddenly, at the entrance to the rock, the man heard strange sounds. It was the same group of people. One of them raised his hand to stop. Because the man by the fire looked like an old man, he made them suspicious. One of them decided to strike up a conversation to find out who he was. They introduced themselves as members of the Sun and Moon Gang. They said that they were infiltrated by well-trained spies of a secret organization called Rice Valley. Suddenly, one of the soldiers noticed a boy lying next to him. It seemed to him that it was one of the same spies. "You are their accomplice, old man," said one of them. To this, the old man replied that he did not, and assured that they would deal with the persecuted themselves. He asked his men to solve the matter themselves. However, the old man who was sitting next to the boy asked them to wait. He admitted that he had nothing to do with what was happening, but he also expressed doubts that this young man was not related to the situation. His scarred face gave a faint smile as he added, "My granddaughter is now in Rice Valley." These words shocked many fighters who heard it, but they were even more impressed by the maddened Kai radiating from the old man and his confidence. Because of this, they suspected that the old man was collaborating with Muramu elders. When the old man tried to explain that this was not true, he was told to shut up. The fighters decided that he had split and gave him two options. Either go with them voluntarily, or they will take him away by force. The old man was faced with a choice of what to do next. From under his mustache came the words, You don't have enough respect for your elders if you don't even let them speak. His trained hands rested on his knees and he began to rise. He perfectly understood that it would not be easy to settle the matter with words. Therefore, the old man carefully stretched his back, warming up before the action. When he reached his full height, everyone was stunned by his height. He seemed much smaller when sitting. He thought the best course of action was to pretend they had never met and part peacefully. But if he had to choose between the proposed options, he decided to fight. The commander of the group was looking carefully at the shoulder of the old man, who had a snake tattoo on him. When he gave the order to grab him, it flashed through his mind. Somewhere he had already seen this mark. They believed that the old man was spying on them and decided to take him alive. But in front of them stood not just an old man, but a stocky man in all his majesty. His gray mustache added brutality and unshakable confidence. Now that things had gotten this far, he wasn't going to hold back. The old man assumed a fighting stance right in front of the group of attackers. At the same moment, they felt a strong pressure that piled up on their bodies. The commander, standing behind, opened his eyes wide in surprise. Scar was only interested in one thing at that moment: how good the new spawn was. Before, only a small fire had been smoldering in this cave. But now, a bright glow came from the passage. The entrance to the cave expanded significantly after the powerful explosion. The next day, people gathered again in the same dining room. They discussed what happened overnight with the Sun and Moon Gang. Wiping the bowls clean, they lively shared rumors. Only minor members of the gang and Dan Gui, who had now become their leader, survived. But they made many enemies. Who knows how much longer it will take? Most believed that they deserved such a punishment for the atrocities they had committed all these years. At this time, their conversations were silently observed by the main character. Grandma looked out the window trying to check something. But by the time people finished debating, it was too late. The little one agreed to clean up after everyone, allowing the grandmother to go first. After some time, when he went outside, he saw an old gazebo in front of him. She piqued his curiosity, and he began to approach her. Suddenly, everything around began to plunge into darkness. A strange feeling filled his body, like a wave of inexplicable energy. All this seemed to be coming from behind the fence in front of him. The energy spiraled, gaining strength. What was happening looked incomprehensible and chaotic. Suddenly a voice was heard asking, "Remember this, their ki and yours have a common source," said the grandfather, sitting in front of the young man. "When you meet them, your body recognizes them faster than your mind." This picture flashed through his mind, and the fence in front of him began to crumble. The flash of energy was so powerful that everything around crumbled to pieces. The little one remained focused, realizing that all this was not just like that. He prepared to see the enemy, and he really appeared. Two hands clashed in the air with a loud splash. In this clash, the victory remained with the main character. He threw back the enemy, who flew back, destroying everything in his path. However, after combing the ground, the enemy raised his hand. He asked the hero to wait. The guy looked safe. He just sat and coughed, not showing aggression. As he got closer, he recognized that this was exactly what he had expected from the Skybreaker's disciple. The main character immediately recognized the boy. It was Woo Bok-hyun, but he did not understand how he ended up here, and decided to ask. Meanwhile, Woo Bok wondered where the hero had such powerful kai. They went to a quiet place to discuss it. In a dark room, the body of a beaten boy, chained, hung on the wall. Soon, 3 men entered the dungeon. "Is that him?" the chief among them asked his wards. The one hiding under the hood turned out to be Milord. He was warned that this guy might lie to save his own skin. They even asked for permission to deal with him on their own, but the Lord ordered to release the boy. Chains with a bell fell to the ground. Along with them, an exhausted boy fell to the floor. Milord, without showing his face, remained with him. The boy, barely breathing, began to say the words, "Heavenly Crusher." Milord crouched across from him, lifted his chin with 2 fingers, and asked him what he had just said. The boy, gathering his remaining strength, grabbed the Lord's hand. Then he repeated, "I said, the disciple of the Skybreaker is looking for you." He squeezed my Lord's hand so hard that the veins bulged out with all their might. But my Lord did not feel pain. He was stunned by the received news. But when the boy's arm snapped, he was thrown back with a furious force. My Lord wasn't kidding. He hit him mercilessly. The blow was so powerful that the boy punched the wall with his body. Now his mutilated body looked even worse. It was hard to watch, so terrible was his condition. However, my Lord's hand did not remain without traces of impact. He ordered his men to hang the boy back. "He is needed for questioning until we find out what he needs," said my Lord. After Bok told his story, everything became clearer. The boy realized that the leader of the Sun and Moon Gang was also involved in this, but he still doubted if that boy was really one of them. Have you seen him before? Asked the main character. Bok explained that he had seen him several times as a child, but the memories remained blurry. Besides, it was difficult to see him this time, because he was hiding under the hood. Bok only managed to feel the faint echo of his inner ki. The little one expected that if he could feel her ki now, he would be able to tell who she belonged to. But at the same time, he assumed that he already knew the owner of this energy. His facial expression spoke volumes for itself. Finishing the conversation, he returned to the dining room, and then he went to his house, which was on another floor. The girl saw him approaching and asked where he was. Settled some things. How about you? I'll go back to work in the kitchen tomorrow, she replied, peering out the door. But when the boy was about to go on, she suddenly wanted to say something else. He stopped, looking up in surprise. Are you hiding something from me? She asked directly. It's a mess. What should I say? Flashed through his head. Without waiting for an answer, she herself decided that he was hiding something, and immediately asked to tell the truth without delay. After a while, the light came on the first floor. The boy was sitting opposite the girl holding a letter in his hands. He had a travel ticket and a map with him. This was enough, and he did not demand anything more from the girl. He held a tablet in his hands and looked at it carefully. Besides, she told him one more thing. His payment turned out to be even more than he expected. I'll put it in the account. You'll pay when you get back, she said. But he thought, if he doesn't return, then he won't have to pay. And he set off. A voice was heard behind him addressing him. From above, from the roof, a young man called out to him, calling him a Pole. It was a guy with a sword under his shoulder who asked to bring him dumplings. The little one advised him to sleep better than to wander from idleness. The more you sleep, the faster you grow, he added. However, after taking a few steps, the boy warned. If I were you, I wouldn't walk this way. The guys you beat up last time seem to have sensed your presence and are now waiting in ambush under every bush. The little boy looked down at the long stairs carved into the mountainside. Soon, he was making his way through thick fog and tall grass. An unexpected sound made him stop suddenly. Somewhere nearby, something jumped and flew so fast that he barely had time to notice it. One person was already waiting for him in an ambush. The little boy barely had time to look up when it flew over his head. The jump was so high that it was almost impossible to catch it among the trees. I had to jump to the side to avoid being hit. Sometimes it is better to leave a place where danger is waiting for you. He approached the giant stone, staring intently ahead. His eyes were focused but alert at the same time. After a while, he relaxed a bit. He looked away from the stone and began to look around. Nothing seemed to be there, and he decided to just keep going. However, someone was carefully watching him from one of the caves. It was an old man with a scar on his face who could hardly be called old. Just one look at the little one allowed him to appreciate the level of his skill. At such a young age, he was already a master. I wonder what his mentor, the Heavenly Crusher, was like. At that moment, an unconscious body began to move behind him. The big man got up. As a child, he probably would have made him punish himself for dishonoring the Black Snake's name, regardless of who his opponent was. But considering his daughter's merits, he decided to make an exception and let this young man escape. He ordered his rabbit to return to him if the opportunity arose. After a while, Scar collected his things. The woman begged him not to go because he had only just arrived. Patting her on the head, he calmed the girl down a little. He explained that he was going on a journey to collect rare healing herbs for his old and sick friends. He added that he should have returned a long time ago, but delayed because he wanted to be with her and her mother. Yesterday he received news that one of his friends had become worse. Even she had nothing to object to these words. The plan sounded convincing. Oddly enough, it worked, and she hugged him tightly. He pressed her to him with his strong hands that knew what battles are. After a while, they led him to a path in the forest. The granddaughter shouted after him, saying goodbye. She begged him to come again. Even the big guys couldn't hold back tears while seeing him off. Soon he disappeared into the distance, walking further and further. Meanwhile, in the main character's house, there was a light on in one of the windows on the 3rd floor. The main character was sitting in the room, who had not yet had time to clean up. Suddenly, a voice rang out from nowhere. Well, why are you hesitating? Are you afraid of losing? Came the next question. Or is it because of that little promise you made to the girl? Of course not, I will go, the hero answered firmly. Pulling out a box from under the sofa, he asked this stranger not to worry. Opening it, he saw several things and took them in his hands. He mentioned that he had sold all his weapons to pay off the valley. Grandma turned her head back after hearing the news. At that moment, the girl was looking at her, also being in the room. Today, the little one brought unexpected news that caused some discomfort. The grandmother was so surprised that she cried out loudly when she learned that he was going to leave. They sat down at the table to discuss it, and the kid explained that he wasn't quitting. He was just asking for a long unpaid leave of absence. He emphasized that this vacation is necessary because he needs to go on an important business. In response, he heard only silence from his grandmother. Then she asked more deeply, "And where are you actually going?" "Honestly, I've never been there," he replied. "And how long will it take?" The grandmother did not stop. Scratching his eye, he could not give an exact answer, only saying that he would know when he got there. "Are you going to come back at all, or not?" asked the grandmother in a hoarse voice. The little one immediately answered a clear, "Yes," but then his confidence wavered, and he explained that he planned to return, but couldn't guarantee it until he got there. His insecurity made his grandmother so angry that she slammed her hand on the table. "What the hell did you do on vacation? We have so much work to do, and you don't even know if you'll be back!" She was indignant. Grandma set him simple conditions, either work or quit. Her gaze shifted to the girl, and she asked if she knew about his plans to leave. At first, the girl could not gather her thoughts and began to mumble something. But her insecurity betrayed her, and her grandmother became angry with her as well. However, the boy suddenly announced that he was going to quit. This stunned the girl, who could not believe her ears. His serious tone added even more tension to the situation. Grandma's eyes nearly popped out of surprise. She began to examine the child from all sides, questioning what he had just said. She asked to repeat, looking directly into her eyes. It got to the point where she climbed onto the table to look him up and down. "Forgive me, mistress. I will never forget your kindness," he said, explaining his decision. That was all he wanted to say without further explanation. But the grandmother, bursting into flames, ordered the girl to bring her a club. Meanwhile, the mountains were covered in thick darkness. Several people walked up to the giant barn door and began to enter. A few more fighters were waiting for them inside, and they joined them. One of them sat in the center and asked the guests, "My lord still in the training hall?" "Yes, master, everything as usual," two of them answered. However, he himself began to doubt whether he had made a mistake in this situation. What if the series of recent incidents was just a misunderstanding, he thought. But he decided that it was not important now, and ordered to gather wild dogs. They were ordered to be on the alert until the risk had passed. A figure in a white cloak sat by a luxurious fireplace, silently gazing into the flames. Under the hood, through which only darkness could be seen, the soft words echoed. "Come, disciple of the heavenly crusher." The main character thought it was a dream, but even here he instinctively looked back to look back. But apart from empty tables and benches, I didn't see anything unusual. After saying goodbye to this place, he went outside, but heard a shout overhead. "Take it, Fai!" and received a bag on the head. The girl threw him a gift, but that was only the beginning. "It's some travel money from Mom," she added. They worried that he would not starve on the way. The little boy gratefully accepted their gifts and asked to convey his thanks to the landlady. He was about to leave, but the girl called him, asking him to stop. She questioned whether he was really lying when he said he wasn't sure about his return. The hero honestly answered that he would not be able to say for sure until he got to the place. "Then don't go," she asked, looking down at him from the second floor. And hesitating, she added, "If I ask, will you stay?" But she immediately smiled and joked that it was just a humorous attempt. The hero once again thanked her for the gifts and set off on his way. She looked over at him as she thought to herself, "It's useless. He wouldn't believe it even if I told him." The little boy was already walking between the huge trees, lost in his thoughts. A bag of food given the day before hung on a stick behind his back. Before his eyes stood images of people with whom he sought to deal with. He set off to meet the sunset and the incredible adventures that lay ahead. Wild Dogs. Part 1. A group of people was getting out of a boat, standing near the pier. Among them was the main character, Kang Ryong. He was greeted by an incredibly beautiful landscape, mountains over which a flock of birds flew. The day quickly ended, giving way to dark night. He sat down under one of the rocks to get a little warm. Hanging his head, Kang Ryong instantly fell asleep. On the second day, a man carrying hay on a bull brought him up the road. However, the path suddenly diverged in two directions. The main character had to get off the wagon with hay. He chose the right path and confidently moved on. The rain left behind wet leaves, from which drops dripped onto the ground. Standing on the mountainside, he took a look at this place from a height. The hero followed the map, holding it in his hands and constantly checking the direction. He looked around every now and then to make sure he was where he needed to be. Finally reaching a welcoming place, he sat down to deal with the problem. A pair of shoes were torn. I had to get a spare. He woke so much that even his shoes could not hold. Suddenly there was a dull sound of a fist hitting the board. A crowd gathered around, and in the center stood a man who was trying to break a board with his hand. This man offered volunteers to break the board, promising 10 coins to whoever could do it. Those present have already lost all faith, claiming that this is impossible. Seeing that there were no takers, the man looked disappointed. Then he turned to a little girl named Sul who was standing behind him. This girl was from a ruined village, and when he found her, she was barely standing on her feet from exhaustion. He began promoting his pills, assuring that thanks to them she was able not only to walk, but also to hunt a bear. But these words seemed to people to be pure lies. To prove the truth of his words, he offered the girl to break the board. With one quick stroke, her hand came close to the board. Small splinters exploded and the board split in two. The crowd was shocked. Their chins were literally hanging when they saw this. The man threw away the broken board, but held another one in his hand. The man asked the girl to repeat the trick again, and she began to swing. This time, the board was slightly thicker than the previous one. Her hand approached the board again, and everyone froze in anticipation. And so, the board again broke into two pieces. The crowd couldn't believe their eyes this time either. Their expressions were the same: shock and surprise. The man took out another, the last board, and suggested that she try again. These events attracted the attention of the main character, who watched everything from the side. Suddenly, the man began to shake, and Sul did not understand what was happening to him, but the situation quickly normalized. People watching the action began to disperse. One of the young men approached the man to buy some pills. At this time, the main character was sitting and carefully studying his map. A quarrel suddenly arose between the buyer and the seller. Something went wrong. Sul was indignant at the words of the boy who expressed his opinion and decided to throw a few stones at him. In the end, they left, deciding that there was nothing for them to catch here. And at that moment, a man approached the main character. He brought things that the main character ordered, for which he paid him. After leaving this place, he went on a journey. And again, he had to go up and then down the mountain paths. At one point, a man appeared on his path and begged him not to beat him. 20 meters in front of him stood a group of people. What were they doing? It was the same pill dealer, and Sul was sitting next to him, guarded by armed men. They were ready to take everything from him, even the last coin. But even for the fact that they just let him go, the man was already thanking him as much as he could. These people only laughed at him, mocking his impotence. Suddenly, the merchant's face changed and he became serious. This happened due to the fact that he saw anger in the eyes of one of the fighters, who began to swing his sword. The merchant covered the girl with his body, preparing for possible death. But death did not come to him at all. When he opened his eyes, at first he couldn't tell if it was heaven or if he was still on earth. He looked around and saw his abuser dead. But who was it? And 3 more people stood in confusion, not understanding what happened, because everything happened so quickly. And behind all this was the main character. They started calling him a bastard, telling them who he really contacted. But they didn't even have time to blink an eye when they all ended up on the ground. The main character decided to go further, but he was stopped by one of the men. He had just saved their lives, and now he wanted to say thank you, if only somehow. Therefore, he decided to at least feed the hero. But the main character explained that he needs to go further because there are important things to do. But it's a pity you're leaving in such a shock, not yet recovered from these events, the young man asked. I'm going to a place called Nesohyun. I've never been there, and it's very difficult to navigate on the map, answered the hero. Then the young man, without letting go of his hands, continued. The protagonist looked down to see that his hands suddenly began to shake violently. It was fantastic. The merchant's house was right on the road leading to Nesohyun. In addition, this man knew the place very well and could personally guide the hero there. And because he was grateful for the saved life, he was ready to do anything to help. After some time, they almost reached his house. When they arrived, they were warmly greeted by other children who started hugging and playing with them. In this house, there was an incredible coziness, although there was no luxury here. But the food cooked in the cauldron was incredibly tasty. After they had eaten their fill, everyone just collapsed, scattered around the house, and fell asleep. And not so long ago, these children were vagrants. The man began to take the children to their rooms, and the main character helped him. After a while, they put all the children to sleep, covering them with warm blankets. This man was incredibly worried about raising children. The main character thanked for the delicious food. In return, the man had nothing to offer except a modest overnight stay as thanks. He said, "This is a wine that is called Kutil Murak. It is not a wine that changes its bouquet 7 times from the moment it touches the lips to the first sip." He poured this drink and offered it to the main character, and they began to taste it together, getting to know each other. The main character gave his name as Kong Ryong. The man repeated the name once more and pondered its meaning. All in all, he was grateful to the heavens that their paths had crossed. And for that, it was worth drinking to the bottom. They both went out for this drink, tipping their glasses so that not a drop was lost. The man spoke about the fact that these children are not his relatives. He picked them up here and there during his travels. He found one as a baby who, from birth, struggled for survival, wandering from one village to another, not even knowing his age and name. He found the second as a baby, when he was sucking the breast of a dead mother who had died of the plague in one of the villages, and he took the third, after her parents sold her to wandering acrobats to pay off debts. He paid for her, and took her home. At this moment, the protagonist smiled. It so happened that in his native village there were people like this man, and he remembered both them and these children. He considered this way of life commendable, because he recognized that he himself would not have been able to live like that. The children were already asleep, seeing pleasant dreams. However, the man himself continued his story, explaining that he did not come to this on his own. He said that his childhood was not much different from theirs, and that is why he cannot pass by those who need help. However, his upbringing was somewhat different. A problem child, no one needed, who lived in constant fear of being killed at any moment, the man began. He had to do everything possible and impossible to survive because he was forced to become stronger. Theft, robbery, kidnapping, assault, even murder, things no human should do, were part of his daily life. Those days, I was more of a wild beast than a man, he added. The boy felt something familiar in his story, like a call from the past. He continued to listen to the crackling of burning wood. The man remembered that if he had not met Biko, he would have continued to live like this. But at this moment he suddenly fell silent, quietly pouring the drink into the glasses. "And who is this Biko?" asked the main character. In response, the man remembered his savior, the one who saved his soul, with deep respect. He said that it was Biko who taught him that even trash like me can change his life. He also mentioned the rumor that someone from his past was heading straight here. Then he asked the guy across from him, "Why are you going to Nisokyan?" The little one answered simply and honestly, "To make sure that the head of this place is exactly the person I'm looking for." An awkward silence fell between them. Each thought about his own. The merchant admitted that he had said too much and asked, "When did you begin to suspect me?" The protagonist began to take his hand out from under his sleeve. "Such a strong man, and you asked some scum to save your life? It would be strange not to suspect anything," he explained, pointing to the marks left on his arm. The merchant just smiled, realizing his mistake. When he heard that the hero was leaving for Nesoyan, he unconsciously clenched his hand tighter. However, the main character did not consider him an incomprehensible person, and did not understand that the merchant aimed at him until he drank the poisoned wine. What the merchant didn't expect was that the little one was training to counter martial arts that use poison, including enhanced countermeasures. But the merchant believed that he had every reason not to allow him to enter Nesoyan. He decided that he should prevent this. But the boy clearly explained that it was not his decision. After a while, they were standing on the street, far from the merchant's house. Faced with each other, the main character thought that it would be better not to fight, but he understood that nothing could be done. Otherwise, there will be no passage on his way. This merchant will not let him through. I had to rush into battle like lightning. And at this moment, the main character Kang felt the power of his opponent. Somewhere far away, cold, silent mountains rise, lost in the eternal fog. The boy is breathing hard, struggling on a steep rock. Every movement is a struggle, and every breath is a fire in the chest. His palms are torn to the point of blood, but he grips the stones even tighter, as if leaning on fate itself. He balances on the edge of his strength, clenching his teeth in pain. Continues to climb up with trembling hands. A spark of determination burns in his eyes. Not a drop of doubt, only a burning goal. A single thought pulsates continuously in my head. 1,000 gold. It was then that he was offered this sum. Gold that ignites both hope and greed. He had no idea that such a valuable person could be found in this abandoned place. The intermediary passed the task, but the customer wanted this person at any price. The young mercenary looks up and accepts the challenge without a moment's hesitation. He agreed to it, but he had no idea what he would have to face. Climbing up, he grabs a fragile stone. The stone crunches and suddenly collapses. The hero understands. If he does not grab at least something, he will fly down. But there is nothing to lean on, and he falls off the cliff. Having flown all this difficult way, he falls to the ground with a thud. His body rolls down the steep slopes. Dust rises into the air as he falls, weakened and shattered. The master feels pain rip through his body. He coughs up blood from the blows he received. His body is completely exhausted and mutilated. At some point he realizes death is very close. But a silhouette appears on the horizon. It seems to him that this is already a hallucination. Death itself has come for him. His pupils open wide, catching the image of a stranger. A figure stands right next to his mutilated body. At this moment, his eyes close. He thinks he is dead, but suddenly he wakes up, bandaged and in bed. Little by little, he comes to his senses, realizing what happened. He wakes up abruptly, not understanding why he's not in bed. Did someone help him and carry him here? He looks around. He sees that it is some kind of house. Old furniture, wooden chairs, everything looks gloomy and outdated. This place seems strange and unfamiliar to him. Pain from sudden movement pierces the body. He looks at himself and sees bruises covering his entire body. The arm is broken, but someone has already put a splint on it. His leg is also in bandages. Boards are attached to it for fixation. The chest is tied with tight bandages. Even the head is twisted. He is completely exhausted and crippled. The door creaks. A mysterious figure enters the room. In her hands, she holds something that looks like clothes. The young mercenary is in shock, not knowing how to react. From under the hood comes a voice. "Finally woke up!" She praises him for his endurance. She asks to put on clean clothes. The old ones had to be torn because of the blood that had dried on the body. The warrior is probably hungry, and she promises to cook him porridge. What kind of inexplicable kindness is this? The question gnaws at him from the inside. Everything around is neatly cleaned. Everything is in its place. He decides to stop the mysterious girl. If she's seen his stuff, she might know his purpose. She calmly replies that she knows everything about his task. Even the smallest creature feels gratitude for salvation. Moreover, a person will never forget it. After these words, she leaves, leaving him alone. The broken face of the young man is full of confusion. However, he understands that it is necessary to act. Someone is digging the ground nearby. Strong hands break the stony soil with a hoof. It's like they're mining building materials. After hard work, they sit down to have a snack, wiping their sweaty faces. A young mercenary leaves the room to see what is going on. With a bandaged head, he watches all this from afar. Wooden beams are stacked on top of each other, forming a frame. The silhouette of the bridge begins to emerge amid the chaos of the work. This bridge is supposed to connect two banks of a raging river. A mysterious figure carefully studies the construction plan. The village was unusual, full of life and secrets. This man helped the sick and the old like a local doctor. She was a real protector for all residents. A young mercenary watches her, trying to understand her motives and logic. After a while, his hand heals and he removes the bandages. He has not yet fully recovered, but he can already walk confidently. There is a hint of determination in his eyes. But when he meets this mysterious figure, he receives a blow. He is again tossed aside like a doll. The power of this man seems incredible. In her mind, she understands that the boy she saved is a scoundrel. She walks over and looks him up and down, full of contempt. She is disappointed that this worthless animal chose the path of a bastard. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, the boy does not understand her words. He decides that it is better to die than to suffer humiliation. He does not need help and pity. He asks her to finish him off. The mysterious figure looks at him for a long time, maintaining intrigue. Steaming out of her mouth, she says, "Is life a small thing to be taken away? Everyone makes mistakes and does it wrong." She doesn't know what this guy's life was like before. But the main thing is not what was, but what will be. If he has nothing to lose, it is better to try to live than to die a failure. To realize the meaning of these words, he must survive even longer. But the master decided to destroy this bastard. His powerful blow tears through air and rocks. This cannot be allowed. It's not time for the end yet, but he still did not fully understand the meaning of this moment. The ground beneath his feet cracks and splits with the master's impact. Explosive chaos erupts from underfoot, throwing up rocks and dust. If the master wants to punish him for his past sins, then he needs to make even more efforts. The moment when he fought back from devastating blows comes to mind. He continued to fight despite neither pain nor fear. And when he met this bastard again, his eyes burned like those of a cornered beast. The boy flies away from a powerful blow. In the air, he makes a sharp maneuver, trying to land on his feet. Using his technique, he stops without crashing into the rock. But when he loses his vigilance, an opponent's fist whizzes past his head. He skillfully dodges, forcing his opponent to leave a deep dent in the rock. Standing up, the boy looks intently at his target. He is about to deliver the fatal blow. However, the young mercenary is closely monitoring the situation. It hits the rock, leaving 4 deep gashes in it. The boy dodges this blow as well. He rushes to run, trying to break away from the opponent. Gang Ren, seeing the prey, rushes after it, not wanting to let it go. The boy turns around. It seems that Gang Ren's hands are about to tear him to pieces. He catches the blow and directs it in the other direction. He blocks Gang Ren's attack, causing him to go berserk with rage. When Gang Ren's foot misses and hits the tree, it cracks and falls. The boy rushes on, trying to escape from the angry beast. Gang Ren is angry. How long can the prey evade? But the boy firmly sticks to his plan. When another blow flies in his direction, he flicks it away with his hands. He also dodges the next blow, deftly maneuvering in battle. He grabs the opponent by the wrist, throws it over him, and throws it on the ground. Gangren's body crashed into the tree with a thud. The tree cracks and breaks from the impact. A crackle of chaos echoes across the battlefield. But the enemy does not give up. He looks at the boy like a wild animal at its prey. An incredible burst of energy instantly spread around. Everything around froze. Hair stood on end from this force. The energy cut through the trees behind him like a sharp sword. This sight was etched in the boy's memory forever. Standing before him was the young mercenary whose strike had created such devastating chaos. Steam rose from his hands like a powerful aura. The fist-fighting master released his external energy and struck him. Strength is impressive, the boy admitted, but it's not enough to defeat me. The enemy's face is tense. Every muscle is preparing for a new blow. The boy tells him that the head is not at all the person he is looking for. If it's not him, then is he worth protecting? The boy asks. He offers to stop this senseless fight. At this moment, his opponent suddenly smiles. He laughs as if something amused him. On what basis did you decide that you were worth protecting or not? Gangren doesn't know his past, but he knows his present. The person he protects may have been terrible and committed many sins. But now he is surrounded by those whom he gave hope and protected from a cruel world. Why then should his past matter? After hearing these words, the boy thinks. If they cannot come to an agreement, a fight is inevitable. But before that, he asks to think about the children. What will happen to them if he dies? Gangren laughs after hearing this. It's no use worrying about them. If I hadn't sheltered them, they would have been dead a long time ago. The guy doesn't understand what he means. The warrior explains, I'm glad that they lived at least a little thanks to me. But even if they die soon, I will not regret it. These words angered the boy. These were difficult words. Does he really think so? Gangren rushes into battle, shouting, Forget them! Better think about yourself! A powerful blow flies straight into him. But for the master, this blow is nothing. He delivers a devastating punch in return. Grabbing the opponent by the neck, he hits him with all his might. Despite the pain, he punches him in the stomach. The opponent's body bites into the ground, breaking trees. The boy's silhouette can be seen amid the chaos and dust. If this bastard really thinks so. If everyone is doomed without him, then he will not regret his death. Lying on the ground, Gangren muttered through his teeth, Shut up! But his emotions burst out. Why did he choose those children at all? For him, their lives were just a way to atone for phantom sins. The boy tries to get up, but pain pierces every muscle. Our hero looks at him with contempt. Looking around, he sees something engulfed in fire smoking in the distance. It is their houses that are burning. He is distracted only for a moment. At this moment, the opponent is preparing to strike a new blow. But the boy gathers all his energy and blocks his attack. The force of the blow is so great that the boy is forced to jump to the side. He flies away, leaving a deep footprint on the ground. His opponent turned out to be surprisingly strong. A young mercenary wants to stop him. Something catches his eye. This is definitely not the time for a battle. His house is on fire, and his children are in danger. But this bastard doesn't stop. He delivers blow after blow, not allowing to rest. Forget about them! These are not your children! He shouts. How can he ignore it? The guy doesn't understand. After receiving a devastating blow, he crashes into a stone. He feels cornered. A lightning strike hits the opponent directly in the stomach. His body pierces the rock, leaving a deep dent in it. The boy feels that this blow almost took his life. But the adversary, without a shadow of a doubt, is preparing to strike the final blow to kill his savior. A powerful blow almost changed the course of the entire fight. The young mercenary spits out blood, breathing heavily. But the enemy quickly launches a new attack! To finish off the boy, Gangren puts all his strength into it. With its energy, it cuts the rock into small fragments. Debris falls down in an instant, bearing down on the boy who is under their weight. Gangren looks at what happened. He believes that he has finally achieved his goal. Chaos and falling pieces of rock completely covered the boy. Gangren rejoices, convinced of his victory. But after a while, he hears a sound. Someone breaking through the stones. Crackling and the movement of stones are heard from under the rubble. The guy survived, gets out from under the debris, and throws them aside. Gangren can't understand how this slut is still alive. The boy coughs from the dust that has filled everything around him. Wiping the blood from his lips, he calmly inhales the air, filling it with energy. He turns to Gangren. If you want to battle, then go ahead, but I'll give you the heat. Gangren had been waiting for this moment for a long time, but the boy's words seemed to have become incomprehensible to him. I can't be defeated by your art, the boy confidently adds. His power is activated. Small stones begin to rise into the air. Gangren watches this scene in disbelief. When he looked at the boy, he was already surrounded by a swirl of stones, swirling like a hurricane. This power confused him. He understands that it is not simple. A huge stream of stones rushes in his direction. Stones surround him on all sides, forming a stone trap around him, like a grave. With the power of his energy, Gangren breaks the stone trap. But a hurricane of stones flies at him like a devastating tornado. The boy grabs Gangren's chest and puts all his strength into the punch. Gangren begins to choke on blood. He feels how a destructive force that destroys space passed through him. Everything around turns into uncontrolled chaos. A huge explosion destroys everything in the impact radius. Trees are blown to pieces, scattered throughout the forest. The impact causes incredible large-scale destruction. Everything is colored in the traces of chaos, which left no chance for salvation. In the middle of a huge funnel lies a lifeless opponent. Gangren is choking on blood from his fatal wounds. Looking at the moon, he realizes that this is his last breath. The boy approaches him, looking at this bastard with the realization that the line has already been crossed. He knows that the opponent will be paralyzed, but the internal damage is not fatal. If you get in my way again, I won't spare you, he warns coldly. He is sorry that children trust such a vile creature, but it is no longer his business. Let him remember this warning forever. Gangren lies on the ground, trembling and exhausted. He tries to say something, but his blood-stained lips do not obey. He can't move. His eyes stare at the sky. He smells smoke. Something is burning somewhere nearby. The robbers burned his house to force him to appear. Gangren lies motionless, powerlessness binding him. His eyes roll. He plunges into darkness. After some time, he regains consciousness and crawls to his house. He coughs up clots of blood that burst from his chest. His body is exhausted and almost disobeys. He does not understand how much time has passed, where he is, and how long he has been unconscious. In a direct confrontation, he had no chance against a master of this level. An ambush when the enemy is off guard is the best he could do. Probably, the boy has already gone there. If Gangren hurries up, he can cut a path and get there before him. But the crackle of fire makes him stop and turn around. He feels that this sound portends trouble. Only charred logs and smoldering embers remained on the site of his house. He couldn't believe it, but that was his reality. The shock pinned him to the spot, forcing him to go to the ruins. He sees that the house cannot be restored. All that remained of him was a pile of coal and ashes. He falls to his knees, realizing all the horror and hopelessness of the situation. Everything that was most valuable to him was in this house. He notices a flag nearby. Looking carefully at him, he understands who did it. It was a message. If he wants to save the children, let him go to the bandit fortress on Mount Gimu. They will kill every child once every 2 hours. This information shocked him. Fear grips his soul as he reads this. Memories of children flashed through my head. His hands were shaking, but he only whispered, "Well, that's great." In imagination, the children look at him in disbelief, not believing his words. But Gangren thinks it's even better. If they kill him, they'll have to go back to the life he hated. He contemptuously calls the children spinagrites, tears up the message angrily, and shouts that these children are happier than he was. An incredible cold envelops the air. His energy sharpens to the limit. If he manages to kill whoever is behind this and survive, he will find children who have had it worse than him and take care of them to atone for his sins.
Get these scumbags out of my life!
The last cry breaks out. Our hero slowly walks through the forest, overcoming fatigue step by step. Everything necessary for the trip hangs on the travel stick. After fighting that bastard, he feels that he has crossed all limits and is deeply impressed. While driving, he decides to look around. Is there anyone following? The boy concentrates his gaze into the distance. He hears a faint rustling in the trees. Some traces are visible on strange branches. An icy wind blows past him. He becomes creepy and cold. He feels that everything around him is out of place. The feeling that someone is watching him does not leave him. Something terrible is happening in these mountains of the Murim world. In one of the villages, all the inhabitants were destroyed. It was as if a monster came and wiped everyone off the face of the earth. The fire burns out against the background of dead bodies. Everything is destroyed. People are lying everywhere like dolls. The number of victims is staggering. Against this terrible background, someone is crouching next to a sword. This bandit got to the leader. Gangren came here to save his children. The leader lies with a severe wound, clenching his teeth in pain. He says through his teeth that he does not need children and orders them to be killed and everything burned. He advises the bandit to dig in the ashes. Perhaps he will find something valuable. Gangren couldn't stand it, his jaws clenched in fury. He destroys this bastard without any pity, leaving the main building. He feels how hard his soul is. Pain from the realization of what happened pierces through him. But he does not regret anything, even if he had to go through hell. He returns to where his home once stood. He begins to rake the charred beams. In front of him is a real fire, and he digs in the ashes with his hands. He scratches the ground as if with claws, looking for something important. And now, when he sees it, he understands. He found what he was looking for. The cold penetrates his soul, and ants run over his body. He remembers the man's words that his reflection is the same as his own. Go to the outside world where there are many like you, people who need his help. He must support them and gather them around him. Together with them, he will feel the true spirit and rise to new heights. Gang Ren lifts the huge block, realizing that it is a lie. He scolds her, realizing the absurdity of this idea. The people who supposedly needed it only brought headaches. How could they help him up? As if his life could erase all the sins he had committed. It's just a redemption game. But everything that happens is a real curse. Wretched creatures who couldn't even stand up for themselves when they were thrown out into the street. If he hadn't picked them up, things could have been different. Realizing this, he looks up at the moon. He promises himself that he will never do that again. A tear appears on the warrior's face. He will deal with everyone. He will be killed anyway, or he will die as a robber. Trying to get up, he gathers all his strength. It's time to act. He is ready to spend everything to intercept the enemy. The next morning, as the sun rises above the horizon, a Joshi fell asleep in the burning of his house. The children were freezing all night in the cold cave. But this boy slept in the warmth. They wanted to find something that survived, because their uncle likes to sleep. A Joshi opens his eyes and cannot believe what he sees. In front of him are children whom he thought were lost forever. He addresses them, and the children notice that he is woken up. He gestures for them to come to him. They gather around him, and he asks the most ridiculous question. Are you alive or what? He still can't believe his eyes. The children were whole and unharmed. He wiped away his tears and blew his nose after a long night of sobbing, checked that none of them were burned or injured. Everything was fine. Some thought it was over when the thugs came, but then a boy named Hyun appeared. He saved them. Hyun was incredibly strong, probably even stronger than their father. He also gave the children some silver and looked wealthy and confident. A Joshi finally realized what had happened. Then one little girl hesitantly asked her so-called father, how soon is he going to leave? A Joshi didn't understand why she was asking this, but the girl knew that he, as usual, would have to go. He looked into her eyes, full of pain. She declared that they would not disappear without him. Go and don't worry about us, everything will be fine, she said. A Joshi exhaled heavy air from his lungs. But where should he go if their house is now in ruins? He turned to the children and said that this time he would not go anywhere. He offered everyone a hug. The children noticed how he grunted and didn't even wipe his snot. Information spread somewhere in the mountains.
It was said that that person was defeated.
Moreover, one of the members of the group claimed that the boy washes his hands, cutting off all ties with them. He was only a tool that gave them time, and now he is no longer needed. But what exactly their leader meant, no one understood. The leader, with a scar on his face, assured that the boy would deal with everything. He did not explain his plans to the people. It is still unknown if this boy was really a disciple of the Supreme Crusher and why they are looking for their lord. Once so, the demon decided to take everything under his control. This boy will die without a chance as soon as he sets foot on Nensohini territory. Our hero walked along a narrow path, but suddenly he was distracted by a shout. Hey, fat man, wait! Nearby was a carriage with a donkey, and behind it was a wagon with a cage. A man was sitting inside the cage. His face was hidden in the shadows, but he begged to come closer. The young mercenary approached with suspicion, carefully looking at the silhouette. The prisoner noticed that the boy had a special gait, characteristic of those who are familiar with martial arts. He asked to share a drop of Qing's inner energy, promising that after his release, he would lay the whole world at the feet of his savior. The man begged to break the cage as soon as possible because time was running out. The guy thought, but in the end he decided to go further. The prisoner realized with horror that his last hope had just disappeared. Soon the guards came, and the boy did not even react to their words. The guards wondered where the old man who was supposed to guard the prisoner had disappeared to. Some of the warriors were worried, but the old man caught on, and he ran into the bushes as needed. Our hero went on without stopping. The wagon followed, going around him. As they passed, the soldiers talked about the fact that the prisoner should be watched closely and not take a single step away. But they were supposed to meet someone important. They mentioned that another would be joining them soon. The wagon stopped, unable to pass on the bad road. Our hero followed and heard their conversations, watching them try to push the carriage, because the donkey refused to pull. In the end, it came to the point that they tried to pull the donkey up. The donkey resisted and did not want to strain at all. Unexpectedly, everything worked out, and some soldiers even fell from overexertion. The boy helped them lift the cart to the top. The people thanked him and offered to give him a ride if he wanted. They did not know where he was going, but they were happy to give him a ride by any road that suited them. They assured him not to hesitate and get into the wagon. The young mercenary was happy, but the donkey did not seem to share his enthusiasm at all. Soon they reached a picturesque lake. An old creaking boat was already sailing towards them. After some time, the fisherman moored to the shore. He took the wagon with the passengers. Everyone gathered in place, checking readiness for any situations. The prisoner looked intently at the one who refused to save him. He turned to the boy. Our hero looked away, but the prisoner remembered his face forever. He swore that when he was free, he would turn the world upside down and find him. He threatened that he would give his skull to the dogs and feed his entrails. At this moment, the boy turns to the old man. He reports that the prisoner is trying to persuade him to release him. The elders were immediately alert. The voice of this scoundrel was a real danger. It is absolutely impossible to release him. "This scum won't change. It needs an eye and an eye," said one of the old men. "If we could, we would have finished with him here, but he must be delivered alive. It would be nice to just dump him in the water and be done with this lunatic," added another. Soon they arrived on the other side and lowered the wagon. People offered the hero to have dinner with them. They joked that young guys need a beastly appetite, and it's better to stay hydrated before the road. Once again, thanking him for his help, they invited him to the table. Meanwhile, a wagon with the prisoner appeared near the dilapidated house. He was waited for a long time and welcomed with joy. They wanted the boy to come to them as a new friend and eat together. At that moment, the murderer was lying, chained in the wagon. He was well taught, but our hero did not even look in his direction. However, this scoundrel was up to something. When the door of the house closed, he was left outside. The soldiers went to dinner, gathered in the very center of the hall. There were many old people sitting there, talking and eating animatedly. They could finally rest after their tiring days. The first thing the old men did was ask if there was any food left. "And who is this guy you brought with you?" The old men replied that he was their guest and invited him to sit at the table. Everyone was exhausted from the road and literally dying of hunger. The young hero sat down and silently listened to local conversations. Someone's silhouette appears on the horizon. The figure approaches the wagon and looks at it carefully. He notices a soulmouth chained inside a cage. The legendary old man assesses him with a cold look. After a look, he ignores it. The soldiers greet the old man with respect. He also came here to eat. Our hero ate while listening to their chatter. Old people talked about everything in the world, discussing why they were forced to accompany the soulmouth and who gave the order. The young hero had finally had his fill, but he had to go. In a hurry, he refused the supplement. The old men did not stop him. "Let him go, he is in a hurry." One of them even wanted to see him. But suddenly an alarming creak was heard from the yard. Everyone turned their eyes to the person who had come inside. The watchful eyes of the old men looked at the stranger. An incredible aura emanated from him. His red eyes and gray hair radiated menace. Before the boy noticed him, the stranger had already managed to assess the situation. The old man looked at him with a mysterious smile. His eyes lit up with excitement. This was the very goal he was looking for. The hero understands that things have reached a dead end. At this point, the old man orders everyone to get up and kill the boy. He didn't have time to realize what was happening. Everything seemed out of bounds of reality. In a moment, the old men drew their swords and charged at him. And in one moment, a calm, quiet place exploded with an incredible aura that swirled around like a tornado. The entire area was filled with chaos from the power that escaped from our hero. In a second, everything around turned to ashes. An incredible wind blew through the forest. Our hero raced at breakneck speed, trying to escape. He realized how hopeless this situation was. Not even suspecting that he could find himself in such a position, he ran away. He needed to run as fast as he could. After all, the demon could overtake him at any moment. But as he ran forward, a new threat appeared before him. A gang of thugs blocked the way. He decided to take a fighting stance. Suddenly, a blow falls on him. From all sides, the bastards hit his acupuncture points. He counterattacks, knocking out the thugs and old men who surrounded him. Their worthless bodies fly in different directions. They fall, lifting their legs up. The young mercenary holds his sword at the ready. But there were too many old attackers. The cold-blooded look of the hero shows that the situation is critical. They climb from all bushes, trees, and from all sides. Just a moment ago, these old men were smiling and treating him. Now they attack him because of some bastard. Their chains fly around the entire perimeter. The attacks are getting stronger and more brutal. A blow to the knee of one of the old men takes him out of the fight. The sticks of these attackers now act differently, mercilessly and precisely. One of them tries to strangle the boy with chains tied to a stick. He knocks enemies down one by one, striking their bones. Chaos unfolds on the battlefield, never abating for a moment. The attackers fly away in different corners, falling from the blows. And the same old demon is approaching from afar. The old man watched what was happening with a cold spark in his eyes. His face reflected only indifference and cruelty. He assessed the strength of his opponent from afar. Meanwhile, the young mercenary methodically destroyed the old warriors on his way. The old man looked with reluctant recognition at the talent of the boy, whom he could not help but respect. The boy looked around, assessing the crowd of attackers that were thrusting at him. The old man realized that his enemy is unstoppable and intends to kill everyone to the last. It was unbelievable that this guy could be the Supreme Crusher, but it was a fact. There was no choice. He decided to come up with another plan and asked his subordinates what they thought. After all, their last hope was the imprisoned murderer who was kept in chains. Dushigub was looking at the ground and breathing heavily. The old man promised him freedom if he caught the boy. Dushalub was silent, dripping with sweat. He was waiting for the decision of the old man, who was carefully analyzing him. The old man rejected this idea. Releasing the viper meant catching rats, too. They still bite, he smiled. Soulmouth looked at him with a hint of hatred. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the young mercenary fended off the endless attacks of the old men. He could not escape from this circle. Blows poured in from all sides. Bloodstains soon appeared on the sand. This trail of blood caught the boy's attention. He sensed a threatening force ahead. Looking around, he realized that someone could attack at any moment. A predatory gaze followed him from the bushes. The wind blew sharply through the forest, as if warning of danger. The young mercenary felt the presence of incredible power. A group of old warriors surrounded him without asking any questions. All he had to do was run, but at this pace it was impossible. Some of the scouts in the trees did not understand his words, but they sensed a threat. The warriors began to ask each other whether they had heard. The old men behind confirmed. Yes, he is pathetic. They joked that they were stronger when they were young, but if the boy fought them seriously, they wouldn't be able to pick bones. One of the old men decided to make direct contact with the boy. He appeared on the horizon, sneaking up from behind. It was the same old man who had once invited him to eat by the wagon. But now the young mercenary did not believe him. The old man explained that he did not want to fight, but it was not his choice. These words made the boy think. The young mercenary said he didn't want to battle either. But even if the old man lets him go, their leader will still find him. The old man offered to surrender. Perhaps then he would be left alive. When they see that he is not capable of resisting an entire army, the boy refused. He has important things to do. These words angered the old man. The guy calmly explained that he had a lot to do and didn't have time to be a prisoner. The old man realized that there were no other options. He wanted to suggest a shortcut around their boss. But suddenly there was a sharp whistle. A strong blow knocked the old man off his feet. A cry rang out throughout the forest. "What are you doing, you bastards? These are not children!" Their betrayal cost the traitor his life. Their tactics were primitive. Continuous attacks to wear down the enemy. Hearing this, the boy tensed up a lot. Some incredible force was approaching him, which could be felt from afar. She charged through the forest, forcing him to dodge to the side. The young mercenary jumped forward, trying to escape from the endless crowd of old warriors. They, holding their sticks, rushed after him as if obsessed. He came down from a high mountain, but saw a great number of old men jump after him, even into the abyss. At that moment, he understood. He would have to accept this battle no matter how bloody it was. The old men rushed at him like wild beasts, their eyes blazing with unbridled fury. It seemed that he was already used to such a schedule. What else can be said? Every day he had to dodge such dangers. He survived incredible situations time after time. When he found himself in a spacious field, he was surrounded by a crowd of old men. They suddenly tried to lock him in a ring, like grains, scattered in different directions to attack from all directions. The young mercenary stood knee-deep in the swamp. He felt enemies approaching from all sides. When the old men decided to chain him, it was no longer a joke. They were located all over the field. The chains flew from one side to the other, trying to bind our hero. He seemed trapped. The commander of the old men gave the order to attack. The chains tightened on the young mercenary, and they thought that victory was near. But the old man felt a sudden resistance. In a second, the voltage reached the limit. The boy's blow scattered the old men in all directions. Their ploy failed, forcing all attackers to retreat. This was watched by their leader, a monster with eyes full of hatred. He watched as his army charged at this boy. But after a moment of waiting, there was an incredible energy explosion. A wave of power caused his army to scatter in panic. They literally burned on the spot from this energy. A powerful wave made even the ground tremble. The chains broke like threads under the pressure of this force. The souls of the old men flew in all directions, as if they had been swept away by the wind. Chaos spread in waves across the battlefield. Wide groves were destroyed and covered in blood from the power of our hero. Unbelievable chaos prevailed, as if the elements had flooded the place. A chasm opened up beneath the boy's feet as he used his destructive technique, cracking the ground. Together with the displaced banks, he rejected all his opponents. They lay breathless, scattered in different directions. In the center of the chaos, a single piece of land remained where the hero stood. His chains burned, filled with his incredible power. The leader of the old men watched and felt this was exactly what he was looking for. It was the sight he so longed for. But looking at the boy, he could not understand one thing. Why doesn't he continue the attack that drove him crazy? The young mercenary stood motionless, not finishing off the old men. The leader of the old men knew that he had the right to end the battle in any way he wanted, but the boy only watched the old men crawl, coughing and staggering. They rose to their feet, and the boy did nothing. The old men wiped the blood from their lips, trembling with weakness. They understood. Even if they trained for another 10 years, there was no chance of winning. Now they couldn't even get close to him. Their capabilities were pitiful compared to his power. At this level, he could even step on the shadow of their head. The young mercenary offered, "Perhaps we will end there?" He warned that if they attacked again, they would suffer the same fate. But the old man had his own convictions. It is better to die at the hands of a boy than to become the toy of the demon that controls them. There was no point in waiting for mercy here. Pointing his hand forward, the old man began to do something. The chains entangling the battlefield began to drain the hero's strength. The old men rose as if from the ashes and entangled him with chains. They picked him up and threw him into the water, trying to drown him. He dives deep into the water, not understanding what is happening. At this moment, a crowd of old men dives after him. They grab him with their hands and feet, trying to hold him from all sides. A whole army of old men dives behind them to finally immobilize him. Demon, their leader, watches all this with cold satisfaction. He is convinced that this time they will definitely catch him. In his opinion, the boy showed himself to be a hopeless idiot. In a real battle where anything could happen, he let his guard down before the hardened veterans. And for that, he will die now because of his stupid sympathy and naivety. The demon perceived him as a threat in vain after hearing the name of the great crusher. Looking at the imprisoned murderer, he orders to turn back. Somewhere deep under the water, life is decided. An army of old men risk everything to destroy this bastard. They deprive him of air, and the light gradually fades in his eyes. The last spark of life fades, his eyes close. Suddenly, an incredible whirlpool begins in the water. It was as if the elements themselves rebelled and the water swirled in a vortex. The demon notices this and is alarmed. This underwater earthquake cannot be ignored. Even the Slayer felt a power he had never known before. All the old men standing on land held their breath. When the demon looked around, he saw an incredible explosion on the water, exactly where the young master's body had sunk. It was hard to comprehend. A huge ball of explosion rose high into the sky. They have not seen such power for a long time. Even the experienced old warrior was amazed by this sight. A huge sphere of water rose up, resembling a nuclear explosion. The explosion blew everything around, plunging the world into chaos and destruction. An explosion of water burst out. The stream covered everything around. As if an angry sea left the shores, the destructive waves spread in all directions, causing the demonic bastard to watch the boy's power in horror. With a wave of his hand, he used his energy to protect yourself and your wards from the impact of the wave. But the flow of water was so powerful that it washed them off the surface. Even forests and fields were underwater. Trees were uprooted, and the bodies of old men lay among the debris. The wave rolled up to the edge of the mountains. Where the young master stood, a huge funnel remained. Water flowed down from the mountains, flooding mountain paths and gorges. A demonic bastard stood on the slope looking around. The impact swept away everything in its path. Somewhere in the distance, the silhouettes of people froze, who watched his actions and the boy's actions with fear. They could not believe their eyes. The boy's strength was incredible. They doubted the old men, but they definitely did not expect this. But it was something incredible even for experienced elders. Each of them once commanded a unit of his own army. Their joint attack, carried out by the highest-level masters, proved ineffective. This only emphasized the boy's incredible strength. Perhaps the rumors about him being a disciple of the Heavenly Destroyer were true. This thought struck fear into people's hearts. The demonic old man carefully watched everything that happened on the battlefield. An incredibly strong aura and invisible connection was felt between them. The counselors glanced furtively at the old man. Even if it was the Sky Destroyer himself, the old man would not let him leave here alive. He was looking at the huge chasm created by the boy's punch. Before him lay his army, soldiers who had given their lives. Their bodies were strewn around, struck by a terrible force. The strength that came from one young fighter. Hyolbi pondered how to react to this. He understood that he would have to personally intervene in the battle. The boy's silhouette was not visible for a long time, but suddenly he appeared like a phoenix reborn from the flames. Hyolbi watched him in all his majesty. Not only did the guy do incredible damage, but he also saved some of his men by pulling them out of the water. That is, he spared even those who wanted to kill him. Hyolbi smiled, and that smile was full of sinister pleasure. He could see that the boy's martial arts were superior to anything that had ever existed. But the young man calmly walked straight to him. He was walking through the chaos he had created. Approaching, the boy raised his stick. He was already tired of these protracted battles. Looking around, he heard a cough. One of the elders begged him to stop, asked not to go there but to run away as soon as possible. The young master waved his stick, asking if the old man wanted to continue. But he saw that he had received internal injuries and could barely stand on his feet. The old man waved his hand, making it clear that the battle was over for him. He praised his skills, noting that hardly anyone in Murima could match him. The boy was even a little embarrassed by these words. However, the old man continued to insist, "Run away as soon as possible." But the hero did not understand why he had to run. The old man explained, "Once upon a time, there was a man who inspired hope. If the guy gains experience, maybe he will become that person. But now there is no time. You need to run away from the demon." The old man begged him to hurry and run with all his might. Because if this young man becomes the supreme ruler of the Sky Destroyers, he is destined to change everything. If they came after their lord, no one doubted that there would be no power in the lower levels to stop him. The warriors were sure of it without any doubt. They remembered the glory days of the old Roman alliance. They realized how terrible their power was then. Legendary masters lived in those days, whose power equaled that of the heavenly destroyer himself. But now the situation on the battlefield was completely different. Their boss hinted that one of the 12 grandmasters who survived the fall of the alliance could lose to this young guy. The thought was devastating and overwhelming. Suddenly, next to our hero, the old man felt a sharp pain. The boy did not understand where this energy was coming from. But looking back, he felt real fear. His gaze met the eyes of the one who had been watching him all this time. It was a legendary demonic old man. At this moment, fear flashed in the hero's eyes for the first time. The old man who advised to flee understands that it is useless now. The demonic bastard that appeared on the battlefield was enjoying the situation. This demonic bastard was the head of the House of Polam, a secret organization shrouded in mystery and fear. He was one of the 3 cardinals who divided Murim among themselves. The main villain who started games in the world of martial arts, changing the fates of other cardinals. Sapai Cheong was known as the Phantom Cardinal and the Devil with Poisonous Hands. With excitement, he looked at his new goal. Impressed, analyzing the boy's strength and fighting prowess. With a wave of his hand, he directed an incredible stream of energy at him. The guy barely managed to block her. Looking back, he realized the magnitude of the force bearing down on him, but he defended himself. However, the old man who survived could not stand it and died from numerous wounds. He leaned back in a moment, not realizing what had happened. The young master understood how great this threat was, but the moment he lost his vigilance, the demonic bastard approached him. Sapai Cheon mockingly asked where he was looking, because the enemy was in front of him. The guy suddenly blocks the shot. However, his staff cracks and breaks in half. The situation becomes hopeless. The old man's eyes glow with a terrifying energy. The staff is broken, and Safe Cheon's palm pierces the young master's body. He is seized by an incredible thirst for the old man's power, which leaves no one alive behind. The old man struck an incredible blow. From the force of the blow, the hero choked on the blood that came out of his chest. This was the first power of this level he had to deal with. The boy flew far to the side, hitting the ground and barely breathing. Sabaek Cheong looked at his victim with cold indifference. The warriors who watched the battle and wished the boy dead were amazed by the force of this old man's blow. The Phantom Cardinal was legendary, but how they managed to get him on their side remained a mystery to many. The man with the scar recognized Sabekchon, known as the Devil with the Poison Hands. At the dawn of the Murim Alliance, he was predicted a place in the volunteer detachment, but his true nature has always been questionable. The atrocities he committed in pursuit of power did not correspond to the righteous ideals of the Alliance. The war against the demonic cult gave him the opportunity to release all the anger he had accumulated. At the beginning of the war, he raised the fighting spirit of the Alliance by destroying one of the leaders of the demonic cult. but in the bloody battles that followed, he killed 2 of the 12 grandmasters. This information was terrifying. Everyone perfectly understood the consequences of this act. He drew the wrath of martial arts masters. How that incident ended, no one knows, because after the war, the Phantom Cardinal disappeared. Only occasional rumors from the border regions hinted at where he was and what he was doing. One person constantly piqued his interest. Heavenly Crusher, supreme ruler of martial arts. They spent a lot of time looking for him. But when they found it, it didn't take long to convince him. Sabaekcheong kept his strength for a long time, preparing it for the main purpose, to destroy the Crusher and everything connected with it. Sabaekcheong looked down at his hand after being hit. He realized that his power had been neutralized by the boy's reflective energy. How the boy managed to do this, the old man could not understand. Gangren, flying away from the impact, left behind a funnel in the ground. He could barely stay on his feet, spitting blood and trying not to fall, wiping the blood from my lips. For the first time in his life, Kanran encountered such a powerful force. He looked at his opponent with a hint of fear. Sabaekcheong was smiling as he saw his opponent looking dazed. He turned to the boy. "Attack. I want to assess your skills." Conran stared at the silhouette of this madman, his manner of speaking and chi energy that radiated around him. He saw something mad and dark in him. This master's level surpassed even his own. The old man's fighting aura was so eerie that chills ran through his skin. What does he want from him? The guy didn't understand. The old man could not understand why his opponent hesitated. Enraged, he decided that the boy probably wanted him to attack first. Waving his poisonous hand, he released a wave of chi energy. The flow surrounded the hero from all sides. A bright flash from the explosion of energy pierced everything around. The young hero could barely hold on, but it was incredibly difficult for him. It was the first time such a force had stood in his way. Tremblingly, he tried to cope with her. He didn't even blink an eye, as Sabaekcheong was already behind and preparing for a sidekick. The old man had one goal: destroy Kanran at all costs. But the boy caught his hand in time, and threw the old man aside with a counterattack. For a moment he thought about how to proceed. The enemy's movements were incredibly skillful. Sabaekcheong was already above him, preparing for the next strike. Suddenly, the hero blocked his attack, their palms clashing with force. The crunch of broken bones echoed throughout the boy's arm. But the old man continued to attack without stopping. A little more, and life will slip out of his body. But the boy tried with all his might to block the blows. The old man's next crushing blow sent him flying to the side. It was brutal and incredibly painful. The boy, tired to the limit, released the energy of the Crusher. This alarmed the old man, who was closely watching him. The boy's silhouette began to radiate immense power. His aura was felt even by this cruel old man. Our hero met the gaze of his opponent. The old man was also looking at him, trying to read his intentions. In a moment he realized that something had not gone according to his plan. Sabaekcheong saw that the boy was holding back his strength to let the unconscious people escape. The young master was aware that his actions were being carefully analyzed. The old men lying nearby began to rise to their feet. With surprise in their eyes, they did not know how to proceed. But the demon understood. He was underestimated if he behaved so confidently. Sabaekcheong personally decided to put an end to this self-confidence. He took it upon himself to destroy the boy once and for all. Suddenly, an incredible burst of energy explodes between them. He flies not only in the direction of our hero, but also at his people. Unprepared bodies, touching this energy, instantly burn to ashes. The old man's own warriors look on in horror. They see how their master created a wall of fire. It meant that he was going to destroy everyone around him, including his own people. The wall was massive in scale, with incredible power that incinerated everything in its range. After thinking for a while, the hero realizes that he cannot fall into this trap. He looks at it with palpable fear in his eyes. The old man turned into a giant ball of fire. Seeing how he mercilessly destroys even his own soldiers, the boy became angry. It was the last straw for him. It revolves around a wall of fire. Filling his palm with chi energy, he prepares to use a space-slicing technique, ready to face death face to face. After his impact, the huge wall begins to split. The old man in the center sees that his power is met with insurmountable resistance. The guy understands. This person does not deserve to live. This is a real monster that does not spare either its own or others. Suddenly, the space was torn apart. It was as if the spirit had burst out after this blow. Chaos swept across the land, sweeping away everything in its path. The old men closed their eyes from the bright light. Some of them did not believe that the masterstroke had been destroyed. Sabaekcheong stood looking at his opponent in disbelief. No one could believe that they saw their master, Sabaekcheong, in a predicament. A wall of fire of incredible power was destroyed. At this moment, the boy seized the initiative, raising his hand to strike. The demonic old man realized that everything was not as simple as he thought. The next blow was now on the side of our hero. The boy's palm hit the old man's body, causing his bones to crumble. But the old man's counterattack was incredible. A few more seconds and the old man would have cut him to pieces. Just a few seconds, and the young master would have destroyed the old one. An incredible dance of deadly combat began between them. They swirled in the currents of this battle, radiating destructive energy. The old men rushed to their wounded comrades, trying to help, but everything was too complicated. At this moment, as they watched their master's battle, they saw that the fighters were moving in their direction. They had to run as fast as they could to avoid being in the middle of the battle. It didn't matter who couldn't run, the main thing was to save those who still could. An incredible force was moving in their direction. The deadly energy cut bodies to pieces. Powerful chi tore off their clothes and set them on fire right on top of them. Dirt covered their bodies as they stared ahead in horror. A little more, and they would have been torn apart like the ground in front of them. Lying in the mud, they tried to understand what was happening. And suddenly something incredibly powerful exploded next to them. The young hero rushes forward with incredible speed. The old men look at him with the hope that maybe this time their master will die. They watch the battle, trying to analyze every move. Explosions are taking place in various parts of the large field. Huge funnels are formed at the places of explosions. A wave of power comes straight at them. The old people don't know what to do next. They cannot believe their eyes. Before them appeared a person who fights on an equal footing with their master. It was unthinkable. Such people had never existed before. No one had ever been able to stand up to their master with such strength. The boy does not give up and does not retreat before the head. Who is this young man? He doesn't even look 20 years old. A master with poisonous hands prepares a new technique. A 5-fold heavenly blow sweeps towards the hero. The guy is trying to block the attack, keeping the defense with his last strength. He strikes back, slicing through the air with his deadly claws. A sphere of explosive force sweeps through the forest, blinding everyone who witnessed this breakdown. Those who were at the scene of the explosion simply disappear. It's no longer a joke. It's a life and death battle. The Soul Mouth, bound in chains, watches the boy's strength in amazement. Overseers from the Murim Alliance understand the scale of what they saw. It's incredible. The old men open their mouths in shock when they see this blow. It was clear. After this fight, only one would remain. The old man slowly regains consciousness, feeling that he has survived. But when he looks down at his feet, he sees that the incredible power miraculously did not harm him. He looks at the hero and asks only one thing. Why? The boy holds his head, gasping for breath and coughing up blood. Kanran asked the old poisoner not to go that far, but he had already sacrificed his comrades and used a deadly technique not only against the enemy, but against them as well. Hearing these words, the old man laughed. You call them comrades? Will a tiger consider dogs his companions just because they run after him? Our hero saw in this bastard only a high-minded scoundrel. The old men who had just been insulted silently accepted the insult. Kanran looked at him like he was trash that didn't deserve respect. Sabaekchung did not understand why the boy was attacking him so fiercely. Perhaps you are facing your master's mortal enemy, the old man said ominously. Kanran didn't understand what his master's mortal enemy meant. The old man decided to explain. If your master was the Sky Crusher, then you know that he couldn't use his legs. Who do you think did it? Smiling, he shouted, It was I who inflicted that mutilation on him. His defeat caused his followers to betray him. Before you stands the devil with poisonous hands? Fear flashed in the boy's eyes. He remembered his master, realizing that this might be true. But he refused to believe this, because he could not accept betrayal. His master's injury was the result of betrayal. But the old man never spoke of that. Sabaekcheong laughed. Your master just didn't want to share his shame with a student. Was the Skybreaker as pathetic as you? The past no longer matters, the old man said, his hand glowing with poisonous energy. The old men froze, realizing that something terrible was happening. They anxiously awaited the inevitable blow. In front of them stood a disciple of the Heavenly Crusher. They could not believe that they had actually met this young man. Sabaekchung released his power, ready to continue the fight. Waving his poisonous hand, he aimed a blow at the boy. Kanran tried to dodge, but was trapped by its energy. The boy's hand twisted in a stream of poisonous power that gripped it like a vice. After the chaotic explosion, it became clear that the old man had grabbed him. He held the boy's hand tightly. Sabaekchung whispered, This is for your master who has forgotten my existence. Today this boy will meet his doom. With a swing of his poisonous hand, the old man decides his fate. Our hero sees an incredible energy whip flying in his direction. Another moment, and he would tear him to pieces, ending his existence right on this battlefield. Kanran flies aside from the old man's crushing blow. Blood sprays from his mouth, flying in the air. He feels his arm broken in several places. The old man swings his energy whip with incredible force. A metal cane spins in the air, wrapping around Kanran's arm. But at that moment, his body was bursting with energy. Chaos erupts around him, causing the old man's weapon to bounce back. As if possessed, Kanran rushes straight at the old man. Sabaek sees that the boy is in terrible condition, but he returns to the fight. The old man unleashes another crushing blow. Thousands of blows fly towards Kanran. Bloody cuts appear on his body, but he continues to dodge the attacks without giving up. Sabaek releases a colossal charge of energy in the hero's direction. He is convinced that no one can survive this blow. It's hard to avoid his poisonous steel blades hovering in the air. But Kanran stands, squatting, and rises to his feet. Sabaek can't believe his eyes, but it's true. He understands that his opponent has become much stronger. And he even likes this thought. In his hands, the boy forms a glowing sphere. It was the Heavenly Destruction, Radiant Whirlwind Strike technique. He prepared it for his abuser. Anyone caught in this vortex will die instantly. Sabaek had not seen such a blow for a long time and recognized it immediately. He understands that it is necessary to counterattack. Using the Heavenly Light Demonic Ring technique, the old man builds a defense in preparation for the final confrontation. The explosion from their collision reverberated for many kilometers. The old men stood spellbound, unable to utter a word. They did not believe that such a power existed at all. At the place of battle, where two elements collided, two huge hurricanes arose. Sabaek still had a few tricks up his sleeve. In the light of the explosion, he saw the boy. Looking at him, the old man realized that this was the one he had been looking for so long. Kanran generated a tremendous amount of energy. It was incredibly difficult, but he did not want to lose. Metal rods flew straight at him. In a second, the boy felt a bloody shock in his body. The pain was unbearable. Looking down, he saw two metal whips lodged in his ribs, clenched teeth. He grabbed hold of those whips and began to pull them off him. They punched him through, but he tried to do something. Chaos swirled around him. In this storm of power, it was difficult to understand what was happening. The ground began to disappear under his feet. His silhouette appeared in the dust and energy. The old man managed to reach Kanran's body with his metal whips. The boy felt the coldness of the metal piercing his body. He tore the rods from his body, realizing that the wound is now too deep. Despite everything, Sabaek saw his opponent still standing. The old man waved his poisonous hand, directing the metal bars back at the boy. The impact sends Kanran flying backwards, trying to dodge them. Metal whips fly after Kanran like pursuers. One of them hits and he falls to the ground with a thud. Sabaek stood like a real devil. Any other master would have died from such blows. But even the old man understood with fear. The boy is getting up. He rises to his feet, leaning on one or the other. It was amazing. Kanran had the strength to get up again. There was not a single living spot left on his body. Sabaek felt an incredible energy begin to emanate from the boy. This chi energy rose in steam above his body. She seemed to be the spirit of the heavenly crusher himself. Sabaek couldn't help but notice this. He clearly saw this silhouette, and his rage fueled him even more. It freaked him out that a ghostly spirit had appeared here. He directed an incredible force at the boy. It was the heavenly world of the bloody palm of death, a technique designed to destroy everything and everyone in front of it. Kanran sees the death blow fly right at him. He raises his palm, channeling the remnants of his power. A vortex of energy swirls, rushing toward death. The heavenly light of the crusher begins to dissipate. It fills every cell and every corner of his body. The light completely absorbs it. In an instant, everything turns into a chaotic, destructive flash. Observers understand that nothing will remain of this field and land. Sabaek feels his whips pierce the boy's body. He lifts Kanran above him, mockingly enjoying the moment. The old men look at this, realizing that their master is incredible. Kanran's body was covered in brutal, bloody wounds. Blood flowed from his mouth, dripping onto the ground. Sabaek was preparing to complete his mission and destroy this taint that was causing him to live in chaos. From the outside, it looked impressive and terrifying at the same time. The elders had hoped that Sabaek would be destroyed by this guy, but fate decided otherwise. It ends as it always does, with their demonic leader victorious, even using devil claws, which he hasn't used since the battle with the Skybreaker. Another old man enters the crowd, urging everyone to disperse. He assesses the battlefield and realizes that this was a battle where the difference in experience played a decisive role. If the boy had gained more experience, the result would have been different. The old man leisurely walks to the center of the battle. Sabaek clicks the metal bars that ring next to Kanran. He looks into the boy's eyes and laughs sinisterly. "This is the demonic withering, the poison that covers my steel whips," says Sabak Cheong. "It slowly eats away at muscles and internal organs. I did the same with your master." Having reached Kanran's eyes with a metal hook, he wants to take them as a trophy. "This is the price for your arrogance. You dared to hold back your strength in battle with me." But suddenly a red silhouette appears in front of him, blocking the blow. Sabak Cheong doesn't understand what it is. Another old man appears on the horizon, and his rod suddenly impales Sabak Cheong from behind. He feels the wooden rod digging into his body. The smell of blood spreads throughout the territory. The army of old men look at their leader in horror. Sabak Cheong realizes that his subordinates set everything up. They chose this boy, betraying their leader. The old man, without a shadow of regret, tells his leader that he can think what he wants. Sabak Cheong, furious to the brim, unleashes his power. The old man who attacked him missed and was hit back. The force of the blow sends the old man flying to the side. He dies instantly. There was nothing left of his body after being hit by Sabak Cheong. The old men, observing this, understand that everything is going as they predicted. Sabak Cheong turns to them with disdain. "What pathetic idiots you are. Well, if that was your plan, then I respect your choice. Attack!" The old men look at their leader. Not understanding how they can win, they will all perish. They do not understand the actions of the comrade who condemned them to death. The battlefield was littered with the bodies of their brothers. They all died because of this bastard. It was Sabak Cheong, their own leader, who killed the most old men. Many bald old men with whom they swore to die on the same day have already died. One of the old men understands that his turn has come. They do not know what they saw in this boy, but every day their strength is weakening. A master capable of defeating the demon never appeared. They will die of old age without ever seeing their loved ones. Clutching his stick, one of the old men decides to fight. He remembered the promise given to his fallen comrades. If any of them wants to live such a miserable life, let them continue. They look at this bald veteran and realize they can't take it anymore. There is nowhere to retreat. They march towards their leader with spears in hand. Sabak Cheong sees their fighting spirit. He weakens the technique that was aimed at Kanran and throws the boy to the ground, preparing to battle the old men. When the old men see the boss coming towards them, one of them orders to disperse. They are not afraid of death and go for it. But Sabak Cheong's strikes destroy entire groups of warriors. Some old men survive, covering their faces with their hands. The power of their leader was incredibly great. They decide to attack from 8 directions simultaneously to finish the battle. They raise their spears and rush forward. Sabak Cheong sees their determination. It was clear that they did not waste these years. Somewhere on the mountain, warriors holding soul lips are watching the battle. They realize that obeying Sabak Cheong is no longer an option. Their organization is crumbling before their eyes. But one question remains. Why didn't their comrades tell them about it earlier? If this young man is the same Mythish, then the Alliance does not understand why the old men suddenly turned against their leader. Many situations can be described in an instant. The members of the Palama House were the heads of the factions destroyed by Sabak Cheong, the devil with poisonous hands. These old men lived only to avenge him. It turns out that their leader had no idea who they really were. Sabak Cheong knew this very well and deliberately incited them. This demon liked to live among vipers. According to the old rules of the Palima House, many of its members tried to kill Sabak Cheong, but each attempt ended in a brutal death. The rest of the soldiers realized that there was no point in attacking now and decided to change their tactics. The warriors of the House of Palama served their sworn enemy, waiting for the right moment to take revenge. Sabak Cheong knew this and allowed them to follow him, openly disdaining them. It was a strange alliance between the monster and the wild dogs that roamed around him, waiting for an opportunity to take revenge. This is the truth that was hidden behind the Palima House. Until today, only once did their burning desire almost come true. How that battle ended is unknown. There were only rumors. These rumors said one thing. Then the old people had hope. But now that hope died, and they put everything on the line. The man with the scar understood that the only way out was to act. This was the mission of their entire lives. But why, after so many years of waiting, do they act so recklessly? One by one, the old men go to their deaths. Meanwhile, Kanran is lying behind on the ground. He's bleeding. Feeling everything begin to change, he collects the last crumbs of his strength. His mentor's voice echoes in his head. The voice forbids him to lie down and do nothing. The mentor's ghost calls Kanran to get up. "Get up, silly boy," echoes in his mind. Kanran slowly stands up. His hands, numb from blood loss, begin to tremble. Kanran seemed to be unconscious in another dimension. Beside him stood the silhouette of his mentor's ghost. The master tried to talk to him all this time. He shouted that Kanrin was deaf and demanded that he get up immediately. Kanrin whispered that he didn't want to. The master's ghost did not understand why the disciple said that. The boy replied that the enemy was too strong. Master, if he were alive, would have already hit him for such words. He reminds Kanrin that he is his student and orders him to get up. But Kanrin scolds his master, reminding him that he too once lost to this bastard. These words angered the ghost. Kanrin continued to argue, claiming he didn't know how to fight any further. He is on the edge and wants to leave everything. The tension between them grew. The master's ghost stopped in front of him, saying that he had never lost in his life.
Do you really think I would hide defeat from you? Stop believing this lie!
Put your doubts aside and rise. Now others are dying because of you. A realization dawned on Kanrin. He woke up abruptly and looked up, as if the world had turned upside down. He saw a terrible picture in front of him. Old men sacrificed their lives, desperately fighting this monster. One by one they fell, leaving this world. The shockwave sent Kanrin flying to the side. The old men realized that they were in the affected area. They noticed that Kanrin had finally come to his senses. The boy inhaled the air greedily. One of the old men asked if he could get up. The situation demanded immediate action. The explosion was already approaching them. The young master looked ahead. Ahead, thousands of old men surrounded the demon. He, using his poisonous hands, did terrible things, destroying old men in whole groups. It was clear who the real fucking bastard was. But how will they stop him after starting such a desperate battle? The young master, gasping for breath, looked at all this. He was tormented by the question, why did the old men do this? Why did these people decide to betray their leader and fight for him? One of the old men replied that they had an old score with this demon. Don't worry. They're going to get the guy out of here so he's not in the way, and then they're going to take him up the hill and let him go. The young master watched in horror as the battle unfolded. This demonic bastard was destroying everyone with his metal whips. Many bodies of old men lay on the ground. The dead appeared every minute. Kanrin saw only chaos and death. The demon smirked, as he declared that no technique would work against him. No one will be able to stop him. He will simply destroy them all. But something confused this old man. He felt an incredible force behind him. The old man turned sharply. He saw the boy he wanted to kill, whom the old men tried to save. One of the old men realized that the demon was looking at them. The demon rejected everything else. The old men shouted to stop him and prevent him from leaving. Crossing their swords and weapons, they wove energy to repel the demon's attack. All their efforts were in vain. The old man with the poisonous hands had already caught up with them. He was approaching with terrifying speed. Although the old men tried to protect the boy, they simply did not have the strength to repel his attack. The young master could not stand on his feet and fell. The demonic bastard charged at him with devastating force. Looking up, Kanrin understood it couldn't end like this. Straining his energy, he focused on the enemy. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand and delivered an energy strike. A wave of chaotic power knocked them both aside. Kanrin flew forward and crashed into the ground. His body crashed into the soil, creating a furrow. The old man shouted that he was his victim. He stated that without his permission, Kanrin could not even die. But suddenly, danger crept into his back. The old men, sacrificing themselves, ran to help from all sides. Their bravery only irritated the demon. They distracted him from the main goal. His sharp whips quickly swept into the air, piercing the old men with his devastating blows. In a moment, they left for the afterlife. Sepicheon made the fatal mistake of turning his back. Kanrin was spitting blood while breathing heavily. No matter how sick he was, he tried to get up. With each breath, he was filled with the last bits of strength. His goal was only, stop this monster at any cost. The suffering of others fueled his thirst for revenge. Looking at the old men who were fighting to the last, he could not retreat. The boy was aware that his opponent was incredibly strong. He was already saying goodbye to his life and his master. But if this is the end of him, he will take this bastard with him to stop his evil once and for all. A breeze of blood stained the battlefield. But this time it was not the blood of our hero. The old demon's shoulder was sliced open by another warrior. Seeing the wound on his body, he froze in surprise. The old men laughed in his face, mockingly. Well, did Our Lady feel the pain? How do you feel? Even a simple desperado managed to injure him. The old man with the poisonous hands hissed, "Nickemi!" His body erupted with incredible ki energy. He promised to destroy them all and wipe them off the face of the earth. The old men, feeling this horror, could barely stay on their feet. They understood that this was the end. However, even the wound on this monster's shoulder was an achievement for them. It was a small but significant triumph. Their desperate courage became a symbol of resistance. After a few minutes, they noticed that the demon was not moving. He stopped as if preparing a hellish massacre. His eyes narrowed. He felt an incredible force behind him. Turning around, he saw Kang Ren. The guy glowed with powerful energy. He touched on his vital points, pressed on the acupuncture points, filled with determination to fight to the end. The demonic old man saw that this bastard did not give up. Kang Ren prepared his secret technique for him. A sphere of pure energy flashed in his hands. She filled his body with incredible power. The old man with the poisonous hands could not understand what kind of technique it was, but he saw how the boy's body had changed. Kang Ren's muscles filled to the limit, pulsing with life force. Kang Ren's body felt like it was about to burst from this force. His veins pulse, and his face fills with hot energy. Muscles crackle and groan under the onslaught of incredible force. The ground beneath him splits apart, as if nature itself felt his fury. The old demon understands that this is no longer just a battle. It is a battle for survival. What this guy has done is truly amazing. He gathers all his strength together, for his adversary had acquired a terrible battle formation. Doubt crept into his heart. Would he be able to handle it? Kang Ren's skill level and aura resembled a destructive element. Where did such power come from? She was incredible and deadly. The Heavenly Destroyer's secret techniques awakened the energy sealed within him. For the first time, the old man sees such a furious and violent battle aura. He seems to be standing in front of the Heavenly Destroyer himself again. Kang Ren looks at his hands. For the first time, he opened all 8 additional meridians. This happened not thanks to his enemy, but in spite of him. The old man with the poisonous hands says contemptuously, "Insolent rat, did you decide not to die, but to fight to the end?" He sneers. He rejects all secondary goals. And, gathering all his strength, rushes forward. His fist flies, but both vanish into thin air. The watchers look around, but no one is there. 2 silhouettes appear somewhere near the mountain. A burst of power tears off the top, and pieces of rock fall to the ground. Devastation covers the entire landscape. The old man whirls his whips around, smashing the rocks around. He breaks everything in his path, looking for a goal. But the boy slips away, only a silhouette flashed in the dust. Kang Ren flashed by, and the old man could only see the destruction that followed him. He tries to direct all his strength to the boy. Concentrating the blows of the whips, he aims at his body. He thinks that if he hits, the victory will be his. But Kang Ren maneuvers skillfully. His movements are lightning fast. He moves relentlessly forward, never stopping for a moment. He aims his palm straight at the demon. Again, they face each other in a frantic duel. The old man feels his strength begin to weaken. He loses his balance from the pain and falls to the side. Kang Ren stands silently, full of determination. Without wasting time, he immediately counterattacks. It was truly an incredible sight.
Damn puppy!
Shouts the old man, not having time to catch his breath. He spins, trying to deflect blows with whips. Suddenly, whips wrap around the boy's legs and arms. He finds himself trapped, as if caught by a spider. The old man delivers a bloody blow to the back. His sneaky tricks work again. The poisonous demon whispers maliciously that he won't escape this time. He is already penetrating the boy's skin with his palm. Kang Ren grits his teeth, trying to focus through the pain. The old man advises him to strain even more to provoke an overload. But despite the trap, the boy grabs his hand. He finds a weak spot and delivers an elbow. With a crunch, the old man feels his elbow break. Pain rips through the old man, his face contorted in agony. The shockwave pushes him back. The boy falls but does not give up. The old man jumps back, trying to throw away his whips for another blow. The old man encounters such an incredible power for the first time. He freezes as he watches Kang Ren standing before him like a menacing demon. The boy seized the initiative, crossing all possible limits. The old man hopes that he will be given at least a second to rest. But in the chaos and fog, he sees the hero approaching again. Kang Ren abruptly grabs the old man's other hand, and with one jerk he rips it out, tearing the flesh to the very shoulder. The old man screams in terrible pain, losing his last advantage. Pain pierces him, and his eyes burn with hatred and despair. Kang Ren indifferently throws the severed hand away. The old man will no longer need it. The battle area expands. Chaos fills every corner of the forest. Kang Ren leads the old man deeper into the trees, away from the battlefield. The old man, having lost one arm, can barely hold on. His movements become slower. The young master firmly holds the initiative. His eyes shine with determination. He rushes forward like a predator going for the final blow. The old man realizes with horror how this little one has changed and become a real threat. His iron whips thump against the ground, but to no avail each time. He tries to catch the boy, putting all his rage into the blows. Kang Ren deftly evades each attack, as if dancing on the edge of life and death. He makes the old man's poisonous hands beat into the void, even entangling his own whips. The old man's metal whip strikes the leg in a flash, cutting it off. The master is horrified to try to stop the bleeding, wrapping the wound with his own whips. He clenches their teeth in pain, holding on to the last hand. Looking into the face of death, the old man realizes that one moment of error cost him everything. Kang Ren, breathing in the dust, laughs mockingly. Finally, those whips got you, old man. The poisonous old man rages with rage, his cry full of hatred. Even with a severed hand, I won't give you a chance, he bellows, and rushes into the attack. The iron whips whirl around the space again, cutting the air with a hiss. The old man puts the remnants of his strength into this blow, hoping for victory. But Kang Ren already knows how to dodge this deadly weapon. For him, these are no longer dangerous whips, but only rusty chains of the past. Metal whips now seem like petty toys to him. They whistle, cutting through the air, but miss the mark. The old man resembles a fisherman trying in vain to catch prey. He is sure that he has already caught the boy, and begins to wind the whips. But when the dust and fog clears, he sees the terrible truth. Kang Ren holds the whips tightly in his hands, smiling like a madman. The initiative completely passed to him. The old man looks with horror and incomprehension. How did this scoundrel dare to humiliate him like that? The old man tries to pull his whips back, but Kang Ren makes an incredible spinning kick. A metal whip flies towards its owner, twisting and warping in a chaotic vortex. The sound is like chains groaning in pain, and the whips collide with each other, shattering into pieces. Before the eyes of the legendary master, his poisonous weapon is destroyed. Fear runs through the old man as he sees the wreckage of his pride. At this moment, Kang Ren is already standing next to him. A sharp kick sends the old man to the ground. The guy swings in for the final blow to finish him off. But the old man, without losing his will to live, tries to evade. However, Kang Ren's strength was beyond anything he had seen so far. The boy's punch cuts through the air and ground around them. The old man tries to counter by striking with his single arm. Their attacks collide, creating an incredible explosion. Kang Ren flies backwards, slamming his back into a rock. The place where the old man stood should be destroyed by the impact. Through the mist, Kang Ren could see that his opponent was barely holding on. The boy chokes and coughs up blood. His body writhes in excruciating pain. All his skin and muscles are covered with wounds from numerous cuts. Blood continuously flows to the ground. The old man laughs from the side, his eyes burning with cruelty. "You surprised me, kid," he rasps, "but you will die anyway." The old man knows that his whips pierced Kang Ren. And with them, a poisonous demonic virus entered the boy's body. Kang Ren understands the horror of the whole situation. This poison is slowly eating away at his muscles and internal organs just like his master once did. He could try to slow down the effect of the poison with his chi energy, but the old man wouldn't give him that luxury. The old man, crippled but not broken, looked at Kang Ren. "These bloody blades are my gift to you in the afterlife," he hissed. Kang Ren understood that this battle would not end until one of them died. The demonic poison virus was just what his master had always warned him about. Once, during one of the training sessions, the mentor told him in detail about this threat. The boy never thought that he would face such a poison in real combat. The old man saw understanding in his eyes and was filled with rage. His eyes became bloodshot, and his aura became even more malevolent. Kang Ren remembered his master's story about that fatal inattention. That day was not a battle. It was a chance that cost dearly. Only absolute immunity to poisons will allow to avoid such a thing, said the master. These words pierced the old man, making him hold his breath. Kang Ren gritted his teeth, realizing that he had to end this now. A strong aura filled the space, as if nature itself had held its breath. The old man glowed with poisonous power, radiating all his hatred and anger. "If these are my last words, then let it be your destruction," he roared. It was an unfortunate accident, not a battle, Kang Ren threw in, inflaming the old man's anger even more. The old man trembled with rage, stunned by the answer that reminded him of his defeat. Now, Pyeongcheon, the devil with poisonous hands, has reached the peak of his power. His true nature, full of venomous hatred, was fully revealed. Stones began to fly into the air, the ground cracked underfoot. Cracks spread across the battlefield like webs. Kang Ren clenched his fist, bracing himself for a decisive blow. If he had known from the beginning who his opponent was. But the old man no longer listened, shouting, filled with destructive energy. "Heavenly light of the demonic ring." The old man's voice cut through the air. A blinding light flashed, piercing the atmosphere to the bone. Kang Ren did not retreat. He activated the Heavenly Destroyer technique. 2 vortices of destructive energy swirled in his hands. He threw them at the enemy, channeling the last of his strength. The mountains shuddered from the collision of 2 titanic forces, and their slopes cracked under the incredible onslaught. The earth trembles from the colossal force, as if preparing to split in half. A ring suddenly appears in the air, which is formed simply from the void, as if reality itself is bursting at the seams. As soon as the ring finally takes shape, it pulses with hidden menace. The old mage directs this destructive force at his opponent, but he instantly understands that something is wrong again. A whirlwind glowing strike stops his attack. "If that's his best shot, someone's over," muttered the old man with cold calmness. The young lord, full of determination, directs his devastating blow back. Two colossal forces collide, their power intertwined in an explosive confrontation. Kenrin feels his tension reaching its limit, his muscles straining to the point of pain. Despite this pressure, he holds on, not going to back down even a step. Suddenly, this power begins to outweigh his own, pressing in an unstoppable wave. The blast rings out like a thunderclap, slicing through his body and ripping the air in shreds. In the forest near the mountains, there is a tremendous explosion that shakes the ground. The old watchers look at this monstrosity with wide eyes. A fiery flame roars, and fear seizes their hearts. The flame grows, absorbing everything around, as if devouring space itself. The explosion destroys everything, leaving a huge chasm in place. The cold stones scatter into fine dust, as if the very heart of the mountain has been torn apart. The poisonous monster looks at the scene of the battle, realizing that its opponent is no longer there. He is confident in his strength, and greedily inhales the air of victory. His eyes blaze as he watches the black ash where it hit. The silhouette of the hero is engraved in the rock, like a silent imprint of despair. The body is almost imperceptible. It has merged with the rock, as if it has become a part of it. When everyone thought he was dead, Kenrin suddenly opened his eyes. The old man understands. This is the limit of possibilities. The image of the heavenly destroyer appears in his thoughts. He barely remembers this silhouette, but feels its destructive power. At this moment, he is crushed by a rock, but full of determination. Blood flows from his mouth, but he does not give up. The poison warrior looks at him with hatred burning from within. But the heavenly destroyer responds with every blow that becomes even more powerful. It accumulates new power with each subsequent burst. Despite everything, he attacks his enemy again and again. At this moment, the old man feels that defeat is inevitable. The power of the heavenly destroyer only grows, becoming uncontrollable. She absorbs experience and adapts to new challenges. After receiving a powerful blow, the old man chokes in pain. His eyes meet the gaze of the bringer of death. The sky destroyer stares coldly at his opponent. He admits that the old man, despite being wounded, managed to resist. He says, "The rumor that you are old Murim's strongest warrior is true. I'd like to meet you when I'm in better shape." Sky Destroyer postpones the battle. He spares his opponent, giving time to heal his wounds. At this point, he leaves the battlefield, but suddenly blood splatters fly in the air. Red liquid runs down his leg. The Sky Destroyer looks down to see a metal rod piercing him through. The old man can't stand it. How dare he pity me? His name is Safe Cheon. He will take revenge for the insult. The Sky Destroyer realizes that turning his back was a terrible mistake. Despite being wounded, he recognizes Safi Cheon as a worthy opponent. He turns sharply, charging his attack with devastating force. The blow rushes at the enemy with the speed of lightning. Sapai Cheong can't handle this kind of pressure. His body begins to dissolve into the air. Looking his opponent in the eye, he realizes his mistake. Sapai Cheong had trained for years to build up immunity to devastating attacks, but this time, it wasn't enough. He does not understand how his pride will lead to the death of the student. He moves forward, ever closer to his enemy. An incredible power begins to form around him. When consciousness is clouded, a powerful aura surrounds him. He looks to where the young master should have been, but he is not there. He rises from the destroyed place and explodes with powerful energy. Sapai Cheon doesn't understand where the boy gets this strength. Karen mutters softly. The problem is that it's too risky. The dark vortex requires too much key energy, and if it doesn't work instantly, it will lose. Sapai Cheon doesn't understand how this guy survived the hellfire. The old man thinks he wouldn't be a disciple of the Sky Destroyer if he died so quickly. Sapai Cheon suggests Kenrin admit defeat and kneel down to avoid further suffering. But Kenrin doesn't pay attention to his words. He just smiles, and a challenge shines in his eyes. This infuriated Safi Cheon to the brim. He looks at his opponent and the pain disappears from his eyes. The smile on the boy's face drives him crazy. That's how the Heavenly Destroyer once looked at him, considering him as worthless as his master. But Sapai Cheong is not an old fool like his teacher. Do not expect mercy from him. He sends out a devastating wave of energy again. However, the boy did not bat an eye. He blocks the attack with his own energy? The battlefield shakes with explosions and chaos that can be seen from afar. Old men do not understand how they are still standing. Chaos rages and sweeps around them, destroying everything. When the energy dissipates, the old man sees that the opponent is still alive. An incredible aura emanates from him. It had been a long time since Sapai Cheong had encountered such strength. The vortex spins, absorbing everything in its path. Everything is being prepared for the final blow. The flame dissipates without a trace. The boy collects energy in his hands. A black hole flares up in his palms. It devours space and time. At this moment, the old man remembers the technique of the Heavenly Destroyer. Kenrin prepares to use it against him. He addresses the old man, quoting his words. "If you don't wield the flame better than me, the battle is over." The power takes on an incredible, almost tangible form. She rushes towards Sapaichon. He does not believe that a young man in his early 20s has such a technique. This means that the Heavenly Destroyer shortened his own life in order to transfer all the accumulated Kai energy to the disciple. The strength he had been gathering for years. Now this colossal power is bearing down on him. Sapaicheon realizes that the Heavenly Destroyer was crazy. He created a real monster that could not even be imagined. Sapaicheon does not want to believe that he will die at the hands of such a young man, but he vows to destroy it with the most powerful technique. He decides to show how to destroy the monster created by the Heavenly Destroyer. Uses his demonic ring celestial light technique. The power of this technique comes from the heavenly radiance itself. She counters the blow of our hero and rushes straight at him with devastating force. The hero feels the incredible pressure of this technique, but he holds on with all his might. The explosions shake the mountains one after the other. However, this explosion is different from all the others. Its scale is so huge that it surpasses anything that came before it. Elders from all sides realized that something incredible was happening. They saw two devastating technologies collide in an apocalyptic clash. The Soul Labyrinth, encased in chains, felt the approach of death. The explosion reached such a scale that the wave of destruction rolled towards their positions. They frantically tried to run away from the epicenter. The distant elders saw the flash of the heavenly technique. Struck by the incredible power, they understood. It was a suicide attack. Sapaicheon, a true devil, stopped at nothing. Using his strongest technique, he created an explosion of incredible scale and destructive power. In the midst of the chaos of energy, Sapaicheon stood in the center. His eyes did not take his eyes off his opponent. He hoped that when the dust settled, then he will see the enemy finally dead. But it didn't happen like that. The energy in the hero's hands has not disappeared. It swirls and begins to absorb everything around it. Sapaicheon realizes this boy is a real bastard. He could withstand even the strongest blow of heavenly healing, no matter what the old man tried to do. The boy was generating a double vortex of power. It was the final blow of the dark vortex. It creates an absolute vacuum, which completely absorbs the opponent's technique. Soon everything turns into a raging hurricane. The energy absorbs the person against whom it is directed. Sapaicheon feels the element flying at him. Power cuts through space like a blade. An incredible energy layer rushes straight at him. Fear freezes in his eyes. He doesn't know what to do. In a moment, he is engulfed in complete darkness. He finds himself in an empty vacuum. All around, not a single gram of light, only boundless emptiness. Only the shadowy silhouette of Kenrin flashed before him. But he does not have time to see him. He is too fast. Kenrin swings his arm to strike. Sapaicheon tries to counter. Their hands collide in a devastating clash. The old man coughs up blood from overexertion. The boy also feels a force that almost tears him apart, but he manages to grab the old man by the wrist. Twisting around him, he pulls on his hand. Sapaicheon realizes that he is already powerless. His eyes are full of fear as he looks at the hero. Kenrin gathers the power of the Heavenly Destroyer for the final blow. The old man's palm approaches the boy's head. Sapaicheon puts all his remaining strength into this strike. The blow flies past, bleeding Kenrin's face. It was a crushing blow that derailed him. Sapaicheon looks at the defeated Kenrin. He realizes that he has won. Sapaicheon narrows his eyes in pain. He looks at the hand, disfigured by the blows. It is almost gone, but something behind him suddenly moves. When he turns, the hero's palms touch his ribs. The blow knocks him back, and the old man's body begins to break under its own weight. Sapaicheon understands that there is no way out. He meets the eyes of the hero. Something inside is squeezed and twisted into a vortex of doom. A punch rips off part of his body. Blood floods everything around, painting a picture of defeat. Sapaicheon collapses, realizing that he has lost. Energy flows are gradually dispersed in space. A ray of light breaks through the darkness of chaos. Onlookers watch the legendary warrior fall. The old men approach, stunned by what they see. They feel the remnants of energy fill the surrounding area. The force covers the mountains and space around. Flows of energy seem to tilt the mountains themselves. Observers do not understand what kind of horror happened that day. Where there was a mountain, a huge, deep chasm formed. A spark of life barely flickers in the black abyss. The hero stands next to his defeated enemy. He looks at Sapai Cheon, realizing that this is his final grave. The heavenly archdemon was a creature that knew no bounds. He has always been the head of the demonic cult, one of the most powerful opponents the Sky Destroyer has ever faced, pushing him to his limits. Lives were at stake. If heavenly healing had been even a little weaker, then defeat would be inevitable that day. But this did not happen. Two enemies sought to settle personal scores, and they entered the battle. This collision was of incredible force. Mistress twirled in a battle dance, but the light that obscured everything made her stop. The young master held on to his memories, using them to achieve new levels of power. This new level filled him to the brim. When he used this technique, the blood of his opponent spread on the ground. The opponent, like a ghost, looked at himself from the side, not understanding what is happening. Silhouette opposed to silhouette, and from the darkness came flickering streams of energy. The demon used incredible power. The man with the scar on his face saw his true nature. Sapai Cheon's mind was flooded with memories that clouded everything. Their thoughts, like a steppe whirlwind, mixed in the whirlwind of events. If it weren't for the internal wounds inflicted in previous battles, they would have attacked him. The Heavenly Destroyer was really strong. In martial arts, he had no equal in the current Marimi. But the Heavenly Cardinal was completely different. He asked, "Is it possible to remove it permanently?" In a deadly battle, everything can change in a moment. Often it is not strength that decides, but mistake, carelessness, or unexpected circumstances. In order to win, you need to have incredible strength, flexibility, coolness, quick reactions, and intelligence. These he lacked. If he wants to become truly powerful, let him remember, those who seek only strength will lose to those who possess real martial arts. And the fate of such warriors is called Murim. At this point, he learns a cruel lesson. Sapai Cheon, in his dying throes, wishes this bastard would shut up. If he was like before the war with the demonic cult, if only half of his meridians had recovered from those injuries. But he understands. If his meridians were intact before the battle with the cult, who knows what situation he would have gotten into in this world. He was always dissatisfied and could not accept his fate. As he left, he said, "Don't make excuses until you get over your obsession. Otherwise, you can't beat me." Drops of blood froze on the hot battlefield. The old man was lying by the stone, coughing hoarsely. Sapai Cheon looked at Kenrin and snorted, "Don't give in!" If his heavenly healing had worked to its full potential, the boy would not be standing in front of him now. Crippled Kenrin stared at him silently, listening to his words. Sapai Cheon noticed that Kenrin was not looking his best. He was interested in how the boy managed to achieve such a level of martial arts. The boy was silent for a long time. Finally, he replied that the battle was just a battle, and did not concern him personally. He warned that one day he would have to face an enemy that would take his life. During the training, Master said not to worry and believed that Sa-Fei Cheong was already dead. But if he is alive and meets him again, that will be the end of him. Sapai Cheong lay listening to these words. These were his last sighs. The young master did not feel a single drop of pity. Sapai Cheong received on merit. Without another word, Kenrin turns and walks away. The master once said that he would meet him and understand everything. Masters often speak in riddles. Having moved a little further, he begins to cough up blood. After receiving incredible injuries, he feels his body tearing apart in pain. He lacks strength, as if the energy has completely left him. He is breathing heavily, gasping and coughing. The inner strength was exhausted to the limit. Her wounds left her unstable and unmanageable. Trembling, he continues to move off the battlefield. He understands that he needs to get out of here as soon as possible. But suddenly there is a loud crack. The cave, damaged by the explosion, begins to collapse. Huge stones fall, filling the abyss. An avalanche of rocks falls on Sa-Fei Cheon's body. The old men approach and see how everything ends. But in their eyes, one question. Who won? Alliance observers order their soldiers to descend and find out if Kenrin is dead. If so, they should take his body. The warriors quickly descend in search of information. Meanwhile, somewhere in a quiet, dark cave, something unknown lurked in the darkness. It is dressed in mysterious clothes, unfamiliar to them. As it senses a change in the air, its heart flutters with anxiety. Red eyes burning with fear and rage, clouded with blood. It was the same Soul Slayer in shackles, chained, under the guise of chaos caused by incredible changes. He managed to break free and destroy the guards. At last he can remove those hateful chains. He finally breaks out of this terrible state, tears off the mask from his neck, which prevented him from inhaling to his full chest. He gasps for air, for the first time without this mask. Now he is almost free. A little more and he will get out of here. His body stretches, filling with new strength. He was lucky that the chains broke in the chaos. Although he almost burned alive, it played into his hand. He slowly climbs out of the deep funnel. I hoped to get out easily, but after a long captivity, my muscles atrophied. Standing on the edge of the blast crater, he observes the chaos around him. This means that the effects of the battle between the two warriors have already ended. Is there a man who can fight the old bastard? What a miserable fool, he whispered. But suddenly his eyes fall on something unexpected. He sees people digging. They found the body of the head of the Palaim house, but the young man was nowhere to be found. They follow the bloody trail, realizing that he could not have gone far. Dushogub hears these words and understands. The old man has died. The seemingly invincible monster reached the limit of its strength and died. The young master remembers the words of the master who said that his way was wrong when he was the supreme ruler. The master taught, if you want to rule, don't doubt your decisions and don't back down when the job is done. The supreme ruler must go to the end, obeying his temperament. If it was true, the boy was glad for such a lesson. The old man looked into his eyes with hope, saying, leave this city, live your own life. But will this question give him peace? First, he decides to find the 4 traitors and avenge the master. The master warned that when his existence became known, perhaps the student will want to find it himself, and only he decides whether to kill them or not. Don't be the first to strike. He is the mirror and reflection of the master. This information struck the boy to the core. There was no smile on the master's face. Suddenly the young master stops hearing his voice. The master's voice fades away, leaving a void. Only a spark of light flashed at the end of the tunnel. The boy called the master for a long time. He looked for him, but only a silhouette remained before his eyes. This silhouette made it clear who was standing in front of him. Only the words, don't strain like that. He's lost a lot of blood, so it's best to just lie down. Again he sinks into a dark sleep. When he regains consciousness, he sees his master. The bed is covered in blood, like a witness to the last battle. Master asks, don't come near me, but the boy still approached, reassuring the master. Don't worry. Ren said to lie in bed until he returned. He had brought herbs and was going to make some tea. But the master no longer needed him. Too many lives were lost because of him. His words sounded categorical and harsh. The master declared that the bloodshed must end with his death. Ren remembered master asking him to punish the traitors. How many times these words changed during the day. But this time the master insisted. These were his last words, and he must listen to them. He should not kill people for revenge. The boy promised to forget about revenge and not to look for the 4 traitors. He offered to give the master some healing tea so that he could last a little longer. Master accepted the cup and took a sip. Then the boy suggested, when the ice in the valley melts, let's leave this place. We can open a restaurant with big dumplings for 2. He waited for the master's answer, but he only jokingly agreed. We'll do it anyway. However, no matter how much the boy begged to promise, the master would not do it. Suddenly the hero wakes up in bed. He stands up abruptly and wipes away his tears. Looking around, he sees that his wounds have been bandaged. He understands that someone has taken care of him. In front of him is an old wooden hut. The roof is dilapidated. Everything around resembled an old hunting lodge. He does not understand where he is and how he got here. The head hurts unbearably. Holding on to her, he tries to remember the events. Memories of the fight with that bastard seared through his mind. He doesn't know how long he's been here. Somewhere in the depths of the forest, far from civilization. Someone is watching him on the slope. This is the same something that saved him at the last moment. With wide eyes, it waited patiently for Kenrin to wake up. This village was lost somewhere high in the mountains. There were many different rural houses here. Local residents worked in the rice fields. They collected herbs and prepared their own food. The soldiers have been reporting to the leader for the past few days. They combed the neighborhood up and down, but they never found any traces or remains. Just in case security should be increased, they suggested. But the leader replied that it was enough. The rainy season is approaching, so you need to check bridges, dams, and prepare warehouses. There are many urgent matters. There aren't enough workers anyway, so you shouldn't waste resources. Everyone must return to their daily concerns. The leader looked tense, as if something was bothering him. His servants were used to obeying orders without question. When he left the building and went down the stairs, his gaze was focused and cold. On the stairs, he met 2 of his colleagues. After greeting each other, they looked at the river together, but no traces were ever found. It seemed very strange of him. What did the elders of the Tellum house do on the battlefield anyway? At their command, the bodies were collected, and they watched every step closely. After arguing about what to do with the body, they decided to cremate it with the other dead. When 2 more bodies were found on the battlefield, several people panicked. Then they called an escort and started looking for something in the area. On the 3rd day, they suddenly stopped their search and left without explaining anything. It was very strange. The boy could not imagine that Kenrin was capable of defeating the most powerful warrior. Old Murima, but the traces on the battlefield indicated that the disciple of the Heavenly Destroyer was also seriously wounded. Now it is impossible to stop. It is necessary to complete what they have been working towards for so long. If you waste time, it will be too late. Despite the leader's words, he strove to see things through. He ordered everyone to gather. It is necessary to act quickly and without unnecessary noise. Meanwhile, deep in the woods, in a small village near an old house, Kenrin had lunch under the supervision of his grandmother. Grandparents lived in this place for many years. It seemed that they were the ones who picked him up and took him out. Kenrin wanted to ask if he could meet a person who saved him and bandaged his wounds. Grandma, not feeling it, asks if he wants more rice. Kenrin says no, but she doesn't hear him. He just wanted to thank the Savior before leaving. Finally, grandparents understood that the boy wants to meet Lord, a person who is considered a future savior in Buddhist beliefs. They replied that the Lord was very busy, but perhaps he would visit them again. Many questions remained unanswered. Meanwhile, events returned to the same village. The morning has come. One of the warriors asked if the Lord was still in his hut. He warned that he would not appear today. He had business. He did not give clear explanations to the soldiers. His silence made them think even more. His silhouette was sitting at the table in the hut. In reality, it was just an effigy. The Lord is long gone. He moved through the tunnels that ran under his house. Coming out the other side, he saw the same hut where the young master had been saved. The Lord looked at her intently, feeling the strength within. At this time, the hero cultivated energy. He directed her to restore his body. Lord understood that the boy was about to wake up, and when he went up the stairs, the door creaked open. Lord entered the room. The old man told him that the boy was already on his feet. They prepared breakfast before the road. In front of the boy stood his savior, Lord Marok. He came up and took the hero's hand. The Lord noted his incredible ability to regenerate. But a warning, don't overwork yourself. You will have to be watched, he added. Suddenly, Lord felt something strange, as if the boy was up to something. Letting go of his hand, the Lord saw determination in the hero's eyes. Kenrin realized that standing before him was Gwyn, the Bronze Red King. Yes, it was him. A man in a mask called Lord. Silently, but directly, he decided to confess, yes, it is me. What did this mean for the young warrior? Would he dare to avenge his master just now? Anger flashed in his eyes. He realized how much grief this traitor had brought to his master.